Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Dragonair. Has it evolved into Dragonite? Due to Dragonite's time spent in the system space, the two girls were not familiar with it. When Sunday saw Ash last time, it was still in the form of Dragonair. Well, you should remember the Pokemon collector who had stirred up trouble on Shamuti Island in the previous adventure. I got several attribute energy crystals from him, including the Dragon-type energy crystals that Dragonite needs. Looking at Sunday with surprise on his face, Ash explained. Sunday nodded. Well, I still remember that guy, but it's a pity that he ran away later. Damn guy, he almost caused the end of the world because of his own selfish interests. Looking at Sunday, who was obviously filled with righteous indignation, Ash felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. If she knew that Gilyuda was taken in as his lackey and he deliberately let him go, I don't know how she would react. Attribute Energy Crystal. This thing is a good thing. Gilu is too incompetent to use it, and he actually used it as the core power energy to drive the airship. Ash spread his hands and added, Dragonair grows so fast by absorbing Dragon-type energy crystals. Attribute Energy Crystal. Both women were talking with doubts and seemed to be very interested in this new word. They all looked at Ash with inquiring eyes, expecting to get the answer from him. Attribute Secret Treasures are normally the most effective props for cultivating Pokemon. They have always been firmly controlled by the top figures of the Alliance. No family force is qualified to own them. Even the information about attribute energy crystals has not been circulated. If an ordinary trainer accidentally gets the attribute energy crystal, people who know its function will definitely hide it and use it to cultivate their own Pokemon. How can the top leaders of the Alliance continuously cultivate the highest combat power to make the Alliance prosperous and suppress all Pokemon families? So they would naturally choose to block the news and try not to let more trainers know any information about the attribute quality crystal. However, those ancient family forces naturally could not hide it. In order to avoid chaos, the Alliance also reached a secret agreement with all the major families under its jurisdiction. No information about the attribute energy crystal should be leaked, even within the family. Only the decision-makers can know. When all the news is blocked, those trainers who are lucky enough to get the attribute energy crystal will definitely find professionals to identify it without knowing the purpose. And the Alliance executives and those big families have a reason to spend money to buy all the attribute secret treasures. The main point is to bully you because you don't understand this thing. As for how much money to give, it depends on the conscience of the acquirer. Of course, no matter how sincere it is impossible to give money that matches the value of the attribute energy crystal itself. Attribute energy crystals are simply priceless treasures for a force. At most, give a 10 million Pokemon coin, which is about the same price as the top evolution stone. If you meet someone who is a little bit more ruthless, some will only give you millions of Pokemon coins. It is normal for Sunday and Serena to show doubts when they hear the term attribute energy crystal. Serena's family background is good, and her mother Saki is a well-known female writer in Kalos. But in fact, she can only be considered as an upper middle class at most. Serena naturally has no way to know about this kind of thing. After all, these things are monopolized by major families and Alliance champion level trainers. Speaking of major families, Sunday is the eldest daughter of an ancient Pokemon family. But Attribute Energy Crystal is a strategic level item that only the decision-makers of each family are qualified to know. Therefore, Sunday, who is not yet an adult and has not taken over family affairs, naturally cannot know about it. Fortunately, they met Ash, who is a good teacher. Facing the doubts of his two girlfriends, Ash naturally chose to tell them everything. Attribute Energy Crystals can be said to be the most powerful props for cultivating Pokemon in the world today, and the most powerful amplification props that normal trainers can get. As for Ash, he is naturally not a normal trainer. Attribute Energy Crystals are to accelerate growth and enhance the skill strength of the corresponding attribute. Compared with the props rewards he obtained by completing system tasks, is still a little worse. And my Dragonair can quickly improve its strength because it has obtained the Dragon-type energy crystal and it has evolved into Dragonite without much battle experience. The two girls' favorability towards him has reached more than 90. Except for secrets other than the system, Ash doesn't mind sharing them with them. Except for Galuda's plan, which may affect his positive image and is difficult to explain in a few words. After explaining, Ash looked at Sunday and Serena and saw the clarity and stupidity unique to some college students in his previous life in the eyes of the two girls. Even without making a sound, Ash seemed to be able to hear the silent ABA, ABA. Please give me flowers? At this time, Sunday and Serena seemed to be a little shocked when facing the attribute energy crystal, a prop that they had never heard of before and seemed to be very awesome in Ash's description. Helplessly, Ash had to continue to explain further. Do you know the Kanto Elite Four? Do you know why they are more powerful than the ordinary Elite Four? Except for the oldest Granny Agatha, the remaining Yolongdu, Bruno, and Lorelei elites have more or less used attribute energy crystals in the process of cultivating Pokémon. Otherwise, at their age, even if their own abilities and Pokémon talent potential are online, it is difficult to fully tap the talent potential of Pokémon in such a short time and cultivate it to the level of champions. Ash did not even mention that the strongest trump card Pokémon of these Kanto elites may have the combat power of the legendary beast level 0.0. However, after the vivid example, Sunday and Serena also understood. They nodded in understanding, and the doubts that had been buried in their hearts for a long time were finally answered. Before, they had always been very puzzled as to why Lance and his friends could have the real champion-level combat power at such a young age, and also served as the Elite Four of the Kanto region. It turns out that in addition to personal factors, the powerful special resource of attribute energy crystal is also indispensable. But then again, Ash seems to be much more outrageous and perverted than those elites in Kanto. After all, Lorelei, Yolongdu, and others were already in their 20s when they became champion-level trainers. Ash has just started his journey and has almost achieved it in less than 2 years. In addition to the attribute energy crystal, Ash must have some other secrets. But if he doesn't want to say it, they won't be ignorant to delve into it. People, even lovers, should maintain the most basic privacy. Even though they have had countless negative distance contacts, they can still keep some distance when they are not in negative distance contact. After all, distance creates beauty. Strictly speaking, neither Sunday nor Serena is the type who has a strong control over gossip and boyfriends. Stephanie naturally knows how to get along with each other. If Ash doesn't say many things, they won't take the initiative to cross the line and ask. However, the attribute energy crystal is really amazing. It can actually help Dragonite, which is recognized to have a long evolution cycle, to complete its evolution in a shorter time. I know that many Dratini may not be able to successfully evolve to Dragonite in more than 10 years. If it is cultivated in the ordinary way, it will definitely be a long time. The days of the journey passed quickly, and 2.5 days had passed in the blink of an eye. At noon that day, Ash and his 3 companions continued to head towards Azalea Town after lunch. On the way, they could hear the deafening roar of Growl from time to time. It was so loud that it sounded like more than one Pokémon. Ash, why does it sound a bit like Charizard, but this is in the wild? How can there be so many Charizards? Serena asked Ash with a puzzled look. She was really confused now. From the sound, it was definitely Charizard. But Charizard is a starter Pokémon, and it is actually quite rare in the wild. Ordinary people are lucky enough to encounter one. And the Charizard roar that just came to my ears, every 8-2-3 sound is different from Mikey. There are at least dozens of them, and it is still a conservative estimate. After all, some Charizards are born not to like to bark. But when did such a large gathering place of Charizards appear in the wild? This is really unscientific. I know this. Serena raised her hand quickly and answered questions before Ash. As a relatively idle member of the team, Serena is usually happy to plan the next stop of the team's trip and learn more about the customs and practices of various places in the Johto region. At this time, facing the puzzled and inquiring eyes of her good sister Sunday. Serena finally understood the mood when Ash answered their questions and taught them. She reached out and touched her smooth chin, coughed twice, and then told the story. So that's how it is. I didn't expect that there's a Charizard Valley in the Johto region. After a while, from Serena's narration, they learned that they had arrived near the Charizard Valley. After learning that the Charizard Valley is a semi-official and semi-wild Charizard habitat unique to the Johto region, Sunday nodded in understanding, as if she had suddenly realized something. Serena, who had rarely experienced the feeling of being a teacher, was very satisfied. She nodded involuntarily, and her cute look made Ash, who was watching, laugh. Ash, are we going to Charizard Valley? We are going to go directly to the next stop. At this moment, Sunday and Serena looked at Ash and asked him. It is not difficult to see that they both want to go into this mysterious Charizard Valley to find out. However, they were worried that it would delay Ash's original plan and itinerary, so they did not take the initiative to stay and go in to take a look, but chose to ask Ash's opinion first. Sensing the expectation in the eyes of his two girlfriends, Ash nodded affirmatively. Since we are here, we can go in and take a look. In fact, even if he did not walk to the vicinity of Charizard Valley, Ash would find a reason to take the initiative to go around. After all, he also has a powerful Charizard in his hand. As the king of Charizard Valley, Ash is still willing to see its true strength. Therefore, even if he did not come here, Ash would find a way to go around and defeat all the Charizards in Charizard Valley first. Sunday and Serena learned from Ash that he was willing to go to after exploring the Charizard Valley. The girls were particularly excited. They cheered and went in the direction from where the Charizard roar came from. This is a Pokemon-restricted area protected by the Johto Region Alliance. Stop now. Just after the three of them had been heading towards the Charizard Valley for about 2.5 minutes. A female Charizard with a bow tie, which was more robust than a normal Charizard, landed in front of them. And on this Charizard, there was a small hot air balloon basket. But the sound came from the back of this Charizard. Ash and the others looked in the direction of the sound. I saw a girl with a pretty face and a somewhat agile figure jumping off the back of Charizard, which was very heroic. Combined with the meaning of her words just now, it is not difficult to see that she is the administrator of this Charizard Valley. Ash and the others looked at each other and stepped forward to explain. Before Ash and the others could speak, as they approached, a girl with green hair. The hairstyle was somewhat similar to the one when they just set out on the journey. Gary's hedgehog-haired girl's nose twitched. Then she moved closer to Ash and sniffed him carefully. Her action interrupted Serena and Sunday directly. The two swallowed back the words they had not yet said. Then she hugged Ash's arms with both arms and looked at the green-haired girl with a vigilant face. Although they didn't mind Ash having other Stephanies besides them, they didn't mind adding new faces to the team. But at least they shouldn't be like the green-haired girl, who came up to smell Ash as soon as they met. Isn't this a bit too rude? They can't accept such people to become their good sisters. Seeing Sunday and Serena's declaration of sovereignty like cats protecting their food, the green-haired girl's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Obviously, she didn't expect that Sunday and Serena, two little Stephanies who looked so beautiful and cute, actually maintain a relationship with Ash at the same time. And it seems that the two of them get along quite well, but they seem to be very resistant to her, a stranger who seems to be an outsider. I think it's because of her behavior just now that they have a misunderstanding. Thinking of this, the green-haired girl suppressed the surprise that just rose in her heart. Then she looked at Sunday and Serena, who were protecting their food, and Ash, who was holding his arms with the two girls, looking at him calmly and smiling. She explained with a smile, "Don't get me wrong, two little sisters, I don't mean to steal your boyfriend. Let me introduce myself. My name is Ye Xuan, and I'm a manager of this Charizard Valley. This Charizard is called Little Lisa, my partner, helping me manage Charizard Valley. Today, during the routine patrol, I found that the three of you were approaching Charizard Valley, so I came down to stop you. The reason I came up to smell it just now was because I smelled a strong Charizard scent on your boyfriend, so I guess that he might also be a Charizard trainer, and I wanted to come up to confirm it. Jiku explained seriously. She also knew that her behavior just now was somewhat abrupt. It was just because the Charizard sin on Ash was too strong, which aroused her curiosity for a while. Oh, that's how it is. After listening to Jiku's explanation, they realized that she was not the kind of casual Stephanie. After that, Sendai and Serena knew that they had misunderstood, and they reached out and touched their fair and small noses. They loosened their arms around Ash's arms, folded their hands behind their backs, and subconsciously hid behind Ash, just like a little pea shooter hiding behind the big brother of the solid nut wall. They tried to assist Ash's figure to resist Jiku's teasing eyes towards them. This is really embarrassing. They misunderstood others as those unscrupulous Stephanies who tried to attack their boyfriends when they first met. It was really embarrassing, especially when they were exposed by the other party on the spot. They wanted to dig out a 3-bedroom and 1 living room house. There was no need to start psychic. Ash could already feel the embarrassment in Sendai and Serena's hearts at this time. He deliberately used the psychic system to eliminate the embarrassment of Sunday and Serena. And at the same time, he reached behind his back with both hands, grabbed the two people's slightly dodging and embarrassed hands, and held them firmly. The big hands wrapped the small hands, plus the psychic's bloody comfort. The emotions of Sunday and Serena calmed down a little. At least the eyes looking at Jiku were no longer as shy as before. But he was still embarrassed to speak, and his body was as close to Ash as possible, as if this would better ease the embarrassment just now. After comforting the two girlfriends, Ash turned his attention to Jiku, the administrator of Charizard Valley. "Hello, Miss Jiku. My name is Ash. I'm from Palatown in Kanto region, and I'm currently traveling with the goal of becoming the Silver Conference champion in Johto region. Her name is Sunday. She's also from Kanto region, and she's my traveling partner and girlfriend. This one is called Serena. She's a rookie trainer from the distant Kalos region, and she's also my partner and girlfriend. When the three of us were traveling nearby, we accidentally heard about Charizard's growl here, and thought of the famous wild Charizard gathering place in Johto region, Charizard Valley. So we thought about coming here to see it and gain some knowledge. You guessed it right. I'm a Charizard trainer. Kanto region? No wonder. Charizard's original form Charmander is one of the 3 Pokémon in Kanto region. So I guess the Earl Dervish Pokémon partner you chose when you set out on your journey is Charmander." After hearing Ash's introduction, Jiku nodded in understanding, with a look of as expected in his eyes. It's no wonder she thought so. Normally, it's like a Kanto trainer who got one of the 3 great Pokémons. Each trainer can only get one from the Alliance when they set out on a trip. As for wild ones, the probability is very small. Who would have thought that Ash's Charizard was not obtained from the Alliance, but was directly picked up by someone else? As for the real Earl Dervish Pokémon Pikachu, because it has already moved into the Pokémon Garden. So Jiku couldn't guess it. Ash reached out and took out the Pokeball and released Pikachu. Pika. Although the newly released Pikachu was a little surprised, he subconsciously jumped onto Ash's shoulder, full of joy. It was a little reluctant to leave the Pokémon homeland. Charmander is not my Earl Dervish Pokémon. On the contrary, I captured it after a while of traveling. My real Earl Dervish Pokémon is Pikachu. Speaking, Ash pointed at the Pikachu that jumped on his shoulder. Pikachu. Pikachu also reacted very quickly and waved its paw to Jiku, who misunderstood it, and said hello. Earl Dervish Pokémon? Pikachu? Jiku couldn't help but show a few surprised expressions on his face. In Jiku's impression, Pikachu has always been the Pokémon that those trainers who have not paid a huge breeder fee to the Alliance and cannot get the Earl Dervish Pokémon of the 3 major families from the Alliance official side will choose. And because Pikachu needs to consume a Thunderstone to complete the final evolution. If you want to train it thoroughly, the resources required are not much lower than those of the 3 starter Pokémon. This also makes it not so popular among civilian trainers, where they are more popular as pet companions of female trainers. Trainers who can afford to train Pikachu to the level of Raichu will not have no money to pay the Alliance breeder fee. Most civilian trainers choose Pokemon, such as Caterpie Weedle, which are easy to capture, easy to evolve, and grow very fast, as Earl Dervish partners for the initial transition. It is not too late to change to other Pokemon after the ability is slightly improved in the future. It is really rare to use Pikachu as Earl Dervish Pokemon. Generally speaking, it is trained as a pet by trainers with considerable wealth, and their main responsibility is to provide emotional value during the hard journey. Therefore, most trainers who capture it are female. She really didn't expect that Ash's Earl Dervish Pokemon was actually Pikachu, and his Charizard was actually captured in the wild after he set out on his journey. This luck is a bit too good. The breeding of the 3 major Pokemon in each region and the wild population are basically regarded as extremely important by the alliance officials of each region. Normally speaking, the difficulty of encountering the 3 major Pokemon in the wild is probably not much higher than the chance of winning the lottery. Not to mention that you have to capture it after encountering it. Suppressing the surprise in his heart, Ye Xuan looked at Ash again with a little apology. Sorry, I preconceived it. I apologize to you, Ash, and Pikachu. I apologize to you too. It's okay, I just made a mistake. Ash shook his head. Pikachu also waved his hand to show that he didn't care much. To be honest, Pikachu has defeated countless powerful Pokemon with Ash, and its vision has been opened up long ago. It doesn't care about the eyes and comments of others. Its goal should be the sea of stars, and the opinions of others are irrelevant. Moreover, it was in the Pokemon home, and it had made an appointment with the Lapras tribe to go out to sea today. As a result, it was called out by Ash this time, just to answer questions for Ye Xuan. Okay, I know, have fun. After listening to Pikachu's speech, Ash smiled and rubbed its little head, and put it back into the Pokeball. It must be said that Pikachu really just doesn't like the narrow space in the Pokeball, and is always unwilling to enter it. But the Pokemon home is different. It is a beautiful scenery, and the environment is far better than the paradise in the current Pokemon world. Ash can understand why Pikachu is addicted to it. I am happy to see such things. After all, he is not the straight Orberg idiot in the original story. Sometimes many scenes are not suitable for Pikachu to see. Of course, when traveling and encountering some magnificent scenes or sharing delicious food, Ash will still call Pikachu out. After all, it is Ash's closest Pokemon partner. Well, now that we all live in the Pokemon home, it seems that it is time to consider finding a partner for Pikachu. Let me see the nearest Pikachu Pokemon tribe. The episode caused by Earl Dervish Pokemon's misunderstanding ended quickly. Seeing that neither Ash nor Pikachu blamed him, Ye Xuan breathed a sigh of relief and then naturally turned to the next topic. Warmly invited Ash to Charizard Valley. In fact, she would follow the same process for every trainer with a Charizard who came to Charizard Valley. In addition to most wild Charizards in Charizard Valley, there are also a small number of trainers. They are just temporarily left in Charizard Valley for training. And if these Charizards with trainers fall in love with other Charizards in Charizard Valley and leave Pokemon eggs, the Pokemon eggs naturally belong to Charizard Valley. And this is also one of the main factors for the Charizard population in Charizard Valley to continue to grow. The original Charizard Valley was far from being as prosperous and large as it is now. After hundreds of years of development, it finally evolved into its current scale. Now, most of the wild Charizards in Charizard Valley actually have genes from Charizards with trainers who trained in Charizard Valley before. Ash, who has intelligence in his previous life and whose brain has been greatly developed due to psychic awakening, is much smarter than in the original plot. Seeing Ye Xuan's enthusiastic attitude at this time, combined with the way he wanted to expel them before he didn't know he was a Charizard trainer. With a little thought, you can guess the operation mode of Charizard Valley. If it is just an ordinary Charizard trainer, even if you guessed Ye Xuan's idea, in the end, you will obediently leave the Charizard in Charizard Valley for training. After all, the training method of wild Charizard in Charizard Valley is more than one level higher than the training method of most trainers. In the original plot, Ash's Charizard trained here for a long time, and his strength was greatly improved. Just the upper middle level existence in Charizard Valley is extremely strong when it is pulled out to play in the competition. It is rare to encounter a rival that can fight it head-on. It can be seen how much help Charizard Valley actually has for Charizard growth. Even those ordinary Charizards whose potential is far less than Ash Charizard can get very good growth after staying here for a period of time. But Ash is no longer the same as before. From the beginning, Ash used the system reward for Charizard's God-making path. In addition, Charizard's own talent potential is extremely outstanding, and he carries a powerful item such as the top-grade Charcoal, as well as Ash's unremitting resource supply. At this time, Charizard, whose strength has reached the champion level, is here to challenge the king of Charizard Valley. How can he still look down on the so-called training and learning in Charizard Valley? Just ask those Charizards, can they catch a Dragon Claw? According to Ash's guess, except for the king, there are probably no other Charizards who can catch the Dragon Claw that the old man sprays now. There are only a few Charizards. Pressing his thoughts, Ye Xuan's proposal to invite Ash to Charizard Valley is still in line with Ash's plan, and it just saves him from asking. He nodded immediately. Yeah, it just so happens that Xiangdai and Serena and the others have long heard of Charizard Valley. It's a good thing to go there to broaden our horizons and learn a little bit. Ash replied to Ye Xuan with a smile. Xiangdai and Serena, who were led by him, nodded imperceptibly. Great, we can finally visit the mysterious Charizard Valley. Speaking of which, it's also thanks to Ash that he also has a Charizard. Otherwise, looking at Ye Xuan's initial posture, he was going to drive them out directly. I don't know what this strange rule is all about. Could it be that in Charizard Valley, trainers with Charizards are actually superior? At this time, the two girls' little heads were full of doubts. After thinking for a while, Sunday and Serena, who couldn't figure out the key, decided to ask Ash later what was going on. How could a trainer with Charizard be allowed to go to Charizard Valley as an exception? Was he looking down on other trainers without Charizard? It was so cold. When would ordinary trainers like them be able to stand up? Damn it. As for Ash, he didn't know the trick and couldn't explain the problem to them. This idea had never occurred to them, considering the reliable, knowledgeable, and intelligent image that Ash had shown in front of them since they met. In their eyes, Ash was no less than the gods with the halo of the protagonist in anime and TV series. It's no exaggeration to say that even if Ash suddenly told them one day that he was the illegitimate son of the god of creation, they would probably choose to believe it without hesitation. After all, too many unreasonable things had happened to Ash, right? Seeing Ash nod and agree, Ye Xuan immediately smiled. Then he said to Ash that, but to go to Charizard Valley, you still need to go through a test. I wonder if you are willing to accept it, Ash. Test? Li Hao Hao. Yes, it is a test. Ye Xuan continued with a smile. The so-called test means that you need to release Charizard, then ride your Charizard and follow me and Lisa to the gate of Charizard Valley. If you fail the test, then unfortunately, you will not be able to enter Charizard Valley for a visit, although the growth of Charizard Valley requires the participation of foreign Charizards. But not all Charizards are willing to be accepted by Charizard Valley. Those who are too weak and have too low talent potential are not valued by Charizard Valley at all, accepting those weak Charizards to practice in Charizard Valley. Although it can make the Charizard population in Charizard Valley grow stronger, it may also bring genetic pollution, so it must be done with caution. At present, the talent and potential of ordinary Charizard in Charizard Valley are very outstanding in the outside world. In the original plot, when Ash was traveling outside, he was a very aggressive old man. In Charizard Valley, he couldn't even defeat the weakest and most docile Charizard. Therefore, those Charizards with weak talent and potential, which may cause the overall level of Charizard in Charizard Valley to decline, are basically not welcomed by Charizard Valley. The so-called man-flying test of following Lisa's pace to fly to the entrance of Charizard Valley is actually only part of the test. If you pass this test, you are not qualified to join Charizard Valley for training. In the original plot, the old man was not satisfactory in manned flying and challenges. So Ye Xuan's attitude changed 180 degrees. If Charizard hadn't stayed in the water and didn't close his eyes all night, he would have proved himself. In addition, the Rocket Trio provided a small assist. I'm afraid Charizard can't be recognized by Charizard Valley and successfully stay in Charizard Valley to continue to improve himself. Ash, you can release your Charizard now. As for Sunday and Serena, you can ride the air balloon 663 basket pulled behind Lisa. The three of them looked at each other, and then Ash stepped forward and shook his head. I don't think it's necessary. Charizard can take the three of us together. When Jiku heard Ash's words, his first reaction was disbelief. She knew Charizard's size, and it was just right for one person. It was a bit difficult to ride two people, and it was unrealistic for three people. And it's not just a question of whether it can sit. The weight of three people on the back will greatly increase the difficulty of Charizard flying. If the difficulty of normal unloaded flying is 1, then the difficulty of flying with one person will double. Two people, the difficulty is doubled again on the basis of one person. As for three people, even the really powerful Charizards in Charizard Valley that she knows can only do it. Ash looks like a rookie trainer who has just started a few years ago. How powerful can a trained Charizard be? At most, it is probably a little stronger than the flying ability of little Lisa. How can it be possible to carry three people and fly at high speed? After all, although her little Lisa can also carry 3 or 4 people, she's the only one who can stay on its back, and the rest have to sit in the air balloon basket. Otherwise, it will greatly affect little Lisa's flying posture. At this time, she subconsciously felt that Ash must be bragging, but she could also understand that a rookie trainer of Ash's age is in the time of saving face, especially in front of 2 beautiful and cute girlfriends. So, she did not directly deny it, but just smiled and made a gesture of invitation. She wanted Ash to release Charizard himself, and then after trying, she would give up. She and Lisa would take Sunday and Serena to Charizard Valley, while Ash would follow with his own Charizard to complete the initial test. As for further tests, they would have to wait until Charizard Valley. At that time, whether Ash was interested or not, she would take the initiative to let Ash's Charizard pick a random one to fight. As long as Ash Charizard can beat any of the Charizards, she will persuade Ash with emotion and reason in the name of Charizard's good. In short, she will do everything she can to convince Ash to train Charizard here temporarily. Of course, doing so will not only help the Charizard population in Charizard Valley to grow and prosper, it is also a very good opportunity for Ash's Charizard. In Jiku's opinion, except for a few, the training methods of other Charizard trainers in the world are not as good as the training effect of letting them roam in Charizard Valley. She believes that Ash has absolutely no reason to refuse. Of course, the most important thing now is to let the actual situation dispel Ash's unrealistic fantasy of letting Charizard carry 3 people behind her and Lisa and fly to Charizard Valley. Come out, Charizard! Ash, who is far superior to ordinary people in terms of IQ and EQ, is not the silly and stupid person in the original plot. Even if you don't use Psychic to perceive Jiku's emotions, you can tell what she is thinking about at this time from her micro-expressions and gestures. With a slight smile, he didn't care too much and reached for his waist to take out the luxury Pokeball that belonged to Charizard. With a light press, the Pokeball, which was slightly larger than a finger, quickly enlarged and could only be held by one hand. Then he pressed the button again, and with a flash of red light, Charizard was released from the Pokémon home connected to the Pokeball. Luxury Ball. I didn't expect that this man called Ash was willing to spend money. Jiku's attention was completely attracted by the Luxury Ball in Ash's hand. The reason why the Luxury Ball is called luxury is because it is expensive. Normally, the price of a Luxury Ball is around 10,000 Alliance coins. Even if you go to places with big discounts, it will cost at least 9,500. Normally, few Pokemon trainers will equip their Pokemon with such a Pokeball. Normally, a red and white ball of 200 is enough. Switching to a more luxurious one, that is, the Great Ball and Ultra Ball, can gain stronger capture power. Basically, no one would spend 1 or even 2 months of travel expenses to buy a Luxury Ball, a luxury product that is not much better than the Ultra Ball except for the living environment. It is estimated that only those children from wealthy families would do this. She didn't expect that Ash prepared a Luxury Ball for Charizard. You have to know that Ash's initial Pokemon was just Pikachu. He should not be a trainer from a well-off family who has paid the breeder fee to the Alliance. The difficulty of preparing luxury balls for Pokémon in the team must be much higher than that of a normal trainer. It seems that he still values Charizard very much. But makes sense. For someone like him, his family conditions are very normal, and Earl Dervish Pokémon is just a Pikachu trainer. It is already a dogshit luck to be able to capture a Charmander during the trip and successfully train it into a Charizard. You have to spend more time on Charizard. It is understandable that he gritted his teeth, tightened his belt, and saved a luxury ball. Of course, if Ye Xuan knew at this moment that Ash had not only luxury ball, but also several Master Balls in his hand, he would probably be shocked beyond words. Just as Ye Xuan was thinking this, a red light flashed by. A familiar yet strange Pokémon appeared in front of her, which surprised her so much that her jaw dropped unconsciously. Her mouth opened wide, and was shaped like a duck egg. The green hedgehog head that was originally tall and similar to Ash's good brother Gary also became more subdued. Familiar because Ash released Charizard, strange because Ash released Charizard. As the administrator of Charizard Valley, Ye Xuan thought she was well informed. She had seen more Charizards than ordinary people had seen in several lifetimes. However, she was sure and certain that no Charizard was like Ash's Charizard, with a strong body, strong and powerful limbs, sharp claws, broad and powerful dual wing beat, and powerful muscles all over the body. All of them showed the powerful strength of Ash Charizard. Compared to the normal Charizard, Ash's Charizard is several heads taller. It seems that even the strongest Charizard in the entire Charizard Valley is somewhat dwarfed by Ash's Charizard. Just like the normal small-sized Charizard outside, facing the strong Charizard normal in Charizard Valley. And unlike the normal Charizard, which is large but slightly round, Ash's Charizard has a streamlined body. It is huge, but not bulky, but full of power. It is completely different from those Charizards who are huge, but look a bit stupid and rough. In short, it has a good grasp of power and appearance. The appearance of normal Charizard is already relatively high among all Pokémon, but Ash's Charizard is several times more beautiful than normal Charizard. To use an inappropriate analogy, if the appearance of normal Charizard is that of an ordinary girl, Ash's Charizard is the kind of peerless beauty that is 1 in a million or even 10 million and belongs to the type that can be recorded in history. Of course, if it was just the appearance, Ye Xuan would be surprised but would not show such shock. What shocked her the most was the terrifying aura of Ash's Charizard. As the administrator of Charizard Valley, she usually comes into contact with a large number of Charizards, and their strengths are also uneven. She has come into contact with Charizards from the elite level that have just evolved from normal to the champion level of Charizard Valley King. At this time, she is sure and certain that Ash's Charizard is not inferior to the Charizard Valley King in terms of momentum, even in the champion level. Even in the champion level is a very powerful existence. This made her whole person sluggish. What is the situation now? Whether from the appearance or from the oral description just now, she can be sure of it. How could Ash, a Pokemon trainer who has only been on the road for a few years, have a champion-level Charizard in his hands now? And looking at the appearance of this Charizard, he seems to be quite close to Ash, and this closeness is even mixed with a particularly obvious dependence. This is definitely not the Pokemon of Ash's elders. Such an expression can only appear in Pokemon and its own trainer. It must be the kind of trainer that it trusts deeply. From this point of view, the inference that Charizard was already very high when he was captured by Ash is basically ruled out. Although the result sounds unbelievable, it is the fact. This Charizard, whose momentum is no less than Charizard, the king of the valley, was captured and trained by Ash. And it seems that it was trained in a very short time. It was because of this realization that Ye Xuan showed such a shocked look. At this moment, she couldn't help but feel ashamed for her previous contempt for Ash. At the same time, the eyes looking at Pikachu standing on Ash's shoulder became more serious. Although I don't know what method Ash used, he was able to personally train Charizard to be so powerful. Then Pikachu, as Ash's Earl Dervish Pokemon, must be strong. It's no wonder that Ash just confidently said that she would ride little Lisa in front to lead the way for a suspected champion-level Charizard. The three of them just need to catch up with their own Charizards. With such strength, let alone 3 people, if there's room on the back, adding 2 more people is not a problem. But it seems that Ash's Charizard can indeed sit on the back. Jiku carefully glanced at Ash's Charizard, which was much larger than her little Lisa, and said in his heart unconsciously. At the same time, he also had a bit of envy in his heart. As the administrator of Charizard Valley, she is also a loyal Charizard fan. Her little Lisa is the most outstanding Charizard selected from Charizard Valley. It took a long time to cultivate the relationship before she was able to conquer it. However, her little Lisa seemed to be far behind Ash's Charizard in terms of appearance and strength, especially in terms of strength, which was probably more than a street. 0. It would be great if she could have a Charizard like this one someday. No, she didn't even ask for it to be as powerful as Ash's Charizard. It would be enough if she could reach half of Ash's Charizard's combat power. Sighing slightly, suppressing his thoughts, Jiku stepped on the back of little Lisa first. The posture that used to be comfortable was now full of awkwardness and disobedience. He couldn't help but imagine that it would be great if he was riding Ash's Charizard. He shook his head, drove away the unrealistic thoughts in his mind, and turned to look at Ash and his 3 companions. Then we are ready to set off now. After saying that, he lowered his head and patted little Lisa's head. Little Lisa, let's go. Roar! Little Lisa, who heard Jiku's order, was a little unresponsive for a while. It made an ambiguous growl, as if to say, "Are you calling me?" The reason why it was out of character and did not respond to Jiku's order in time was that its mind was completely attracted by Ash's Charizard. Its eyes showed admiration, and one of them fell on Ash's Charizard. Obviously, this was a sign that it was completely captured by Ash's Charizard. In fact, as a high-value existence in the Charizard group, little Lisa is also considered to have many lickers in the entire Charizard Valley. However, its lickers are much inferior to Ash's Charizard in terms of appearance and strength. At this time, in little Lisa's eyes, Ash's Charizard has become the best choice for a partner. It's a pity that the flowers have feelings, but the water has no intention. Facing little Lisa's constant flirting, Ash's Charizard behaved abnormally straight. Not only did he not express anything, he even turned his head away. Obviously, he was indifferent to the love of little Lisa, the beauty of the Charizard world. However, its attitude made little Lisa even more excited. Frequently flirting, that posture looked like she wanted to stick to Charizard on the spot in 993. So much so that after receiving the order from his own trainer Jiku, he was unable to react for a while and made an ambiguous low roar. Jiku covered his face with his hands to cover up his inner embarrassment. Little Lisa's dog-licking behavior seemed to be embarrassing for her, but in fact it was embarrassing for her, the trainer. She didn't know how to face Ash and the other 2 in front of her now. After all, although she didn't express it directly just now, Ash and the others, as long as they were not fools, could still feel the contempt in their attitude. It was too embarrassing to be slapped in the face by Ash and his 3 companions and her own little Lisa. It made her want to escape from this planet. But apart from the embarrassment, she also felt ecstatic. If Ash, a Charizard with both good looks and strength, could finally stay in Charizard Valley, she couldn't even imagine how much contribution he would make to the growth and development of the Charizard tribe in Charizard Valley. It was estimated that it would be enough to make up for decades, or even hundreds of years of efforts before. The offspring of a champion-level Charizard would have the talent and potential of the elite level at the beginning. What's more, it is not impossible to reach the level of his parents, which means the existence of champion-level potential. If they can give birth to a few more offspring, the overall gene of the entire Charizard Valley will be optimized in the future. Then, after several generations of cultivation, the Charizard in Charizard Valley may start as a quasi-elite level existence. Then the status of Charizard Valley in the entire Johto Region Alliance will become completely independent. You know, there are hundreds of Charizards in Charizard Valley. To stay, they must find a way to convince Ash to temporarily keep his Charizard in Charizard Valley. Jiku is still very confident about this. After all, in her opinion, basically no trainer's training method can compare with that in Charizard Valley. As long as Ash still wants his Charizard to go further, he will definitely agree to keep Charizard in Charizard Valley. Even if the time is shorter, it doesn't matter, as long as Ash Charizard's excellent genes can be passed down in Charizard Valley. When necessary, it is also right for little Lisa to help, and it just happens that she likes Ash's Charizard so much. Thinking of this, Jiku's embarrassment slowly dissipated, replaced by visible excitement. It took a lot of effort to appease the little Lisa who had turned into a licking dog. Patting its head, the man and the dragon took off and flew towards the distant Charizard Valley. Sunday, Serena, let's go too. Ash took Sunday in Serena's hands and climbed on Charizard's back together. With his order, Charizard flapped its wings and flew far behind Jiku and little Lisa, flying to Charizard Valley. Ash, the little Lisa of the administrator Jiku, just now seems to like Charizard quite a lot. What do you think? On the way, Sunday and Serena couldn't help whispering to Ash. As long as you are a discerning person, it is not difficult to see that little Lisa is interested in Charizard. At this moment, they want to know what Ash thinks and whether he is optimistic about the good things between little Lisa and Charizard. Facing the curious eyes of the two beautiful girlfriends, Ash shook his head slightly. It doesn't matter whether I like her or not. The main thing is that Charizard has to like her himself. But according to my understanding of Charizard, he probably doesn't like the other person. Roar! Charizard, who was flying silently, roared and nodded repeatedly. It means that Lisa is not his cup of tea at all. She is not as strong as him, and she is not as pretty as him. So why should he like her? Ash, who heard Charizard's thoughts through psychic, unconsciously reached out and touched his nose. If he looks for someone according to Charizard standards, he will probably be single in the future, unless he engages in cross-species love and looks for those mythical beasts. This is not a bad idea. Ash couldn't help but start to pick a wife for Charizard in his mind. The place where the few people met Jiku and Lisa was not far from the entrance of Charizard Valley. Even though Ash Charizard had slowed down, he still arrived at the entrance of Charizard Valley in just 1 minute. The entire Charizard Valley looks like a bear mine. At the entrance, there are 2 heavy doors built by humans. The door is quite retro and looks quite old. Ash, Sunday, and Serena, this is Charizard Valley. You have come to Charizard's paradise. Jiku jumped off from little Lisa's back and smiled at Ash and the other 2, who also got off Charizard and landed on the ground. Then he reached out and scratched his head, looking quite embarrassed. Ash, if you still want to visit Charizard Valley, there's another process that must be followed. That is to let your Charizard randomly choose anyone in Charizard Valley to challenge. As long as you can win, you can get the qualification to visit Charizard Valley. To be honest, when mentioning this process, Jiku felt a little unsure. She knew Ash's Charizard, and, judging from the momentum alone, it was a champion-level Pokémon. Even in the Charizard Valley where strong people gathered, it was a totem-level existence. This rule of visiting and challenging Charizard Valley. For Ash's Charizard, it was almost meaningless, but she had to go through this process. Although she was the administrator of Charizard Valley, she was not the real owner of Charizard Valley. She was just a staff member sent here by the Johto Region Alliance. At best, she was a senior worker with a slightly higher level than the normal Alliance staff. In fact, she could not ignore the rules of Charizard Valley. Therefore, even if she recognized Ash Charizard's strength in her heart, she had to go through this process. She could only bite the bullet and ask Ash for a request. After saying this nervously, Jiku's heart was pounding. But it was not a bloody plot like a deer running wildly. But she was afraid that Ash would be insulted by this feeling and directly reject her request and turn away. After all, as long as they're not blind, anyone with a discerning eye can see how strong Ash Charizard is. This kind of strength visible to the naked eye still needs to pass the process test of Charizard Valley. For some strong men, it is likely to be regarded as a contempt and a taunt. At the least, they will turn around and leave, and at the worst, they will make a big fuss. No matter which reaction, her idea of persuading Ash to leave Charizard in Charizard Valley for training will fail in the end. In the anxious waiting, Jiku has not received Ash's affirmative answer, and his heart has been raised to his throat. However, he did not dare to try to use any action to urge Ash to give an answer, and could only stay there helplessly, waiting silently. At the same time, he was thinking about the subsequent solution if Ash turned against him. However, at this moment, Jiku, who was sitting uneasy, heard a voice like the sound of nature. Since it is the rule of Charizard Valley, I think there is no problem with the guest following the host's wishes. Ash Frillish's next sentence made Jiku breathe a sigh of relief. I almost couldn't help but disregard my status and the situation, and patted my chest in front of Ash and the other two to calm down my emotions that were like a roller coaster. But you know the strength of my Charizard, so I can't arrange a bad rival for it. That would be too boring. How about this? Who is the best Charizard in Charizard Valley? Call it out. I'll let Charizard compete with it and see how good it is. Looking at Jiku, who was relieved, Ash touched his chin and said with a smile, Jiku's request to pick a random Charizard in Charizard Valley to fight, and only if he wins can he be qualified to enter Charizard Valley. It was just what he wanted. He took this opportunity to challenge the king of Charizard Valley. He gave him face and planned to abide by the rules of Charizard Valley. If such a small request is not met, don't blame him for taking other measures. Whether it is to activate the skill of giving face, or through the Pokémon in the team, or his own psychic, Ash can easily achieve his original goal in Charizard Valley. It even gives Jiku and the real representative Johto Region Alliance in Charizard Valley an unforgettable lesson. Ash, who now has several legendary Pokémon and the first-level god Mutwo, is qualified. Asterisk. After hearing Ash's request, the smile on Jiyu's face froze immediately. He didn't expect Ash to be so straightforward and play the biggest one right away. The big guy like Charizard Valley King, who is the trump card Pokémon of the real owner of Charizard Valley. She is only seen a few times when she took over as the administrator of Charizard Valley, and she is not someone she can command at all. After all, she is just a senior worker sent by the Alliance. She is majestic in front of outsiders and seems to represent the entire Charizard Valley. But her actual status in the entire Charizard Valley is at most the middle level, and this is brought by little Lisa and the many Charizard dogs who pursue her. Those quasi-elite Charizards will more or less give her a little face as an administrator. Those Charizards who are at the upper level of Charizard Valley and have reached the elite level usually ignore her. Only when she delivers food will they give her a look, that's all. Not to mention the leader of the group of elite Charizards, the king who stands at the top of all Charizards in the entire Charizard Valley. Ash is going to challenge the big guy she doesn't even see normally. How can she respond? She is now in an awkward situation where she can't get off the tiger, she can't agree, and she can't refuse. She can only endure the pressure from both sides, but she can't vent her emotions. She can only hold it in like a ball. Roar! Jiku was in a dilemma, worried about offending Ash if he refused, and worried that if he agreed, he would not be able to please the big Buddha of Charizard Valley at all, directly offending both sides. A majestic roar, growl, broke out in Charizard Valley, resounding throughout the valley. This was the response of the Charizard King after he felt the threat of the challenger's aura from Ash Charizard. After hearing this roar, Jiku's uneasy mood finally calmed down, and he even smiled with a sense of relief. Of course there is no problem, Ash. That person seems to be very interested in your Charizard. Although he had only seen the king of Charizard Valley, Jiku was not unfamiliar with the roar of the king of Charizard Valley. Whenever the Charizards in Charizard Valley fought too fiercely and affected the normal order of Charizard Valley, the Charizard King did not even need to appear, just a low roar. The entire Charizard Valley would instantly become quiet, and the order would be restored. In the long run, coupled with the roar of the king of Charizard Valley, growl was very imposing and majestic, and the recognition was high enough. This allowed her to immediately determine who the owner of the voice was. She even vaguely guessed the meaning behind the roar. Charizard Valley King felt Ash Charizard's aura and felt a hint of threat from Ash Charizard. She subconsciously thought that Ash's Charizard was here to mess things up and was ready to fight. so she naturally stopped panicking. Didn't Ash want his Charizard to challenge Charizard King? Now that Charizard King had accepted the challenge, it was none of her business. Later, she only needs to comfort Ash's Charizard after he loses. At the same time, she hinted that the unique training method in Charizard Valley can make Ash's Charizard stronger. Induce and persuade Ash to keep his Charizard in Charizard Valley for a while. While learning the advanced training method of Charizard Valley, it can also improve the overall genetic level of Charizard Valley. As for the possibility that the king of Charizard Valley loses in the battle with Ash's Charizard, it never appeared in her mind. That is the real king of Charizard Valley, a powerful existence standing at the top of hundreds of Charizards in the entire Charizard Valley. Once, one of the Kanto Region 4 elites, the Dragon-type it.New, brought his champion-level Charizard to Charizard Valley to challenge the Charizard King, but was defeated. It can be seen that the king of Charizard Valley has an unparalleled dominance. It is no exaggeration to say that in Ye Xuan's cognition, the king of Charizard Valley is the mightiest Charizard in the entire Pokémon world. No Charizard can shake its name and status. Although Ash's Charizard is very intimidating in appearance, its own aura is also extremely powerful, and it is an unattainable champion Pokémon. But in front of the absolute power of the king of Charizard Valley, there will be no exception. It will definitely be defeated. In the end, it can only stay in Charizard Valley obediently to learn unique training methods and pass on its excellent genes. Speaking of excellent genes, she gets angry. The champion-level Charizard brought by the Dragon Crossing last time was originally one of the goals of her in Charizard Valley. As a result, the Charizard stayed in the valley and focused on learning how to train and become stronger. No matter how many young and beautiful female dragons in the valley tried their best, they just refused to fall into the trap and were determined. After more than a year of training and learning in Charizard Valley, he didn't leave any offspring. Such a great opportunity to improve the genes of the Charizard Valley tribe was wasted in vain. I missed it last time, so I must seize the opportunity to improve the overall genetic level this time. I hope Ash's Charizard will not be as unattractive to women as the Charizard in Ye Xuan. Speaking of which, Lisa's appearance is already very high in Charizard Valley. Ash's Charizard didn't express much to Lisa's act of love just now. Could it be that it has the same temperament as the Charizard in Ye Xuan? No, it shouldn't be like that. She didn't believe that all the pretty little female dragons in the whole Charizard Valley could not take down Ash's Charizard. Of course, the premise of such an operation is that Ash's Charizard will be successfully kept in Charizard Valley. But is this a problem? It is not a problem at all. After it is defeated by the king of Charizard Valley, it will understand that staying in Charizard Valley can gain more powerful strength and learn more effective training methods. As long as they're willing to stay, they still have a chance. Not to mention the little calculations in Ye Xuan's mind. After Sunday and Serena heard the domineering and majestic roar growl coming from the valley, their beautiful eyes rippled a little. They have been with Ash for a long time and are no longer Wuxian men. They have seen Pokemon of various levels and have their own tricks to judge the strength of Pokemon. Naturally, they can also perceive that the owner of this roar growl is quite powerful and is at the same level as Ash's Charizard and Ghastly, that is, a champion-level Pokemon. It was a bit beyond their expectations that there were Pokemon of this level living in Charizard Valley. But think about it. The huge Charizard Valley has become a Charizard holy land that is well known throughout the Johto region and even in Kanto. There must be something behind it. Otherwise, it would not be highly praised by so many trainers who own Charizard. Roar! After hearing the roar, with the meaning of driving away and taunt, the old Pokemon, after Growl, also roared to the sky. The whole Pokemon looked excited, and his eyes were full of fighting spirit. It had a hunch that this would be the strongest rival it had ever encountered. It seemed to have sensed the strong meaning of taunt in Ash Charizard's roar. In just a moment, the two gates at the entrance of Charizard Valley were roughly pushed open. A sturdy Charizard, only half a head shorter than Ash's Charizard, with a knife scar on his face and a fierce look, appeared in front of everyone. In addition to the huge body, The most eye-catching thing is its pair of thick arms that have been trained in various melees since childhood and are not much thinner than its legs. The bulging muscles look particularly powerful. There is no doubt that this punch can directly knock out the brains of normal Pokémon, even if it is a normal Charizard's round body shape, if only from the perspective of strength. It is not weaker than Ash's streamlined body, Charizard full of muscles. It even looks a bit stronger because of the strong visual impact brought by the abnormally thick arms. However, visual strength is not real strength after all. The specific strength can only be known after fighting. Pokémon Charizard level IV.70. When Old Spray and Charizard Valley King stared at each other, their eyes rubbing fiercely in the air. Ash's mind moved, and the level of Charizard Valley King, money, was in full view. Wow, this level is so high that it makes people call it wow. The real champion level peak, stuck in the powerful existence of breaking through the third level God Realm. No wonder it has been sitting firmly on the top of Charizard Valley, with hundreds of Charizards, each of which is much stronger than Old Spray in the original plot. This level is already higher than the first time in the Kanto Alliance, and did not go all out with when Ash fought against the Ice Elite Lorelei. Her main Pokémon was on par with him, and judging from the level alone, it might even be a little bit better than Lorelei's Jinx. At least in Ash's psychic perception, its momentum was much higher than Lorelei's. As for Rival, this powerful Charizard, with a level of 4.70 and only one step away from breaking through the gap between mortals and gods, was indeed one of the few powerful Pokémon he encountered on his journey. Similarly, after Ash's Charizard level was upgraded, it has also improved significantly compared to before. Pokémon Charizard level IV.69. However, it is still far behind Charizard Valley King with IV.70. Not only in terms of momentum, even Ash's Psychic can detect the difference in the aura of the two Pokémons, and his Charizard is still a little weaker than Charizard King. Of course, although the gap exists, it is not too big. According to his estimation, it is at most about 50%. For Old Spray, who has two abilities, the more physical energy is consumed, the stronger the combat power, and carries the top-grade Charcoal, there is still a chance of winning, and it is not small. Not to mention that Old Spray can also undergo Mage Evolution. Sunday, Serena, you guys step back a little. Suddenly, Ash let go of the hands that had been holding the two women. Then he pointed to the stone wall near Charizard Valley and motioned the two to move closer to it. Yeah, okay. The two girls nodded and did as they were told. They knew that Ash's Charizard would have a real fight with the king of Charizard Valley. As spectators, they needed to stay away. It was not because they were afraid of interfering with the battle, but because they were afraid that the aftermath of the battle would hurt them. Jiku also suppressed his excitement of watching a great battle. Patting his chest, Lisa stared at Ash and Charizard with reluctance, looking like a dog licker. Like Sunday and Serena, they came to the stone wall near Charizard Valley, quietly waiting for the arrival of this great battle. All the people not related to the battle had been cleared, and Ash nodded slightly. Then he moved his mind and used Psychic to form an invisible energy barrier. Protect Sunday and his group, including Lisa, the dog licker, who were hiding in the distance. With his current strength, the psychic strength that has been cultivated to the intermediate level is enough to match the normal quasi-elite level psychic. As long as the attacks of the two Pokémon are not directed directly at the audience, there will be no problem at all. Even if there is an emergency, Ash can take everyone away from danger through teleport. Today, there are very few things that can threaten Ash's personal safety. Roar! When the Old Spray and the Charizard Valley King confronted each other in the air, the Charizard Valley King, as the host, and Ash Charizard as a challenger, was the first to get restless. He let out a low roar, and then pointed his sturdy forelimbs at the large artificial lake covered with stone pillars not far from the entrance of Charizard Valley. The meaning is also very clear. He wants to set the battle area there to minimize the damage that the aftermath of the battle may cause to Charizard Valley. Roar! Faced with the invitation of the Charizard Valley King, the Spray seemed even more excited than it. It actually flapped its wings first and flew to a stone pillar above the water in the artificial lake. It stood there quietly, waiting for the battle to begin. So, the two Charizards, both of whom were very domineering, full of power and majesty, looked at each other across the lake, and the atmosphere became tense at this moment. Charizard, Dragon Claw, test the depth of the senior. Ash took the lead in commanding Charizard, breaking the solidified atmosphere at this time. Roar! Charizard let out a low roar, and then its broad and powerful wings vibrated. The whole Pokémon turned into an orange stream of light and rushed towards Charizard, the king of the valley. During the Sucker Punch, the energy of the strong and powerful claws surged. Charizard, the king of the valley, was also unwilling to be outdone, and Dragon Claw met the attack. When they got close, the two Charizards launched a fierce attack with Dragon Claw, and neither of them could defeat the other for a while. Bang, bang, bang! It seems like a situation of equal strength, but in fact, Ash's Charizard is at a certain disadvantage in terms of BF strength. After all, it is carrying the kinetic energy of sprinting and confronting Charizard, the king of the valley, who is standing still. From this point of view, Ash's Charizard must be slightly inferior. As expected, when Ash just made this judgment in his mind, Charizard, the king of the valley, stepped on the rock pillar and exerted force fiercely, smashing the rock pillar that was nearly 10 meters above the water surface. Ash's Charizard was also thrown hundreds of meters away with its force before it stabilized in the air. Charizard, it is actually at a disadvantage in the confrontation of strength. Sunday and Serena, who were protected by Ash's psychic barrier, saw this scene, and ripples appeared in their beautiful eyes, and they couldn't help but flash a look of surprise. In their impression, Ash's Charizard has always been synonymous with strength. No matter what kind of rival they meet, it seems that they can easily defeat the opponent with overwhelming force. But they didn't expect to meet such a tough guy here. In the first round of Dragon Claw's power confrontation, they were rarely at a disadvantage. This made them both surprised and a little worried. They were afraid that Ash's Charizard would fail in this Charizard Civil War, which would lead to a setback in self-confidence. Of course, Charizard's self-confidence being hit is a small matter. They were mainly afraid that Ash, who had never experienced the taste of failure, would be hit in self-confidence. After all, Ash had only lost one exhibition match against Ice Elite Lorelei since his debut. In that exhibition match, according to their observation, Ash did not fight with all his strength, and he was not depressed after losing the game. This time was different. This time, Ash specifically wanted to challenge the boss of Charizard Valley. If he loses here, and it is a civil war between two identical Pokémon, it will probably have a great impact on Ash. At this moment, the two worried women couldn't help but put their hands together and silently prayed that Charizard could turn the tide and defeat the king of Charizard Valley. Unlike the worries of the two women, Sunday and Serena, Ye Xuan was very happy when he saw this scene. She knew that there was no Charizard in this world that would be a rival of the king of Charizard Valley. Charizard of the Dragon Elite in the Kanto region was not good, and Ash's Charizard was not good either. Being at a disadvantage in the first round of Power Duel meant that there was almost no hope of a comeback later. The balance of victory in this battle has seriously tilted towards the king of Charizard Valley. After this battle is over, after Ash's Charizard has suffered a tragic defeat, she will jump out to persuade him. It must be possible to keep Ash's Charizard in Charizard Valley to improve the gene of the population in Charizard Valley. At this time, Ye Xuan was already imagining that under her management, the overall genetic level of Charizard Valley would be raised to a whole new level, and she would be rewarded by the Alliance officials and gain a better future with a higher status. Little Lisa was really impressed by this love brain girl. Why didn't she realize that she had such a personality before? Could it be that the Charizards in Charizard Valley were too ugly for little Lisa before, so she couldn't awaken such an attribute? However, love brain girls also have to take into account the situation. Doesn't it know that only the king of Charizard Valley can defeat Ash's Charizard? Only Ash's Charizard could stay in Charizard Valley, and little Lisa would have a chance to get close to Ash's Charizard. It took Ye Xuan a while to calm down his excitement, and his eyes fell on the one beside her. After seeing that his beloved dragon was temporarily at a disadvantage, little Lisa couldn't help showing a worried and encouraging look on her face. The corners of her mouth twitched slightly, and she wished that time could go back to when she chose Charmander and she designated a different Charmander to train. Since meeting Ash and the others, Lisa has embarrassed her countless times. It was so embarrassing. Charizard continued to attack with Dragon Claw and Dragon Tail. Seeing that his Charizard was temporarily at a disadvantage in the battle, Ash did not show any worry in his eyes. The battle has just begun. His Charizard has the ability of Fierce Fire, which increases the power of Fire-type skills by 1.5 times when the physical strength is less than 1/3. In addition, the ability of Mad Blood, which increases all attributes by 3% for every 1% decrease in physical strength, can be said to be a complete low-blood god of war. The battle has just begun, and Charizard's physical consumption is negligible. It has not yet entered the stage of full combat power. He is not even in a hurry to let Charizard perform Mage Evolution. Although it is temporarily at a disadvantage at this time, when both the Fierce Fire and Mad Blood abilities are triggered, let alone the current Charizard Valley King. Even if 2 Charizard Valley Kings beat up Charizard are not enough for it to fight. After all, although Charizard Valley King's performance in all aspects is better than Charizard at this time, the difference is not much, at most about 50%. This part of the gap can be made up by Charizard's physical loss reaching 25%. What's more, Charizard has the Fire-type carrying item Charcoal, which can increase the effect of its Fire-type skills by 50%. From this point of view, Charizard does not even need to lose 25% of his physical strength, and can rely on the help of the carrying item to fight Charizard Valley King. In the case of ensuring a 100% lock-on victory, Ash only regarded this battle as a training match to hone Charizard's fighting skills. He immediately directed Charizard to use all the fighting routines and skills they developed during training. Although Charizard's physical loss was minimal and the triggering range of the Blood Rage ability was not large, there was still a certain gap in the hard power between him and Charizard, the King of the Valley. It did not cause much damage to Charizard, the King of the Valley, but it also caused it a lot of trouble. For a moment, it seemed a little exhausted. It often took a lot of effort to figure out how to crack Charizard's set of combined moves. The next moment, Ash and Charizard used another routine to make it miserable. It felt like a tank warrior being teased by a fragile assassin. What made it even more uncomfortable was that in the almost teasing battle, Ash Charizard's combat skills were also honed more and more skillfully. It seemed that he was treating it as a qualified sparring partner. This made Charizard, the King of the Valley, feel that his inner pride was trampled hard. The whole Pokémon has entered the red temperature contest condition, with a pair of eyes wide open, full of scarlet. It swore that if it caught Ash Charizard, it would definitely cut it into pieces. Of course, this was just its angry idea. If it really came to that, it would not do it for the sake of the tribe. After all, it is the biggest beneficiary of Charizard Valley's policy of absorbing excellent foreign genes to improve the overall level of the tribe. Charizard is great. Ash is amazing. At this time, Sunday and Serena, who were watching the battle, saw that Ash and Charizard were at a disadvantage in the first confrontation and immediately changed their strategy. From the original head-on confrontation to harassment tactics, and achieved very good results. Although it did not cause substantial damage to the King of Charizard Valley, at least from the perspective of the situation, it was more beneficial to Ash Charizard. Cheer Splash. 0-0. However, people's happiness is often not the same. At this time, Jiko only felt that Sunday and Serena uproar. She looked anxiously at Charizard Valley King, who was obviously exhausted under Ash Charizard's fierce attack in the battle area. She was a little stunned. She didn't understand. Why was Charizard Valley King so passive in the battle when he was obviously stronger than Ash's Charizard? Also, how was Ash's Charizard trained? How could there be so many strange methods in the battle? Even making Charizard Valley King, who had been invincible and had honed his fighting skills to perfection, exhausted? I couldn't figure it out no matter what. Could it be that Ash's method of training Charizard was more efficient than Charizard Valley's? No, this was absolutely impossible. This was a powerful method that even Kanto Region Dragon Elite coveted and even took the initiative to leave his champion Charizard in the valley to learn. How could it be possible that Ash, a previously unknown Charizard that she had never even heard of, was surpassed? It must be that Charizard, the king of the valley, had not fought for too long and had not yet entered the contest condition. Once it truly entered the contest condition, it would definitely be able to defeat Ash Charizard. It seemed that he felt Ye Xuan's prayer from the bottom of his heart. The King Charizard, who had been passively beaten, roared. Then he stopped defending and was hit by Ash Charizard's Dragon Tail, which caused him to lose a lot of physical strength. He grabbed Ash Charizard's tail tightly, making it difficult for Ash Charizard to get away for a while. Then, a full-power flamethrower was directly hit on Ash Charizard's face. This made Ash's Charizard injured for the first time in a battle and lost a lot of physical strength. Great! Seeing this scene, Ye Xuan was so excited that he almost jumped up. But he didn't see the slightly raised corners of Ash's mouth, who was directing the battle not far away. Charizard's fighting skills have been honed to the best 103 that can be achieved at the current stage. Then there is no need to continue fighting with King Charizard as a sparring partner. It is good that Charizard reveals a flaw when launching an attack. But what if this flaw was deliberately revealed by him and Charizard? Because there is still a certain gap between Charizard's level and Charizard Valley King. The overall attribute is lower than Charizard Valley King in all aspects. Even though it took the initiative before, the attack launched was difficult for Charizard Valley King to resist, but the damage it caused was limited. Until now, the physical strength has remained in a fairly healthy range. If it continues like this, even if Charizard can win, the time it will take will exceed the limit that Ash and Charizard can accept. So, it's time for the crazy blood ability to play a role. At this time, after deliberately welcoming the full-power flamethrower attack of Charizard Valley King, Ash Charizard's physical strength has been lost, but it is far from reaching more than half. The physical strength of the entire Pokémon is still in a fairly healthy contest condition. However, all attributes suddenly soared under the blessing of the crazy blood ability. In the blink of an eye, it went from being weaker than Charizard Valley King in all aspects to being on par with it, or even slightly better. At this moment, Ash Charizard's attacks were no longer insignificant to Charizard Valley King. Instead, each attack was a great threat. Roar! At this time, Charizard Valley King, who sensed that Ash Charizard's aura not only did not subside, but suddenly increased a lot after being hit by his full-strength flamethrower, let out a slightly puzzled low roar. It didn't understand why Ash's Charizard was hit by its full-strength flamethrower. Although injured, his momentum and strength were much stronger than before the injury, and even surpassed it. What was going on? In the countless battles it had experienced in its long career, this was the first time it had happened, and it was also the most difficult for it to understand. Not only Charizard, the king of the valley, but also Serena and her group who were watching the battle from a distance were surprised by the fact that Charizard combat power was not damaged, but improved a lot after being hit by a flamethrower. Originally, when she saw Ash Charizard being hit by Charizard's flamethrower, Serena had closed her eyes in worry. She was afraid that Ash's Charizard would lose in the next moment. Charizard's defeat didn't matter. They were mainly worried that Ash would lose the key game here. After all, this was a civil war between Charizards. Fortunately, when they opened their eyes, they didn't find Charizard's defeated figure. On the contrary, after being attacked, his aura was much stronger than before being injured, and even surpassed Charizard, the king of the valley. At this moment, the joy in their hearts was spreading, and even a happy smile was hung on their faces, and the mood of the two people immediately changed from cloudy to sunny. The situation of Charizard suppressing Charizard, the king of the valley in various ways in the previous battle, was still vivid in their minds. At that time, Charizard's all-round attributes were weaker than Charizard Valley King. Now, after making up for this part of the basic attributes, Charizard wants to deal with Charizard Valley King easily. If the previous outcome was still suspenseful, Now, they're 100% sure and certain Ash's Charizard can win the final victory in this Charizard Civil War. Although it is not clear how Charizard's combat power increased instead of decreasing after being injured. But is this important? It is not important at all. After all, there are too many unreasonable and magical things about Ash. If they go deep into every one of them, they can't get to the bottom of it. What's more, they're not the kind of people who break the casserole to get to the bottom of it. The view that has always been recognized is that even between lovers, a certain distance and little secrets should be maintained. If you rely on love and liking to endlessly explore each other's secrets, then no matter how good the relationship is, it will eventually be worn out. If Sunday and Serena were extremely surprised to see this scene, then Jiku, the manager of Charizard Valley, was already in a state of grief. She didn't understand or figure out why Ash's Charizard didn't become weaker after suffering a severe blow, but became stronger and stronger. It even surpassed Charizard Valley King, who was much stronger than Ash Charizard in basic attributes. At this moment, even if she was 0.6 more confident in Charizard Valley King, she had to admit that the balance of victory was already tilting towards Ash Charizard, and the winning rate was terrifying. So much so that she couldn't even imagine Charizard Valley King winning. The previous situation of Charizard Valley King passively being beaten in front of Ash's Charizard was still vivid in her mind. When facing Ash Charizard, whose attributes were lower than his own, Charizard Valley King performed so badly. At this time, Ash Charizard's attributes in all aspects were improved, reaching or even exceeding the level of Charizard Valley King. Then can it still be stopped? The answer is of course no. Not only can it not be stopped, but it will only be worse than the previous performance. It basically completely lost the chance of winning. Charizard, the Valley King, was in a complete disadvantage. At this time, Jiku also figured out a problem, that is, was the opportunity that Charizard, the Valley King, seized just now really seized by it, rather than being deliberately sent by Ash and Charizard. After all, Ash Charizard did not cause much damage to it. But in the battle, it has always been suppressing Charizard, the Valley King. It is not reasonable to suddenly reveal a flaw and be hit by Charizard, the Valley King flamethrower. Instead, it seems that Ash's Charizard deliberately gave away a flaw just to be hit like this. Although it sounds very outrageous, there is no such thing as sending your Pokémon to the opponent in a battle in this world. It can be combined with Ash Charizard's performance that his momentum did not decrease, but increased after being attacked. The rationality of this inference is constantly improving. Obviously, for some reason, after being attacked, Ash Charizard's physical strength is lost, but the overall strength will be greatly improved on the original basis. The degree of improvement is even greater than the degree of loss of physical strength. This is Ash Charizard's trump card against Charizard Valley King. After all, although Ash Charizard had previously suppressed Charizard Valley King, the damage he caused to Charizard Valley King was not too great. If this pattern continues, it will probably take a long time to completely end the battle. During this period, it is necessary to ensure that there are no mistakes throughout the process. After all, Charizard Valley King's hard power is still stronger than Ash Charizard's. Once a mistake is caught, a set of combos will be used to directly empty Ash Charizard's physical strength. This is what Ash does not want to see. So, he deliberately sent the flaw to Charizard Valley King, further assisting the opponent's attack and improving Ash Charizard's strength in order to achieve a quick victory. The clown is actually me? After thinking this through, Jiku immediately put on a mask of pain on her face. She thought Charizard, the King of the Valley, had adapted to Ash Charizard's fighting rhythm. In the gap between the attacks, he found Ash Charizard's flaws and launched a counterattack, successfully inflicting heavy damage on the opponent. Then, the offensive and defensive forces were different, and he launched a counterattack, defeating Ash Charizard completely without explanation with a set of contest combos. I didn't expect that all this was just a part of Ash and Charizard's battle plan. Thinking of her cheering and triumphant face just now, Jiku looked extremely embarrassed. The 10 toes hidden in the boots were tightly clasped on the ground, wishing to dig out 3 rooms and 1 living room, and then find a crack in the ground to drill into. Shame, shame. When his eyes fell on Lisa, whose eyes were fixed on the handsome and strong figure of Ash Charizard in the battle area, and whose admiration was almost drawn, he couldn't help shaking his head and sighing. Well, not only it, but also little Lisa will be embarrassed. It hurts too much. At this time, Jika had to consider a problem. When the defeat of Charizard Valley King was already a foregone conclusion, how could she persuade Ash to keep his Charizard in Charizard Valley for training for a while? After all, even the strongest Charizard Valley King failed. Even Ash would definitely have some doubts about the training method of Charizard Valley. Trainer Ash, who can train a combat power even higher than Charizard Valley King. There must be a set of powerful training methods for Charizard. And this set of methods is probably better than the methods in Charizard Valley. It is not the wild way she had wished before. Is she really going to let such a great opportunity to change the overall genes of the Charizard Valley tribe slip away from her? Since the last time the champion Charizard of the Kanto Region Dragon Elite Fairy failed to leave offspring in Charizard Valley and improve the genes of the Charizard Valley tribe, she has made up her mind and secretly vowed that she will never miss any such opportunity in the future. If this opportunity slips away again, let alone whether the Alliance official will give her a punishment and deprive her of her position as the administrator of Charizard Valley. Even she herself can't forgive herself. There must be a way. At this time, Jiku put his hands behind his back, clenched them into fists, and his little brain was working frantically. He did come up with a seemingly perfect way for her. That is the beautiful dragon plan. There are countless Charizards living in Charizard Valley, and there are also quite a few female Charizards. There are also some female Charizards whose looks are comparable to, or even better than Little Lisa. Each of them is a highly sought-after goddess in the Charizard tribe, and they have many licking dogs under them. If Ash Charizard can be successfully charmed by the beautiful dragon scheme, then considering the respect for the Pokemon's own wishes, it is possible that Ash will keep his Charizard in Charizard Valley for a while. As for the situation that Ash Charizard looks down on any female Charizard in Charizard Valley, Jiku has never considered it at all. In her opinion, no male Charizard can resist the captivate of so many female Charizards. After all, the situation like the Dragon Elite Deuce Charizard is only a very rare existence. Until now, she seriously suspected that the reason why the original Deuce Charizard did not leave offspring in Charizard Valley may be due to the instruction of Trainer Dew. Although Charizard Valley is the property of Johto Region Alliance, it has nothing to do with Dew and the Yulong family behind him. If possible, Dew certainly does not want Charizard Valley to assist his Charizard in improving his genes, while he himself does not get any other extra benefits. Having come up with a plan that he thought was 090 excellent, and subconsciously avoiding speculation that was unfavorable to him, Jiku felt that he had already won. The whole person became somewhat radiant again, and he did not care so much about the result of the battle between Ash Charizard and the king of Charizard Valley. Anyway, whether she wins or loses, she has a great chance of persuading Ash to keep his Charizard in Charizard Valley for a while. Let alone the failure of the king of Charizard Valley. What if she gave up the throne to Ash Charizard? She would be happier if she did this. After all, this means that Ash's Charizard is not just temporarily living in Charizard Valley, but is closely tied to the vital interests of the valley. Not only can the overall gene of the Charizard Valley tribe be improved, but Charizard Valley can also be used to add another powerful combat force. So what if Charizard is Ash's Pokemon? The lifespan of Pokemon is much longer than that of Trainer. Just like the old Johto Region Elite was once the king of Charizard Valley for Trainer. After Ash's 100 years, Charizard has been the king of Charizard Valley for so many years. Then Charizard belongs to Charizard Valley, right? It has nothing to do with Ash and his descendants. It has to be said that Jiku's wishful thinking is very loud, but can things really go as smoothly as she thought? Charizard, give it a full power flamethrower. In the field, Ash commanded Charizard to launch a new round of attacks. It was also Charizard's first round of attacks after its attributes were fully enhanced. Roar! After receiving Ash's order, Charizard excitedly roared, and the eyes of the whole Pokémon seem to be ignited with flames. The opportunity to retaliate has come. Although Charizard's flamethrower from the Valley King just now was within Ash's plan, it was also hit hard. It has always been revengeful. It just got hit by a flamethrower, and this time it has to return one. It's not too much. So, after the physical strength was damaged and the Mad Blood ability was activated, all the attributes were improved, reaching or even exceeding Charizard's Valley King. Through its own equipment, the power effect of Fire-type skills and moves is increased by 50%. Fire-type carrying Props Charcoal. It exploded with the most powerful flamethrower in its life. At this time, Ash Charizard opened his mouth and a thick pillar of fire spewed out of his mouth. It blasted directly at Charizard Valley King, who was across the lake from it. Unlike the orange-yellow flamethrower of normal Charizard, Ash Charizard's flamethrower was even a little white because of the high temperature. There is no doubt that at such a terrifying temperature, even the metal body of Steelix would be easily melted. At this time, after seeing Ash Charizard's terrifying flamethrower, Charizard Valley King's ferocious face with scars inevitably showed some panic. Even as a Fire-type Pokémon, it has a certain resistance attribute to Fire-type skills. However, when facing Ash Charizard's terrifying flamethrower, it did not have the slightest confidence that it could resist it. This is not the skill power that a champion-level Pokémon should have. In fact, the flamethrower, which was enough to make Charizard, the former king of the valley, doubt his life, is not Ash Charizard's full power. You should know that Ash Charizard's Blood Madness ability has not yet reached the theoretical perfect increase. After Ash Charizard deliberately suffered the flamethrower of Charizard Valley King, he only lost 30% of his physical strength. According to the bonus of Ash Charizard's hidden ability Blood Madness, all attributes are increased by 3%. At this time, Ash Charizard's all attributes have only been increased by about 90% on the original basis. If the Blood Madness ability effect is open to the limit, in theory, Charizard's all attributes can be increased by 300% on the original basis. In other words, the overall attribute will be several times higher than before. Moreover, when Charizard's health is less than 1/3, Ash Charizard's normal ability Fierce Fire will also be triggered, and the power effect of Fire-type skills will be increased by 50%. In addition, the Fire-type carrying item Charcoal equipped will increase the power effect of Fire-type skills by 50%. With the three combined, Ash Charizard's full attribute will become several times the original, and the power of Fire-type skills will be greatly improved on this basis. Such a terrifying improvement is probably enough to make Charizard cross a large level gap. It is no exaggeration to say that once Charizard's full buff is added, in terms of attack power, it is enough to match the third-level god of IV.78 and may even surpass it. Of course, the 300% attribute improvement of the Crazy Blood ability can only exist in theory after all. After all, when that moment really comes, Charizard's own health value will be completely cleared. Therefore, the hidden ability Mad Blood can only bring Charizard an attribute improvement of 300%, but it can't really reach that level. But even so, it is enough. The loss of physical strength in exchange for the improvement of all attributes, and the extreme strengthening of the attack power attribute. The improvement brought to Charizard's strength will be extremely huge and amazing. It even has the ability to theoretically cross a large level of battle. At this time, facing Charizard's flamethrower under the incomplete contest condition, Charizard, the king of the valley, has already been afraid. If possible, it is willing to stop the battle immediately and give the title of Charizard Valley King to Ash's Charizard. However, both sides are very clear that this battle will never stop until one side completely loses the ability to fight, especially since this is a civil war between Charizards. Even though Ash and Charizard are not so interested in Charizard's status as the king of the valley. But Charizard wanted to avenge the arrow just now, and it also wanted to show its strength and gain a lot of combat experience by defeating the king of Charizard Valley. At its current level, the combat experience it can get by fighting a large number of weak wild Pokémon is really a drop in the bucket. It is even less than the experience it can get by training itself in the Pokémon home. After all, Ash's method for Breeder Charizard is the best version of the system reward, which foreshadows Charizard's path to godhood. The effect is even better than the training method in Charizard Valley, the holy land of Charizard. In fact, not only is the experience gained from fighting wild Pokémon a drop in the bucket, even fighting with trainers, the combat experience that can be gained is extremely limited. Li Xiao Xiao. After all, in this world, low-level trainers still account for the vast majority. Even quasi-elite trainers are very rare, not to mention the elites above them, champion-level trainers. Fighting with these trainer Pokémon can only bring Ash Charizard very limited combat experience. Now that he finally caught a champion-level Charizard Valley King, he must squeeze out all its value and get the wool from it. It is far from enough to just perfect the combat routines and tactics developed during training in the battle. After squeezing out its value in this regard, he must beat it hard and harvest a considerable amount of combat experience before letting it go. This is to improve Ash Charizard's own level. Although Ash has many ways to increase Charizard's combat experience and even improve its level, but the number of Pokémon he needs to cultivate is too many, and it can be said that the landlord has no surplus food. If there's a chance to let them gain combat experience through fighting, it can also relieve Ash's pressure to cultivate Pokémon to a great extent. He has more than 20 Pokémon, but they are all cultivated according to the strength of the main Pokémon. This is completely different from the situation where other trainers only cultivate a team of 6 main Pokémon. And in the foreseeable future, Ash will capture more Pokémon as main Pokémon cultivation. Of course, no matter how many resources there are, they cannot be consumed casually. It is better to save a little in other ways. In fact, in addition to the king of Charizard Valley, Ash also has his eyes on other Charizards living in Charizard Valley. As the holy land of the Charizard tribe, Charizard Valley not only has a large number of Charizards living there, but also has high quality. Elite level, newly evolved Charizards have no place in Charizard Valley at all. Gym-level Charizards are the weakest here. Only quasi-elite, or even 450 Charizards, can have a little status. For Ash, this is a huge pool of opportunities. By constantly challenging the large number of Charizards in the Charizard Valley, Ash can help those Pokémon in the team who cannot find a suitable rival to quickly increase their levels. Of course, the level increase speed here is only relative. Other trainers who travel for several years can definitely be upgraded to elite Pokémon. The Pokémon in Ash's team are still very fast, which is mainly due to 3 aspects. The first is that the Pokémon themselves are competitive enough. Not only are their talents and potentials excellent enough, but they are also much faster than Pokémon with weaker normal talents and potentials in terms of experience accumulation and level increase. And they're also hardworking enough and even start the active involution mode under the leadership of some Circle Kings. Without the supervision of Ash, the trainer, they will consciously complete the daily training tasks and do extra training from time to time. Ash even has to worry about whether they BHDJ will have physical problems due to extra training. This is in stark contrast to other Pokémon trainers who try to find ways and even beg for help all day long, hoping that Pokémon can seriously complete the trainer plan. As for the second aspect, it is related to Ash's system cheats. Even if no relevant resources are provided, as long as it is Ash's Pokémon, it will enjoy a hidden benefit. When a level does not reach the upper limit of the talent potential, as long as the experience is accumulated enough, the level can be naturally upgraded. There is no such thing as some Pokémon occasionally encountering a card level. In this way, the level upgrade speed is naturally much faster than that of normal Pokémon. As for the third reason, it is related to Ash, the trainer. Through continuous learning and improvement since the start of the journey, Ash's personal ability has made great progress. Whether in terms of trainer or breeder, he is no less than a real master. He is a real champion-level trainer and breeder. With Ash's strong personal ability, script in hand, and the assistance of unnatural powers such as psychic, Ash can easily tailor the most suitable training methods for the Pokémon in the team according to their individual conditions, which can maximize their potential, improve experience acquisition efficiency, and increase the speed of leveling up. In addition, Ash has now gotten rid of the embarrassing contest condition when he first set out on his journey, especially after taking Gilroda as his younger brother. He is not short of money at all. With such strong financial support, Ash can unscrupulously provide the Pokémon in the team with special energy blocks and other rare fruits. It greatly reduces the time required for the Pokémon in his team to grow. With the three-pronged approach and joint efforts, even if the Pokémon in Ash's team do not use the various magical props obtained by completing the system residence to upgrade their levels. Compared with other trainers in Pokémon, Ash can also have a very good level-up speed. Moreover, Ash will occasionally give special treatment to the Pokémon in the team through the props rewards obtained from completing tasks. This makes the Pokémon in his team have a huge gap with a normal Pokémon. Even if the level-up speed has slowed down during this period, it is still the kind that ordinary elves need to kneel down and look up to. However, being able to speed up the level-up of Pokémon in the team and the speed of combat power formation through the large experience pool of Charizard Valley is, of course, what Ash wants. In addition to these factors, there is another factor that makes Ash and Charizard not give up defeating the king of Charizard Valley and coexist peacefully at this time. That is, Ash cannot frustrate Charizard's spirit of victory. After all, his Charizard is going to become the strongest Charizard in the world and walk the path of becoming a god. On this road, there is no room for any failure, let alone a civil war with Pokémon of the same species. Even a draw is unacceptable. Therefore, no matter what the purpose is, Charizard Valley King must be defeated by Ash and Charizard today. Under the gaze of the crowd, Ash Charizard's flamethrower, which was even a little white due to the high temperature. It fell directly on the fierce-looking Charizard Valley King. Only a huge roar similar to a gas explosion was heard, and the whole scene burst into violent flames. Along with the flames, there were billowing smoke. The flames and smoke almost covered the entire lake. At this time, the densely packed stone pillars above the lake surface in the lake were completely melted under the aftermath of Ash Charizard's flamethrower. It turned into boiling magma and merged into the lake. The extreme collision of cold and heat made the entire lake's surface emit a hissing sound, like the quenching of raw iron. Along with the sound, there was the mist rising from the bottom. The mist mixed with fire and smoke made the entire battlefield look like a doomsday disaster. As their vision was blocked, Sunday, Serena, Jiku, and little Lisa became more and more curious about the situation on the field. Of course, they were also curious about the outcome. Rather, they wondered whether Charizard Valley could still retain a little strength to hold on to the next moment under Ash Charizard's flamethrower attack, which was so powerful that it made them tremble with fear. With curiosity and expectation, the thick smoke mist covering the entire battlefield was dispelled under the effect of Ash Psychic. When the sight was restored, the few people saw a familiar, huge, and strong figure floating quietly on the lake, with white eyes, as if it had lost its fighting ability. This figure was not other Pokémon, but the previously majestic Charizard Valley King. However, at this time, it looked less domineering than before. The skin was burned and a little charred, and the white eyes had turned into ripples. The flame on the tail, which symbolized vitality, was also reduced from more than half a person's height to the size of a fist, and it was flickering as if it could go out any time. Obviously, under the attack of Ash Charizard's terrifying flamethrower. Not only did it not hold on, but it was also directly lost its fighting ability without being hit. This injury, even if it received timely help, would take at least 10 days and a half months to recover. At this moment, everyone who saw this scene was shocked. Although they expected similar results, they did not expect how miserable Charizard, the king of the valley, would be. This was just a skill from Ash Charizard. Ash Charizard, congratulations! Sunday, Serena exclaimed, and then quickly came to Ash, who was walking towards this side with Charizard. They both jumped up, like a koala normal hanging on Ash's body. Ash held one in each hand and sent the two cute little girlfriends to his shoulders, enjoying the blessing of having two people together. Woo! At the same time, little Lisa walked shyly to Ash Charizard. While expressing congratulations to Ash Charizard, she wanted to get close to Ash's Charizard. It looks like a dog licker. If the little dragon lickers who admire it in Charizard Valley see this, they will probably lose their faith. Their goddess is no different from a dog licker in front of Ash Charizard. However, Ash Charizard doesn't take Lisa's courtesy seriously at all. The partner he can accept doesn't have to be good-looking, but must have strength and talent potential. Although she doesn't have to be much stronger than it, she must be a champion. From this point of view, Lisa should have no hope in this life. As a Pokemon that could be equipped to Ye Xuan, an ordinary manager of Charizard Valley, Lisa's talent potential can only be said to be quite normal in the entire Charizard Valley. Apart from her appearance, there is nothing to show off. Although even as a relatively ordinary member of Charizard Valley, it is enough to surpass most trainer Charizards outside. However, compared with Ash's Charizard, it is much inferior, so that it was not even in Ash Charizard's eyes. At this time, Ye Xuan, who saw little Lisa's embarrassing path, didn't care about taking little Lisa away or putting her back into the Pokeball. At this time, she looked at the king of Charizard Valley floating on the water with a worried look, who had lost his fighting ability and whose contest condition was very bad. She hurriedly took out a communication device from her small bag and dialed a number. After saying a lot of gibberish, she was relieved after getting a positive answer from the other party, and her tense spirit relaxed a little. She called the Pokemon Center closest to Charizard Valley. Since the Charizards in Charizard Valley often fight, most of the injuries can heal themselves. But there are still a few difficult injuries that require the intervention of professional medical teams. Therefore, based on the principle of proximity, the medical work in Charizard Valley is basically handled by Nurse Joy of the nearest Pokemon Center. At this time, she was free and could come over immediately to treat the king of Charizard Valley. Therefore, Ye Xuan, who had made the call, relaxed completely. It is no exaggeration to say that although he lost the battle with Ash, please give me flowers, but the king of Charizard Valley is still a real Pokemon standing at the top of the champion level. It is much more important than her, the manager of Charizard Valley, who can recruit at any time. She couldn't help but be nervous. After confirming that Nurse Joy would arrive here soon, she sorted out her mood. She put on a bright smile and warmly invited Ash and his three companions to go to the interior of Charizard Valley. She thought about implementing her beautiful dragon plan from now on, hooking up with Ash's Charizard and successfully staying in Charizard Valley for a while, leaving its excellent genes to improve the overall level of the Charizard group in the entire Charizard Valley. 0. And Ash just wanted to go in and level up. Of course, he accepted Ye Xuan's invitation without hesitation. He was very happy to receive the experience pack that was delivered to his door. Miss Ye Xuan, you don't need to send it. Let's just leave it like this. We'll come again next time if we have a chance. A few hours later, Ash and his three companions walked out of Charizard Valley with smiles on their faces. Ye Xuan looked reluctant to leave. She was like a host trying her best to keep the guests. However, her heart was particularly bitter at this moment. People's joys and sorrows are not the same. On the contrary, Ash's smile was so bitter that even Bake could not suppress it. Pokemon Dragonite 4.61 upgraded to 4.63. Pokemon Charizard upgraded from 4.69 to 4.71. After successfully entering Charizard Valley, Ash immediately proposed to see the strength of other Charizards in Charizard Valley. In order to provide an opportunity for the beautiful dragon plan, Ash's proposal could reasonably allow all the beautiful female Charizards in Charizard Valley to show themselves in front of Ash's Charizard. Therefore, Ye Xuan agreed without thinking. This also happened to give Ash a key experience pack. So, with the help of hundreds of high-level Charizards in the entire Charizard Valley, Dragonite has stabilized its champion level and is moving forward again. Previously, Dragonite also absorbed a large amount of Dragon-type energy crystals and had a very high winning rate in battles of the same level. As for Lao Peng, who had just defeated the champion-level Charizard Valley King, He had gained a lot of combat experience and was close to leveling up. In addition to the dedication of dozens of elite Charizards and even several champion-level Charizards in Charizard Valley, it also allowed Charizard to complete the level leap in an instant, breaking the difficult leap from champion level to 3 God combat power. Although the level increase is only 2 levels, it seems far less than the previous increase of other Pokémon. A task with a slightly more powerful reward can make his Pokémon get a 5-level increase. However, this is a progress from the champion level to the 3rd level God Realm. The difficulty of the increase and the actual increase after the increase, National 5 countries, are very considerable. After achieving the purpose of this trip, Ash did not plan to stay any longer. Could it be that he really wanted to leave Charizard in Charizard Valley to practice? Don't be kidding. If Charizard was still as strong as in the original plot, he would have a high probability of doing so. However, his Charizard is now terribly strong. Whether it is resources, training methods, or environment, staying with him will help it more than staying in Charizard Valley. What's more, staying in Charizard Valley is not a free benefit. As for the price to be paid, it can only be said that those who understand will understand. Although Ash, who has seen through all this, and Lao Peng, who has terribly high requirements for choosing a spouse, don't buy her tricks at all. Even if they stay, there will be no loss. But similarly, there is no obvious benefit. It is a completely meaningless choice. Therefore, after achieving the goal, Bougie and Serena Sunday said goodbye to Ji directly. This is exactly why Ji's face turned ugly. At this moment, she was completely numb, even more helpless than when she found out that the king of Charizard Valley did not seem to be Ash Charizard rival in the previous battle. She did not expect that Ash Charizard would show such great interest in the Charizards in the valley, and even challenged all the Charizards in Charizard Valley one by one. But after the end, he said goodbye without a trace of nostalgia. At this moment, her mind was blank, and her whole head was buzzing. She opened her mouth, wanting to retain something, and then thought of Ash Charizard's terrifying strength, and closed her mouth obediently. Just relying on this Charizard, Ash is already a champion-level Pokémon trainer. There's not been even one trainer of this level in the entire Johto region. The champion position of the entire Johto region alliance has been vacant for a long time, and this is the reason. The champion position of the neighboring Kanto alliance is vacant because the strength of the incumbent Elite Four is enough to compete for the championship position, and no one can defeat the other 3 to win the championship throne. This is a sharp contrast. And this is also the pain in the hearts of many people in Johto region. There is no real top combat power, which also leads to the crazy expansion of the Rocket Team in Chengdu region. It is no exaggeration to say that the Rocket Team executives sent by Giovanni to Johto region are even stronger than the Elite Four in Johto region in terms of combat power. It is an exaggeration that the high-end combat power of the evil organization can actually suppress the official Pokémon Alliance in a place. That is why the top executives of the Johto Region Alliance are often unable to do anything when facing many public security issues. No wonder in the theatrical version of the original storyline animation, Bixias, a senior executive, could capture Shalebi unscrupulously in the Johto region and even make so much noise in the forest, while the Johto Region Alliance did not even make a fart from beginning to end. If it were the Kanto region, the 4 elites would have been dispatched all over the world to hunt down Bixias. In the final analysis, it is because the Johto Region Alliance did not have overwhelming strength when facing the Rocket Team Johto Region branch, so did not seem so confident when facing the Rocket Team, making trouble. The people of the Johto region can usually only be angry at their lack of resistance in this matter. There is no way who let the Elite Four next door be more powerful than each other. On the other hand, they don't even have a champion-level trainer, and they can't be generous to those fierce wolf desperados who can sell out Tinchier for profit. Of course, the Johto Region Alliance is not worthless. At least when facing the Kanto Alliance, the only thing that made the people of Johto region feel that they had made a comeback was the regional conference. The value of the Kanto Region Indigo Plateau Conference is much lower than that of the Johto Region Silver Conference. For many competitions, The champion level of the Kanto Region Indigo Plateau Conference can only reach the top 4 or top 8 in the Johto Region Silver Conference. Therefore, the Johto Region Alliance invested heavily in the Silver Conference and the excellent Pokemon trainers in the region, hoping that a champion trainer belonging to the region can be born from a young generation of talented trainers. It is precisely because the Johto region has no real champion trainer that the Johto Region Alliance always seems to be very insecure when facing unofficial powerful trainers. If she dared to express her intention to force Ash Charizard to stay, Ash would not need to do it himself, as long as he slightly revealed his dissatisfaction to the Johto Region Alliance. She, Jiku, will soon become an official abandoned child of the Johto Region Alliance. The outcome may be several times more miserable than dereliction of duty, failing to successfully keep Ash's Charizard in Charizard Valley. Losing a job is just a small matter, and it may even affect the trainer career of relatives and future generations at home, which is a big deal. As for even if there is a chance of successfully keeping Ash Charizard in Charizard Valley after speaking up, helping her get promoted and get a raise. But after thinking about the consequences and probability of failure, Jiku still shut his mouth obediently. With a smile that was uglier than crying, he sent Ash and his party out of Charizard Valley. Looking at the valley full of Charizards who were beaten to the point of losing their fighting ability, and each Charizard had a bruised face, Jiku wanted to cry, but had no tears. At the same time, thinking that only the king of Charizard Valley was injured, he quickly rushed to Nurse Joy of Charizard Valley with portable medical supplies and Chansey. He stared at everything in front of him in amazement. His mouth opened into an O shape that could fit an egg. It took her a long time to calm down her emotions. She walked forward and patted Jiku, who was still immersed in sadness and wanted to cry, but had no tears. She cast a confused look at Jiku. Didn't you tell me on the phone just now that there was only one Charizard that needed treatment? 0.5 as a result. She only brought portable medical supplies and Chansey with her, which was enough to treat one Pokemon of Charizard Valley King at most. As a result, all the Charizards in the entire Charizard Valley have lost their combat ability and have scars of varying degrees of severity. What's the situation? Could it be that Charizard Valley has encountered an external enemy? But what kind of enemy can do such a shocking thing? Although Charizard Valley only has one Charizard protection area, its military strength is one of the best in the entire alliance. Not to mention Charizard Valley King, the champion-level Charizard. There are dozens of other champions and elite Pokemon. It can be said that with them, the entire Charizard Valley can be guaranteed to be safe. This is why Charizard Valley only needs Jiku as a security guard. But what is going on now? All the Charizards in the entire valley, including the Charizard Valley King, were knocked to the ground and lost their ability to fight. What kind of powerful enemy attack would cause this to happen? The most likely possibility is that they were invaded by an evil organization. The most active organization in the Johto region is the evil organization Team Rocket in the Kanto region. They have been actively developing towards the Johto region for several years, and now they're even forming a trend of competing with the Johto Region Alliance. On the surface, the most capable team to do this is Team Rocket. But if it is Team Rocket, given their usual nature of liking to snatch other Pokemon, after defeating all the Charizards in the Charizard Valley, it would be reasonable to forcibly subdue them and take them away. Why would they be so kind as to let them stay here? Even Jiku, a staff member of the Alliance, who was regarded as an enemy by them, was left safely. At this time, Nurse Joy's mind was full of doubts, and no one could answer them. She could only look at Jiku with a confused look, hoping to get a reasonable answer from her. However, after watching for a long time, Nurse Joy found that Jiku was still in a daze and obviously had not recovered from her own world, so she immediately reached out and patted her face. "Hey Jiku, wake up! What happened in Charizard Valley? Who attacked these Charizards who lost their combat ability?" Jiku, who was disturbed by the outside world, finally recovered from the contest condition of wandering in the sky. Looking at Nurse Joy's familiar face, he could no longer suppress his inner grievances and began to complain to Nurse Joy. A moment later, Nurse Joy, who learned the truth from Jiku, had black question marks all over her head. A young trainer from Kanto region, who looked like he had only been traveling for a few years at most. He actually had a powerful Charizard in his hand that was enough to defeat the king of Charizard Valley. And after defeating the king of Charizard Valley, he commanded a Dragonite and Charizard to beat all the Charizards in the entire Charizard Valley. This thing sounds really a bit like a fairy tale. Could it be that Jiku was making up a story to deceive her? However, the truth is already in front of her, and the truth should be what Jiku said. It is not that Team Rocket is so bored that they deliberately ran over to defeat all the Charizards in Charizard Valley and did not forcibly subdue any of them, and then just patted their butts and left. That is a more fantastic thing, in her opinion. Moreover, with the overall combat power of Charizard Valley, even if Team Rocket does not use various high-tech means against Pokemon, it is impossible to easily take over Charizard Valley and defeat all the Charizards here. But even if what Jiku said is the truth, it is still a bit unbelievable for Ms. Toei. Shaking her head, putting aside the shock in her heart for the time being, Nurse Joy took out the communicator and called the Pokemon Center where she worked. Unlike the anime Ash watched in his previous life, the Pokemon Center is not only staffed by Nurse Joy, Chansey, Blissey, and other Pokemon. There are many other ordinary medical staff. Nurse Joy is more of a poster girl or the director. Many treatments are done by ordinary medical staff using special advanced medical equipment and some Pokemon with healing functions. After the call was made, an ordinary staff member in a white coat answered the phone soon. Before he could ask Nurse Joy if she had forgotten to bring any equipment, he received an order from Nurse Joy to lead all the medical staff, medical equipment, and medical Pokemon in the entire Pokemon Center, temporarily close the Pokemon Center, and go to Charizard Valley. There was no other way. Charizard Valley was a protected area that the top leaders of the Johto Region Alliance attached great importance to. These injured Charizards must be treated well enough as soon as possible. Half an hour later, the medical staff who had almost emptied the entire Pokemon Center came to Charizard Valley one after another. Seeing the powerful Charizards lying densely in the Charizard Valley and losing their fighting ability, they were also in shock and deep thought. Ash, when we just met, why did Jiku's attitude suddenly change after he learned that you were Charizard's trainer? Not to mention that Charizard Valley was already busy with the medical staff who treated the Charizards who lost their fighting ability, and Jiku, who turned into a complaining monster and wanted to catch every medical staff to tell him about his miserable experience. At the same time, Ash and his three companions had left Charizard Valley and headed for a long distance in the direction of Azalea Town. On the way, Sunday and Serena finally couldn't help their curiosity and asked the questions that had been buried in their hearts for a long time, hoping that Ash could give an answer. The answer is simple. This is the main reason why Charizard Valley can continue to this day and continue to grow. Ash's answer directly raised the expectations of the two women, and they all cast curious eyes on him. They didn't understand how this was connected to the continued growth of Charizard Valley. Ash cleared his throat and began to explain to them. In fact, most of the Charizards living in Charizard Valley are from outside. They are the offspring of Charizards who stayed in Charizard Valley for training and mated with the native Charizards. Therefore, when Jiku, the administrator of Charizard Valley, found out that we had Charizards, his attitude changed 180 degrees. He warned us to leave at the beginning and invited us to visit Charizard Valley. Not all Charizards are qualified to stay in Charizard Valley and leave offspring. Those Charizards with low talent and potential, limited future achievements, or even those who can only evolve barely, are naturally not welcomed by Charizard Valley. After all, they still hope to improve the overall genetic level of Charizard Valley through the Charizard from outside. So there is the so-called test at the beginning. The final test of Earl Dervish is that the Charizard from outside carries his trainer and successfully follows Jiku and Little Lisa to the entrance of Charizard Valley. Then there is the test of challenging the Charizards in the valley. After screening through these two tests, it can be guaranteed that the ones who stay and end all the Charizards in Charizard Valley meet their requirements and are talented enough to make the Charizard Valley tribe continue to grow and develop. This is also the reason why Ye Xuan did not refuse when I asked to challenge other Charizards in Charizard Valley again after defeating the Charizard Valley King. The talent potential of my Charizard has reached the point where a single Charizard is enough to greatly improve the gene level of the entire tribe. If Ye Xuan did not show such a strong utilitarianism at the beginning, and Charizard himself has his own favorite in Charizard Valley, it will be fine for us to suffer a little and keep Charizard here for a while. Unfortunately, if these two requirements cannot be met, then I will definitely not keep Charizard. When we left, Ye Xuan's unnatural expression proved that her goal was not achieved. After listening to Ash's words, Sunday and Serena showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. Neither of them expected that there were so many things hidden behind the seemingly simple trip to Charizard Valley. No wonder Ye Xuan's attitude changed several times before entering Charizard Valley, especially when Ash Charizard was fighting with the king of Charizard Valley. As the situation changed, Ye Xuan's expression was as wonderful as a chameleon. The reasons all appeared here. Fortunately, in the end, Ash used Ye Xuan's utilitarianism to trick her and used all the Charizards in the entire Charizard Valley as experience packs, and didn't leave his own Charizard in the valley. No wonder Ye Xuan was hesitant and looked like he was about to say something when the group left. Presumably, if Ash hadn't shown enough powerful force in the battle before Charizard Valley, Ye Xuan would have turned his face at that time and used various excuses, coercion, or inducement to ask Ash to leave his Charizard in Charizard Valley. Thinking of this, Sunday and Serena's impression of Ye Xuan and normal became worse. In their hearts, they silently put her and Charizard Valley on the blacklist. Although the process of Charizard Valley was not so harmonious because of Ye Xuan's overly strong desire for profit, Ash was still quite satisfied with the final result. Not only did Charizard complete a major breakthrough, from champion level to third level god, perfectly breaking through the upper limit of his potential. Even Dragonite has made great progress. Speaking of which, Dragonite has been really proud of himself recently. 3 Dragon-type energy crystals, plus the numerous Charizards who defeated Charizard Valley and whose levels were online, directly let it consolidate its champion-level strength. Compared with when it just entered the champion level, its foundation has become more powerful. And with the species strength of quasi-god Pokémon up to 600, and the huge hidden benefits brought by absorbing Dragon-type energy crystals. According to Ash's prediction, Dragonite of level 63 can fight against ordinary Pokémon of level 67. You know, in the champion-level field, the difference in the improvement of Pokémon at each level is visible to the naked eye, and such an increase is already remarkable. In contrast, the improvement of Lugia, who was at the elite level before absorbing the flying-type secret treasure, is not so obvious. However, considering that a legendary Pokémon like it needs more experience to advance than a quasi-god Pokémon like Dragonite, Ash is not in a hurry at all. At least in his hands, Lugia can have a growth rate hundreds or thousands of times faster than under natural contest conditions. What's more, Lugia, who has now strengthened his flying type with the flying attribute energy crystal, has already learned the exclusive skill of the Lugia family, Aeroblast, in advance. And because of the enhanced flying type, the power of the ice-spinning attack is much stronger than normal. When facing some lower-level enemies, there is no problem in pretending to be the sea god Lugia. As long as the level of little Lugia is slightly raised, I believe it will soon be able to initially possess some of the power of its parent, the sea god Lugia. Ash is thinking about when to let little Lugia experience some experience, preferably in a high-quality game. Every time he fights against wild Pokémon, on the one hand, the efficiency of experience gain is too low. On the other hand, it is not conducive to testing and perfecting the tactics developed in training, compared with Pokémon with trainers, especially those commanded by high-level trainers. The skills that those wild Pokémon have figured out through fighting can only be said to be too immature. In the trainer world, there have always been flatter wild Pokémon. Because of the living conditions, the fighting skills honed between life and death are better than the skills of Pokémon with trainers. In fact, this method is wrong and extremely absurd. The living conditions of wild Pokémon in the Pokémon world are probably similar to those of wild animals in Ash's previous life. Due to the lack of advanced medical conditions, once they are seriously injured, they are likely to be starved or die. Therefore, in most cases, wild Pokémon will try their best to avoid evenly matched battles. From birth to death, a wild Pokémon may not experience as many real battles as the one experienced in the 10 years of traveling with the trainer. In addition, they have to train at ordinary times. It can be said that even without command, most Pokémon captured by human trainers can beat normal wild Pokémon individuals, as long as the trainer commands and the training level is not too bad. Therefore, if you always fight against wild Pokémon, it is difficult to test the results of Lugia's tactical development. In addition to the level increase of Pokémon, the side quest to the strongest Charizard must be started as soon as possible. Fortunately, he knows a lot of legendary Pokémon in the Johto region, and he has to find an opportunity to arrange a battle for Charizard. Now that it has been promoted to the 3rd level of God, I believe it will not be as dangerous as before when facing legendary Pokémon. Of course, it is not advisable to rush to find legendary Pokémon. He has many plots in Johto region where he can see legendary beasts. He will meet them sooner or later. Ash plans to move forward at his own pace. The group, Li Xiao, continued to move forward 2.5 days later. As soon as they stepped into a forest, Ash's psychic perception ability that enveloped the surroundings at all times discovered 2 figures. They were standing motionless in the bushes not far in front of the 3 people. One of them is obviously a human from the outline of his body, and the other one is a Pokémon, and it looks quite powerful, at least at the level of Quasi-Master. Ding! Trigger the plot mission. Use Bug-type Pokémon to help Muramasa defeat his son Shingo Sizer and make him understand the true meaning of Pokémon battles. Mission reward: 1 million points, a clue to the top-quality Scyther. At the same time, a system-triggered mission reminder sound suddenly came to Ash's mind. Ash, who had not received any missions for several days, was delighted and accepted the mission without hesitation. Ash, who accepted the task, nodded with satisfaction. The system is still powerful enough. He had been thinking about catching those Pokémon of this type that had corresponding Mage Evolution Stones, but had not been caught yet. Now a task with a reward of clues to the top-quality Scyther came, which was just what he wanted. In fact, in addition to traveling and training Pokémon these days, Ash has been using Psychic to consciously explore the surroundings, but the result was a bit disappointing. Although the number of Bug-type Pokémon is the largest among all attribute Pokémon, but most of them have poor qualifications. Along the way, even with the help of Psychic, which has a very wide range of exploration, the best Bug-type Pokémon Ash encountered even had the potential of purple level. It was similar to the Caterpie he caught in the Evergreen Forest when he just set out. Although it is already an outstanding existence for an ordinary trainer, it is still far from Ash's requirements. At present, the Pokémon with the lowest talent potential in Ash's team have been upgraded to elite level. According to Ash's idea, in the future, in addition to the partners captured in the original plot, at the very least, he will choose to capture Pokémon with enough red potential talent to be upgraded to elite level. After all, the number of Pokémon he has on hand is too many, and except for the Pokémon tribes raised in the Pokémon home, most of them are cultivated as the main force. Even if his ability and financial resources are sufficient, his energy is limited. In order to gather the Mega Evolution Pokémon races that have been activated by the Mage Bracelet, Ash has lowered a threshold. As long as the talent potential reaches red, he will choose to capture it. In the current forest environment, the easier one to find is undoubtedly Scyther. But even though he has lowered the requirements once, he still hasn't encountered a Scyther that meets the requirements during the 2 days. So, Ash is worrying about this matter. He even considered riding Pidgeot and returning to the Evergreen Forest in the Kanto region for a while. He went to search for a Scyther that meets his requirements to capture. After all, Evergreen Forest is the largest forest in the Kanto region and the largest gathering place for Bug-type Pokémon. There are a large number of Bug-type Pokémon. With such a large base, As long as he is patient, he will definitely be able to find a Scyther that meets Ash's requirements and has quasi-elite potential. Even elite-level Scythers may be found, but if they do this, they will have to temporarily interrupt their travel plans. This is a method that Ash will choose when there is really no other way. But now, since the system task that rewards the clues of the top-quality Scyther has been triggered, there is no need to be so troublesome. Since he can capture the top-quality Scyther with gold qualifications, why should he go far away? Ash himself is not very interested in bug Pokemon, and Scyther is one of the ones that suits his taste. Known as a natural warrior, it has a species strength of 500 points. It is also one of the best among all bug-type Pokemon. In addition, they are naturally aggressive and can often show more powerful combat performance than usual in battle. Even Ash, who has never been interested in bug Pokemon, has to admit that Scyther is indeed a very suitable Pokemon to capture. And it can also evolve into Scizor, although its species strength has not changed after evolution. But the attribute has changed from the original Bug plus Flying to Bug plus Steel, and the weaknesses have been reduced a lot. The most important thing is that Scizor also has a Mage evolution. Therefore, Ash must complete the task of helping Uncle Muramasa teach his son Shingo a lesson and make him return to the right path. In the original story, his Heracross was able to defeat Shingo's Scizor with its explosive power. Moreover, the current Ash and Heracross are far from being comparable to those in the original story. The Scizor that defeated Shingo dealt him a heavy blow, and it was even easier to make him turn back from his wrong path. Suppressing his thoughts, Ash recalled the original story. He silently pulled Sunday and Serena behind him, and then held the Pokeball belonging to Pikachu. "Come out, Pikachu. Use Thunderbolt in that direction." Pika. The Pikachu flew out of the Pokeball and blasted a golden electric current towards the bushes in the direction Ash pointed. This was the Thunderbolt attack that it had controlled. Masamune quickly blocked this thunder shock. In the bushes, Ash originally saw Shinde and Serena, who were beside him behind him. Realizing that it was very likely that his and Masamune's whereabouts had been exposed, Muramasa had no time to wonder how Ash had discovered them. He had to jump out of the bushes where he was hiding under Pikachu's Thunderbolt attack. Afterwards, he directed his Scizor Masamune to use Bullet Punch to block Pikachu's Thundershock skill. Titty, accompanied by a sound of electricity and Scizor's slightly painful growl. Scizor's hard claws, which directly received Pikachu's Thunderbolt, showed a shocking burnt black color. The momentum of the whole Pokemon was visibly weakened, and this is the result of Pikachu's control of strength, greatly reducing the power of the 10 million volt Thunderbolt. Otherwise, the champion-level Pikachu's Thunderbolt would have electrocuted Scizor to a crisp on the outside and tender on the inside. Seeing that trump card Scizor, who had won countless championships with him, suffered a great loss in front of Ash's Pikachu, Muramasa's pupils suddenly shrank, and his face was full of disbelief. This is absolutely impossible. With his eyesight, it is not difficult to see that Ash Pikachu's current is not a Thunderbolt that is played with all his strength, and it is not even a more powerful electric skill like Thunder. Even so, his trump card Pokemon Scizor still suffered a lot of damage. How strong is this Pikachu? Quasi-elite? No, it is definitely not just a quasi-elite. At least it must be an elite-level Pokemon. Hiss. When he thought of this, Muramasa couldn't help but take a breath. Elite-level Pokemon are rare in front of the huge base of Pokemon, not to mention an elite-level Pikachu. He had never met one before, or even heard of it. Some powerful Pokemon trainers who specialize in electric type are said to have quasi-elite Raichu. But that's just a rumor. He didn't expect that he would meet a Pikachu with at least elite-level strength here today. Although it's not so absolute, the strength of Pokemon can largely reflect the level of the trainer. This boy wearing a postcard hat and accompanied by two beautiful female companions is definitely a very powerful trainer. Even though this boy doesn't even look as old as his son Shingo. Perhaps the opportunity to change his son Shingo's arrogant idea that Pokemon battles can be simulated by data is right in front of him. Thinking of this, Muramasa immediately patted the weak Scizor. Then he took a step forward and bowed deeply to Ash and his pet to apologize. Even though he only had some ideas in his mind and didn't have time to implement the plan to sneak attack Ash to test his strength. But his behavior of hiding in the bush with Sizer, anyone with a discerning eye can see that he is definitely not holding back anything good. Those passing trainers who were far less powerful than him before were okay. But in front of Ash, a strong man whose details he couldn't figure out at all, it was necessary to remain humble. Not to mention that he now needs Ash's help. What are you and Sizer doing here? At this time, Sunday and Serena came back to their senses from the incident and poked their heads out from behind Ash and said to Muramasa unhappily, "This guy is hiding there, and it seems that he is still waiting for an opportunity to attack if Ash is not with them. Even if the other party does not have more excessive ideas, it is enough to scare them. After all, Muramasa's Sizer has a combat power that exceeds the gym level. Even if Sunday can defeat it, it was completely unprepared just now. If it was attacked by such a Pokémon, it would be too dangerous. Dear ladies, I am really sorry. I apologize to you again." Faced with the questioning of Sunday and Serena, Muramasa hurriedly bowed to the two of them and apologized repeatedly. Then, after Sunday and Serena calmed down a little, they carefully looked at Ash's eyes and saw that he was calm and did not show any anger. He heaved a sigh of relief and then told the reason and difficulties of his ambush in the bushes. So that's what happened. After hearing about the ideological conflict between Uncle Muramasa and his son Shingo, and understanding that his purpose of doing this was to find young trainers with outstanding strength, invite them to help defeat Shingo, and change Shingo's wrong ideas. Sunday and Serena nodded, and the slight resentment in their hearts quickly dissipated. It's pitiful that parents in the world would make such a decision for their children. And the other party's attack was quite measured, and he didn't intend to hurt anyone. Although the two of them were not angry, whether the matter could be exposed or not depended on Ash's intention. They would not do anything beyond their authority, and Ash decided how to deal with this matter. At this time, the three of them looked at Ash in unison, wanting to know Ash's views and decisions on this matter. Seeing that the uncle had apologized and had a good attitude, plus he was supposed to have a mission, Ash did not pursue the matter further, waved his hand, and Frillish passed it over. Then, when faced with Uncle Muramasa's request, he nodded and agreed. "Great, 3 distinguished guests, please follow me." Uncle Muramasa couldn't help showing a happy expression on his face after Ash's approval. Even he couldn't see through Ash's strength, and he would definitely teach Shingo a lesson, asking him to change the data to determine the absurd view of all Pokémon battles. In his decades of career as a trainer, he has never heard of any truly powerful trainer who won by relying on so-called computer data. It all depends on the ability of oneself and Pokémon, plus the tacit understanding between the two and the excellent command of adapting to changes in battle. As for data analysis, it is mainly a simple reference before the battle. Following Uncle Muramasa's guidance, the 3 people and the rat turned around and headed not far away. On the way, Uncle Muramasa proudly introduced the private gym he founded to them. When he was young, Uncle Muramasa was also a strong trainer. He participated in many regional conferences and won championships. When his strength reached its peak and he felt that he could not go further, he refused to be the Alliance gym leader and chose to return to his hometown to open a private Pokémon gym. He taught his experience to the teenagers in his hometown. He hoped that the teenagers in his hometown could go out and challenge various competitions like he did in the past and continue his legend. Of course, to be more realistic, it is also to earn enough Pokémon coins to meet daily expenses and better breed his only son Shingo. Unfortunately, Shingo has been obsessed with the world of data recently, thinking that data analysis is the kingly way and can easily determine the outcome of a battle, which also makes Uncle Muramasa very distressed. When the trainers of the same age in the dojo could not defeat Shingo, he always wanted to find a strong young trainer passing by to give Shingo a profound and unforgettable lesson and make him return to the right path. Unfortunately, the trainers found before were useless. Not only did they fail to defeat Shingo, but they were defeated by him one after another, which further fueled his arrogance. He even had the illusion that he was the strongest trainer, and even the regional Elite Four only had better Pokémon than him, and their command level was far inferior to his. Along the way, listening to Uncle Muramasa bragging, the few people finally arrived at the Pokémon Dojo. In the dojo, many trainers were training with their Pokémon. The three distinguished guests, please wait a moment. I will call my son over right now. Uncle Muramasa called someone to entertain Ash and the other two while hurriedly walking to a building. Ash looked around the dojo for a few seconds and then waited quietly. Facing someone like Shingo, it was enough to give him a beating from society. It just so happened that Ash was the best at this. While waiting for Uncle Muramasa, many apprentices who were training in the dojo were quietly looking at Ash and his group. Their eyes were still focused on the young and beautiful Sunday and Serena. At the same time, Ash was quite indignant about being intimately held by the two women, as if he had a complicated relationship with the two women. Envy, jealousy, hatred, all kinds of emotions. In order to show off a little in front of Sunday and Serena, they trained even harder. It was a pity that their self-indulgent behavior never received any extra attention from the two women. It was because they were full of Ash and could not tolerate other men. Many students who had tried to attract attention to no avail could only secretly guess the identities and backgrounds of Ash and his companions. Uncle Muramasa was usually quite serious, and the students present had rarely seen him smile. But when he faced Ash and his companions, his attitude seemed a little too respectful. What were the origins of these three people? Sorry to have kept you waiting for a long time. This is my son Shingo. I'll ask you to have a Pokemon battle with him later. Soon, Uncle Muramasa led a tall, thin, arrogant boy with long lavender hair tied behind his head out of a wooden building and came in front of the three people. Obviously, this purple-haired boy is his son Shingo. At this time, when Shingo heard the word son from Muramasa's mouth, his eyelids jumped involuntarily, and the corners of his mouth curled slightly, as if he was not very interested in his name. That's why when he looked at Ash, the outsider specially invited by his father Muramasa to fight Pokemon with him, his eyes were even more unfriendly. He thought that this time he must not treat the trainers his father Muramasa invited in the past lightly, and he must hit Ash hard. Long Long's lesson will be taught to him in the future. To Ash, and also to his father, sound a warning bell. Don't always find some crooked melons and jujubes to bother him in the future. No problem. Pokemon battles can be fought anytime. Anywhere is more convenient. Ash shrugged indifferently. He just wanted to complete the task faster and get the clue reward of the top-grade Scyther. Uncle Muramasa looked around for a while, and the entire dojo seemed to be the most suitable training ground, Hiroshi Field. So, he clapped his hands immediately, attracted the attention of everyone in the dojo, and announced that all training would be temporarily suspended and all apprentices would rest for half an hour. The two sides of the battle are Shingo and Ash from Kanto Region Pallet Town. The battle rules are 1v1. If one side's Pokemon loses its combat ability, it will be considered a loser in the battle. Then now, the battle officially begins. A few minutes later, the training ground was cleared and used as the battle area. Ash and the purple-haired boy Shingo were on each side, facing each other from a distance. Uncle Muramasa personally acted as a referee, declaring the rules of the battle. This is the Pokemon I want to send out. Go ahead, Bray. The purple-haired boy Shingo sent out his only Pokemon, which was a Scyther like his father, and was named Bray. After sending out Scyther, Shingo sat down cross-legged and turned on the computer he carried with him. He began to search for Kanto Region Pallet Town Ash in the database. He wanted to obtain Ash's data through the internet for the upcoming Pokemon battle. As he quickly typed on the keyboard and pressed the Enter key, all the information about Ash appeared in front of him. The champion of the Kanto Alliance Indigo Plateau Conference, the proposer and practitioner of the Mage Evolution theory, has many quasi-elite Pokemon and is suspected of having elite Pokemon. Even with the deliberate concealment of the Kanto Alliance and the Elite Four, The video of the show match between Ash and Lorelei after the Alliance competition could not be found on the internet. All that could be seen was the scene of Ash losing to Lorelei on Little Orange Island. But just these alone were enough to shock Shingo. Owning multiple quasi-elite Pokémon, his father Muramasa only had the trump card Pokémon Sizer with quasi-elite strength, and the other Pokémon were at most gym level. Even though he was very conceited, he didn't think his Sizer would be a rival of his father's Sizer. Of course, the difference between the two mainly came from the length of time he and his father had been trainers. If he was given enough time, he believed that he would be able to surpass his father sooner or later. Not to mention that in his opinion, his command method through computer analysis was much more advanced than his father's primal standing and commanding. Shingo's face suddenly became ugly after checking Ash's information. Judging from the information he knew now, if Ash seriously sent out the main Pokémon, his winning rate would immediately become negligible, basically equal to 0. He didn't expect that his father didn't find those scumbags this time. Instead, he is a powerful trainer who has surpassed his father's strength at a young age. Thinking of this, Shingo pursed his lips slightly. Then he turned his eyes to Ash, wanting to know which Pokémon Ash would send out. Flash Gyarados, which made a splash at the Kanto Region Indigo Plateau Conference, or the giant Steelix, or Charizard, which has shown a mage evolution form and is praised by many voices on the internet as the first pet of mage evolution. No matter which one, he is not capable of dealing with it now. Pokémon Sizer level 4.45. On the other side, Ash subconsciously reached out and touched his chin after checking the level of Sizer. To be honest, the level of Shingo and his Sizer is really high. Level 4.45 can definitely become a real gym trainer main Pokémon. At least in this gym, except for Uncle Muramasa, there should be no trainer who can be his rival. And this may be the important factor that led to Shingo's arrogant thoughts. But it doesn't matter. He will take action. It's time for Shingo to experience the beating from society. He is not the ordinary trainer that Uncle Muramasa found before. Putting down his thoughts, Ash reached his waist and took out the Pokeball belonging to Heracross. Then this is the Pokemon I want to send out. Come out, Heracross! Accompanied by a flash of red light, a blue-black Pokemon with a strong shell appeared in the battlefield, standing on both sides with the red Sizer. The atmosphere on the scene immediately became tense. Pokemon Heracross level V.40. After being captured by Ash, Pokemon spent a period of time in the wild and training in the Pokemon home. Heracross's level has been raised from the initial IV.35 to IV.40. This improvement is not small. It's just that there is still a certain level gap from Shingo's Sizer. However, Heracross himself is still very hardworking. Although Ash didn't focus too much on leveling it, it can still quickly improve itself in the Pokemon home. Of course, the delicious ancient tree sap still played a key role. Food is the motivation for Heracross to practice hard. On the other hand, after discovering that Ash's sent out was not the huge Steelix, Charizard, Pikachu, and other core Pokemon he imagined, Shingo was stunned for a moment. Then a trace of shame of being despised flashed in his eyes. As a Pokemon trainer who is determined to go to extreme data schools, his eyesight is naturally not bad. Otherwise, there is no way to collect data from both Pokemon in the battle to simulate the size of the odds. Of course, it can be seen that although the Heracross sent by Ash is powerful, it is not the real main Pokemon in his hands. And it is even far from it. Good. The champion of the Kanto Indigo Plateau Conference, right? Since you dare to despise me, you must pay the price. Shingo's face darkened slightly, and he said something harsh in his mind. This is not difficult to understand. Shingo had always thought highly of himself, and felt that his talent and understanding of Pokemon command far surpassed most trainers. He even thought that the gap between him and the Johto Region Elite Four was only the gap in the strength of the Pokemon themselves. After checking Ash's information, he had a hunch that if Ash sent out his main Pokemon, he would most likely lose. He also had to be prepared to lose to the powerful Pokemon sent out by Ash. Who would have thought that when Ash fought him, he actually had no intention of sending out his Met Pokemon at all. This behavior touched his fragile self-esteem. Since Ash looked down on me so much, I would slap him in the face with a hearty victory. This was his only thought at the moment. Outside the field, Uncle Muramasa, who was acting as the referee, was also stunned when he saw that Ash only sent out a level 40 Heracross. No? What the hell is this? Why didn't Ash send out Pikachu, who was guaranteed to be elite level, to play a game of no suspense and bully the weak? At the very least, he should send out other main-level Pokemon with gym-level strength or above. What's the matter with sending out this elite-level Heracross now? The level of this Heracross is much lower than Shingo's Sizer. From gym level and above, this level gap can be said to be a world of difference. What on earth was Ash thinking? Muramasa was also very depressed. He finally met a young trainer who was strong enough. He thought he could ask him to teach his misguided son a lesson and change his arrogant idea that data determines the outcome of Pokemon battles. But he got this result. Could this guy, Ash, be an actor? Or is he confident enough in his Heracross? But even if he is confident, he doesn't think that the elite Heracross 17 can beat the gym-level Mantis. At this time, Uncle Muramasa was in doubt, but his face was as calm as possible. After all, his other identity now is to ensure the fairness of the battle. It is a taboo for the referee to show a tendency to win in a battle. Even if he is just a temporary referee, he still needs to abide by this professional ethics. Outside the field, because there is no training task, and the two sides fighting are the dojo master Shingo and the envied Xiaoyu. A group of dojo students surrounded the battlefield and watched the game, while secretly guessing the winning and losing sides of this battle. Some students who have studied for a long time and have good eyesight keenly noticed the difference in momentum between Heracross and Sizer. The balance of victory in their hearts has quietly begun to tilt towards Shingo's Sizer. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart that he was indeed the son of the gym owner. Although he was a little arrogant at ordinary times, he was very powerful. Not only could he beat the entire gym without any opponents, even other foreign trainers were not his rivals. Ash's Heracross was already very powerful in their eyes, but when facing Shingo's Sizer, it was obviously much weaker. Outside the field, the only two women who had great confidence in Ash were Sunday and Serena, who had witnessed Ash creating miracles countless times, breaking all the impossible, and turning decay into magic. Not to mention that Ash only sent out a level IV.40 Heracross at this moment. Even if Ash sent out only a novice-level Pokemon, they would think that Ash must have a backup plan. It can make the novice-level Pokemon turn the tide when facing the gym-level Sizer and achieve victory. There is no other reason. Ash has brought them too many surprises. He himself is the synonym of miracle. Which normal trainer can have the ability to rival the champion trainer in such a short time? He even captured more than one legendary Pokemon. It is absolutely impossible. All this happened to Ash, making him look like a legend. Sunday and Serena, who had witnessed Ash capturing the legendary Suicune, had absolute and unconditional trust in Ash. At this moment, they ignored the pessimism of everyone around them and waved their arms to cheer for Ash and Heracross. Come on, Ash. Come on, Heracross. Teach this arrogant, purple-haired boy a lesson. In the field, Shingo confidently assumed a winning attitude and quickly entered the data of Heracross he had collected through visual observation into his portable computer and came to a satisfactory conclusion that his Sizer had a 100% chance of winning. I'm sorry, Trainer Ash of the Quartz Conference champion, who is a powerful existence with suspected elite-level strength, is about to make you lose face in front of your two female companions. I will definitely win this battle. Looking at the 100% winning rate displayed on the computer screen, Shingo raised his hand and pushed the frame of his glasses. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and he couldn't help but say in his heart. Looking at the closed laptop screen, Shingo, who looked like he was sure of winning, raised his mouth slightly. His Heracross is not an ordinary Heracross. After many special enhancements, the racial attributes of Heracross in its normal form are no less than those of quasi-god Pokemon. And this is not the limit of Heracross, After all, it has its own mage evolution form. For Heracross, it is easy to cross a large level battle. Not to mention that behind Heracross, there is Ash, a real champion-level commander, a trainer who is completely skilled in battle command. The probability of winning or losing this battle is 4:3:7, which is indeed one-sided, but it is one-sided towards Ash. Scizor, use Bullet Punch. Shingo in the field can't wait to command his main Pokemon Scizor to defeat the suspected elite trainer Ash. Heracross. This is to prove to his father Muramasa that his method of commanding battles by analyzing data is definitely feasible. Not only is it feasible, but can also be used to defeat a powerful trainer like Ash who is at the same level as his father Muramasa. Chaz. After receiving the trainer's command, Scizor called out, and then his entire figure turned into a red flash, waving the huge pincers in his hand to attack Heracross. Heracross, retreat to the right rear, and then use Horn Attack to attack straight ahead. Ash commanded calmly. In this cross-level battle, Heracross's biggest disadvantage is its speed. After all, Scizor is called the Red Flash, while Heracross's specialty is mainly concentrated in strength. In other aspects, it seems a bit weak. Not to mention, its level itself is much lower than Scizor. This is especially true when Scizor has the advantage of Bullet Punch. But it doesn't matter. If there is a shortcoming in speed, then the trainer's command level can make up for it. With Ash's command ability that is comparable to that of a normal champion-level trainer. Even if he doesn't use special abilities such as Psychic as an aid in the battle, he can easily see through the movements of Scizor and Shingo as rival and predict them in advance. Even before the opponent raises his hand to react, he has already thought of a way to deal with it. And Heracross only needs to follow his command to act, and he can easily remain invincible. At this time, in the surprised eyes of everyone, Scizor's Bullet Punch, which was fierce and as fast as lightning, was easily dodged by Heracross. Then, Heracross's Horn Attack seized the moment when Scizor's Bullet Punch was swung in the air and hit Scizor hard. It was directly pushed several meters away. If Scizor had not had an advantage in level, this attack would have been enough to seriously injure it. Even so, Scizor was still seriously injured. After all, Heracross's terrifying physical attack ability after carrying its exclusive props was no joke. After the tentative attack, everyone outside the field looked at Heracross with disbelief instead of contempt. Bullet Punch sacrificed its power specifically to get a first-hand skill that would definitely strike first. It was performed by Scizor, who had a clear level advantage. So how could it be dodged so easily? Not only that, Ash's Heracross even launched a counterattack at the moment when Bullet Punch was swung in the air. And the force of the counterattack seemed to be very different from the impression of the IV.40 Pokemon in their minds. At least the damage caused to Shingo's Scizor was several times higher than they had imagined. What on earth is going on? It's a pity that their doubts are destined to be unanswered. In the entire dojo, only Uncle Muramasa, who has a Scizor with nearly elite-level strength and has traveled far and wide in his youth and has a broad vision, has seen some clues. And it was because he saw the trick that his eyes were full of shock when he looked at Ash. Prediction ability. It was not a coincidence just now, but Ash made an accurate prediction after detecting Shingo's attack intention. Otherwise, with the speed of Heracross, it would be impossible to dodge Heracross's Bullet Punch attack in an instant and seize the opportunity to counterattack. He can only think that Ash successfully predicted Shingo's Scizor's actions before it took action. Thinking of this, Muramasa couldn't help but take a breath. He can sometimes make simple predictions, but this is only limited to the same level or even lower level rival. Moreover, his prediction results were quite crude, and it was impossible for him to be as accurate as Ash, who could even counterattack by catching the gap when the opponent attacked. Perhaps he still underestimated Ash's strong command ability as a Pokemon trainer, excluding the Pikachu with elite-level strength. Ash himself may also have an elite level of command, or even better than elite level. Even without Pikachu, Ash only needs to find more Pokemon that fit his fighting style and train them up. It would be enough to be the Elite Four in some regions and even consider the championship. But how old is Ash now? Judging from his appearance, Xiang Tian has only been traveling for 2 years. What was he doing when he was Ash's age? He hadn't even been able to capture his old friend Sizer, but he felt that he was already the best among his peers after training Pokémon like Pidgeot and Butterfree. Not to mention that he was at Ash's age. Even now that he is quite old, his achievements in the trainer path are far inferior to Ash, a junior. Muramasa sighed in his heart when he thought of this, and then suppressed his thoughts and put his attention back to this Battle King. Apart from the blow brought to him by Ash's overexcellence, the more powerful Ash is at this moment. Isn't it what he wants to see the most? Only in this way can he have a greater chance of commanding her across, who is much lower in level than Sizer, to defeat his son. Give him a wake-up call, so that he can completely wake up and give up the ridiculous method of so-called data to determine the outcome. Return to the essence of Pokemon battles. But even with Ash, who is a guaranteed elite-level commander, can Heracross, whose level is 5 levels lower than Sizer, win? Muramasa still has some doubts in his heart. Outside the field, seeing Ash's Heracross temporarily gain an advantage in the first round of confrontation. The people around who were originally not optimistic about Ash and Heracross were stunned. Sunday and Serena were so happy that their mouths were full of bright smiles, as if their mouths were about to rise to the sky. It was as if the advantage in the field was not just Ash, but they were also involved. But if you look at the problem from another angle, it is not impossible to understand it this way. After all, most of the time at night, Ash was combined with the two of them, so it might not be impossible to have one person. Not far away, Shingo was holding a laptop and waiting for his Sizer bullet punch to hit, ready to pursue the victory at any time, expand the results, and then directly defeat Ash Heracross with the next attack. He was stunned when he saw that Ash's Heracross not only dodged his Sizer's first bullet punch attack, but also seized the gap in the attack to launch a counterattack. Because in the simulation results of his computer, this situation is impossible, but the reality is exactly what happened in front of him. Heracross's strength is far beyond his previous prediction, but this is not the key to all this. Ash's command is the essence of this beautiful counterattack. At this point, how can he not see clearly that his combat intention before launching the attack has been foresight by Ash? He even took advantage of his tactics and planned this counterattack according to his combat arrangements. He and Sizer suffered a big loss in the first round of the fight. This made Shingo, who originally relied on his Sizer level to be 1 level higher than Ash Heracross, completely serious. He stretched out his hand and smacked the purple hair on his head, and then focused his eyes on the computer screen. Uncle Muramasa, who is familiar with his command style, and all the disciples in the dojo also know that Shingo is completely serious. In the past, when Shingo showed this attitude, no matter who the opposing rival was, they would quickly be dragged into Shingo's battle rhythm and eventually lose the game. It is precisely because of this that Shingo is always confident in his data analysis. It even came to the point that apart from the factors of Pokemon itself, he is the trainer with the highest command level, no third. Can Shingo continue his undefeated record this time? Or will he be crushed by Ash, the fierce dragon that crossed the river? At this time, many people have such a suspense in their hearts. In fact, if it weren't for Ash's beautiful command just now, just relying on Shingo's previous record and the difference in strength between his gym-level Sizer and the elite-level Heracross, this suspense would not have arisen at all. In fact, at this time, many people already think that Ash has won the competition. After all, using Pokemon that is much lower than rival can still force the opponent to go all out. If Pokemon of the same level are used, it may be a completely one-sided situation. Ash is really that powerful. Where did the gym owner find such a fierce Pokemon trainer? Looking at the opponent's appearance, he should also participate in this year's Silver Conference. At that time, you have to pay more attention to it. They all know that this Heracross is probably not Ash's main Pokemon. And from Ash's command just now, his trainer level is obviously much higher than Heracross's level. Thinking of this, They're even more curious about how strong Ash's main Pokémon is. There's probably no chance to see it now. Perhaps the Silver Conference in a few months will reveal the answer, and then they will be able to satisfy their current doubts and solve the mystery. Sizer. Use Bullet Punch continuously. Soon, Shingo thought of a new countermeasure. He believed that Sizer had a level advantage, and its attributes in all aspects would undoubtedly exceed Ash's Heracross. In addition, Bullet Punch is a small skill that sacrifices power in exchange for speed, which makes Bullet Punches after swing basically equal to nothing. If controlled properly, continuous use of Bullet Punch can even produce an effect similar to a group attack. Under this range of firepower coverage, he didn't believe that Ash could still command Heracross to dodge accurately. You don't need to hit all of them. Just a few hits should be enough to defeat Heracross with the level suppression. Cha! After receiving the order from the trainer, Sizer flashed and turned into a red stream of light, rushing towards Ash's Heracross again, BHFF. Left front, center, right back. However, what stunned Shingo was that under Ash's exquisite command, the Bullet Punch that seemed impenetrable to others was actually dodged by Heracross, which was much slower than Sizer. After Sizer dodged Bullet Punch continuously, even though Bullet Punch was a small power skill with a very short swing time, he inevitably fell into a short, stiff contest condition due to physical exhaustion, or to be more precise, entered the rest time. And Ash, who was in the command area on the other side of the battlefield, had a smile on his face. Continuous Bullet Punch. Shingo Sizer is not that strong yet, and it is easy to predict with Psychic. Heracross, Mega Horn. Ash quickly caught the Sizer's breath and gave the order. Heracross let out a low roar, growl, and then stepped hard on the ground with its sturdy legs, and the whole Pokémon turned into a blue-black stream of light and rushed out. On its thick horns, the rich white light was gradually covered by a layer of golden light curtain. The exclusive props belonging to Heracross were triggered, and with unmatched strength, it hit the Sizer, who had no way to avoid it. It was pushed hundreds of meters away, and a deep mark was plowed on the ground wherever it went. In addition, the trees along the way were hit and broken by the flying body of Sizer, and the cracks were uneven. At this moment, everyone was shocked by Heracross's counterattack after a long silence. Ow, how could it be? At this time, everyone saw the deep gullies plowed by the body of Sizer, and several trees that were so thick that several people could hug and broke, and their eyes were filled with shock. One hit, just one hit, and the gym-level Sizer lost its combat ability. This attack power is really just a LV-40 Heracross. This attack power is really too exaggerated. This should not be, and it does not conform to common sense. Could it be that this is the reason why Ash can confidently command low-level Heracross and Sizer to fight, in addition to being able to crush Shingo at the trainer level? Obviously, it is very difficult for a normal Heracross to do this. The problem must be with Ash. He used some unknown means to make Heracross burst out with terrifying attack power far beyond the same level Pokémon when it was behind in level. At this moment, everyone was more and more surprised, and a cloud of gloom was also shrouded in their hearts. The look towards Ash also became complicated. How did the Dojo Master meet such a mysterious and powerful existence and invite him back? At this time, Uncle Muramasa could not help but be shocked after seeing this scene. In the first round of Ash and Shingo's battle, when Heracross gained a certain advantage by commanding with his personal ability, he simulated several ways in his mind that Ash might win. No matter which one, he expected that it would take a hard and arduous battle to be possible. The best-case scenario expected was that Heracross suffered a heavy blow after defeating Shingo's Sizer. It was not far from losing its combat ability. I didn't expect it to be like this now. After Sizer's continuous Bullet Punch failed to hurt Heracross at all, Heracross, under Ash's command, directly jumped up and defeated Sizer, who was several levels higher than itself, with just one blow. What a terrifying power at this time. This kind of damage was beyond his comprehension. After all, he was a well-known trainer who was a quasi-elite. He had traveled extensively over the years and had seen a lot. He was still confused. This showed the value of Ash's Heracross. At this time, Uncle Muramesa looked at Ash with admiration and longing. Even so, it was the result of Ash's low profile, not intending to let Heracross attack in its full form of mage evolution. Although Muramesa didn't know how Ash trained Heracross, there was no doubt that this Heracross was only close to the gym level now. But as long as he trained it step by step, it would definitely surpass the elite level Pikachu and become Ash's absolute trump card Pokémon. Even after a few years, it would be able to become Ash's signature Pokémon, who was already famous at that time. Just like Dragonite of the Kanto region Dragon Elite, Yolongdu, and Garchomp of the Sinnoh region champion Cynthia, who was deeply rooted in people's hearts. This made him particularly envious. After being a Pokémon trainer for so many years, his upper limit had long been locked. Now, it was the limit of him and his trump card Pokémon Sizer. Otherwise, he would not have returned here more than 10 years ago to open a small gym, pass on his many years of experience to the young people in his hometown. At this time, he couldn't help but yearn in his heart if he and Massimian could also have the same powerful talents as Ash and Heracross. It doesn't take much. Just 1/5 is enough to break the barrier of quasi-elite Pokémon that has imprisoned them for countless years, tried countless times, but failed to break through successfully. Suppressing the envy in his heart, Muramesa sighed softly. It's useless to think so much now. The future belongs to the world of young people after all. And the era of him and Massimian has long ended. What he can do next is to contribute more to the young people in his hometown, so that they can take fewer detours on the road of elite trainers. Although he was shocked by the true abilities of Ash and Heracross. But in the final analysis, his purpose of inviting Ash to the dojo has been achieved, isn't it? After experiencing this impressive defeat, I believe Shingo should also understand his good intentions. Uncle Muramesa, who gradually calmed down his emotions, turned his head and looked at his son Shingo. Thinking with relief in his heart, he couldn't help but smile at the corner of his mouth. It was really lucky to invite Ash this time. At this time, Shingo's eyes had moved away from the laptop screen filled with data and 3D models of Pokémon of both sides. He stared blankly at Sizer, who had lost his ability to fight and was covered with wounds 100 meters away. His glasses slipped down several times, but he didn't reach out to fix them as usual. Although he looked blank, his heart was full of turmoil. No one knew what he was thinking at the moment. But after such a moment, he threw the laptop solation, which he never left in his hand, to the ground. Then he ran quickly to Sizer, who had lost his ability to fight. After a while, after confirming that Sizer's injuries were not serious, Shingo put it back into the Pokeball and planned to send it to the Pokémon Center for examination and treatment later. Shingo came to Ash with a solemn expression. Under the eyes of everyone, he bowed 180 degrees to Ash. Thank you for waking me up and letting me know that I still have a lot to learn. I'm just being loyal to someone who has entrusted me with this. No need to thank me. Ash waved his hand. In fact, he didn't have so much time to care about such trivial matters. He was mainly here for the system task. If it weren't for the task reward, he wouldn't stay here, let alone go to the trouble of fighting Pokémon with Shingo. Especially when Shingo was so arrogant before being beaten by society, people didn't want to have anything to do with him at all. Anyway, I will definitely remember your kindness. Seeing that Ash didn't seem to care, Shingo didn't continue to pester him. He just bowed deeply to Ash, and then hurriedly took his Sizer to the Pokémon Center. Although his initial examination did not find any serious injuries on Sizer, Ash's Heracross must have retained some power, and most of the power was dissipated in the hundreds of meters that Sizer flew backwards. It didn't all act on the claw, but after all, it was an amazing blow. It was better to go to the Pokémon Center for a checkup and treatment before he could really feel relieved. After that, he planned to leave the gym and start their new journey with Sizer, and really make changes in action. And he also wanted to participate in this year's Johto Region Silver Conference. If there is a chance to meet Ash again, he must try his best to win a small game from Ash. Please give me 0 flowers. Just use this as a measure of the results of my practice. Ding, complete the plot task. Use Bug-type Pokemon to help Muramasa defeat his son Shingo Sizer and make him understand the true meaning of Pokemon battles. Obtain Task Reward. 1,000,000 points, a clue to the top-quality Scyther. Ding! Trigger the subsequent plot task. Use Sizer to defeat all the Shingo team at the Johto region Silver Conference Pokemon Worker. Task Reward. Sizer Gene Breakthrough Potion. At this moment, a prompt of the completion of the task suddenly flashed in Ash's mind. Following the prompt of the completion of the task, there was a prompt message to trigger a new task. A glimmer of joy flashed in Ash's eyes after he quickly browsed the task information in his mind. The previously arrogant, purple-haired guy has become much more pleasing to his eyes now. It is quite good to be able to help him trigger the serial tasks and make outstanding contributions to his training of a main-level Sizer. The reward of the new task is just related to the Scyther he is about to capture. It is exactly what he wants. The strengthening potion of Sizer gives him greater confidence in the strength improvement of the top-quality Scyther he is about to capture. The main thing is that he does not need to wait for the items in the system store to refresh or spend energy to plan in the real Pokemon world like other Pokemon he has captured. It saves trouble. This is a good civilization. In a good mood, Ash took the task without thinking. And at the same time, he looked at Shingo, who had become pleasing to the eye, and smiled in his heart. This time, he used Heracross to defeat this guy's trump card Sizer across levels. When the Silver Conference starts, he will use Sizer to give him a thorough teaching game. I don't know if it's his luck or misfortune. Ash thought in his heart. For some reason, Shingo shuddered subconsciously and looked at Ash with a slightly weird smile. He wondered if there was anything wrong with what he said before. Why did Ash smile so rashly? Heracross, who defeated Sizer and won his first official battle, seemed particularly excited. Ash walked up to it and patted its extremely thick and solid horns, and then took it back to the Pokemon home. Okay, Heracross, come back and rest. You've worked hard. After doing all this, Ash walked out of the field, held the hands of his two girlfriends, and said goodbye to Uncle Muramasa. Under the farewell of Uncle Muramasa, Shingo, and a group of gyms and academies, he left the dojo located in a remote mountain area. System: use the clues of the top-grade Scyther. After leaving the dojo and walking a distance in the forest, Ash silently said in his heart, Ding! The clues of the top-grade Scyther have been used. As the prompt information flashed in his mind, at this time, golden illusory guide arrows appeared in the air that only Ash could see. Ash knew that this was a system prompt and immediately realized that as long as he followed the direction indicated by the arrow, he could successfully find the clues of the top-grade Scyther. The golden arrow stretched for miles until it disappeared at the end of Ash's sight, which was very surprising in Ash's eyes. Judging from this posture, the location of this top-grade Scyther should be very far away from them this time. Otherwise, this situation would not have occurred. Putting down his thoughts for the time being, Ash looked at Sunday and Serena, who were led by him, and said apologetically, Sunday, Serena, I have something else to deal with at the moment. I'm afraid the three of us need to separate for a while. Will you accompany me or wait for me here? After saying that, Ash reached for his waist, took out the Pokeball belonging to Pidgeot, and released it. Sunday and Serena both shook their heads, indicating that Ash didn't need to care so much, and then asked him again, Is it convenient to go together? Of course it's convenient. Then let's go together. After discussing it, the three of them sat on the broad back of Pidgeot one by one, and Pidgeot made a loud cry. With flapping wings, it soared up into the blue sky, following the direction pointed by Ash and the guidance of the golden illusory arrow. Pidgeot's speed was extremely fast, especially as its level increased. Its speed had reached another level, and Ash had to hold up the Psychic Guardian barrier. About 5 minutes later, the illusory golden arrow in Ash's eyes finally reached the end, a forest of considerable size. It's right there, Pidgeot, let's land in the forest. Ash patted Pidgeot's head. Pidgeot responded softly, and then the whole Pokemon swooped down and soon landed steadily on the edge of the forest. The three got off Pidgeot's back, put Pidgeot back into the Pokeball, and moved along the periphery of the forest towards the inside. There are many bug-type Pokemon living in this forest, and there are few other Pokemon that can threaten them. It can be said to be a paradise for bug-type Pokemon. Through Psychic and the Golden Illusory Arrow, Ash has successfully locked on the target he needs to find, and a faint smile can't help but appear on the corner of his mouth. Walking along the path towards the depths of the forest, Ash and his friends came to a giant tree soon. The tree is very tall, about 20 to 30 meters, and it is very thick. It takes nearly 7 or 8 people to barely hug it. The canopy is surprisingly large, and under the canopy, there are a considerable number of Scythers. Ash's target is locked on a little Scyther who is learning sword dance with his elders. This Scyther doesn't look big, and its size is Arnold larger than other Scythers. It is obviously not yet an adult, but it has a warrior style. At a glance, Ash easily recognized that this Scyther was the one that the system gave a clue to. After confirming the target, Ash did not delay any longer and walked quickly towards the Scythers perched under the tree canopy. When Ash and his group of 3 arrived, the Scythers who had already discovered their track saw that Ash was still approaching and could not help but sound a warning. Then the strong and healthy adult Scythers in the tribe stepped forward and protected the old and the young behind them. The Scyther that Ash valued was not yet an adult, but chose to stand in the front row like those strong and healthy Scythers. Raising his sickle-like arms, he looked at Ash and his group approaching them vigilantly. Even though they did not feel any threat from Ash, he was no different from the powerless rookie trainers they had encountered before. But they also knew that although human trainers were extremely weak, they could capture powerful Pokemon. Although Ash did not release Pokemon at this moment, they did not dare to be careless at all. They were alert and vigilant, and made threats from time to time, trying to scare Ash away to avoid a completely unnecessary battle. After all, Ash has not released Pokemon yet, and they don't know how much threat Ash poses to them. If they can force Ash to retreat, that would be the best. However, in the midst of their threats, Ash still did not retreat, but got closer. This made them a little impatient. Scyther, known as the warrior among the Zerg, is extremely warlike in nature. However, due to their lack of understanding of Ash and the purpose of protecting the old and young in the tribe, they did not launch an attack at the first time. Now that Ash insisted on approaching despite their warnings, he ignited the fighting spirit of these Scythers in 10 strokes. Several Scythers left the protection circle and flew towards Ash, trying to knock him down. The high-quality Scyther that Ash had taken a fancy to was also among them. At this moment, a blue light flashed in Ash's eyes, and several Psychics' big hands appeared out of thin air. They caught all the Scythers that flew out, and no matter how hard they struggled, they couldn't break free. Ash's light-hearted scene made many Scythers feel like they were falling into an ice cave, in the forest under a giant tree. Except for the Scyther that Ash values, the others are the backbone of their tribe, pillar-level warriors, and each of them is powerful. However, all these Scythers combined are not a match for the human trainer in front of them. This horrifying scene also made the Scythers, who are known as insect warriors, feel fear in their hearts. In the horrified eyes of the Scythers, Ash came to the top Scyther. With a wave of his hand, he released the Psychic's restraint on it, and then looked at it. Scyther, you have an excellent talent. Staying here will only waste your talent. Come on a journey with me, fight against various Pokemon, and finally stand on the highest stage. Cha! The Scyther who was released from the Psychic system nodded and shook his head. Were they gesturing with their sickle-shaped arms? Ash, who is Psychic, can easily understand Scyther's meaning through telepathy. Even though it was easily subdued by Ash using Psychic, it actually did not accept it and wanted to fight Ash 17 times. Only if Ash can command Pokemon to defeat it directly can it be proved that Ash does have the ability to make Pokemon stronger. It will be willing to travel with Ash. Not wanting to waste too much time here, Ash took out the Pokeball and called Pikachu out again. Pikachu, I'll leave it to you. Pika. Pikachu called out softly, and the whole Pokemon turned into a stream of yellow light. However, In the eyes of the two women, they only saw Pikachu turn into a stream of yellow light and return to Ash after a brief contact with Scyther. Scyther had lost his ability to fight and fell to the ground with ripples in his eyes. Ash chuckled, then reached out to his waist and took out a blank Pokeball, gently knocked it on Scyther's body, and successfully captured it. Then, in the eyes of the Scythers, who were not sure whether they were envious or disappointed, he turned around and left the forest with Sunday, Serena. On the way back to the original route on Pidgeot, Ash thought about checking Scyther's attribute panel. Pokémon Scyther. Level IV.20. Attribute Bug plus Flying. Potential Gold. Ability Bug Premonition. Skills Leader, Quick Attack, Fury Cutter, False Swipe, Wing Attack, Double Team, Double Hit, Sword Dance. Carrying items None. Scyther's attribute panel information undoubtedly gave Ash a big surprise. Needless to say, the level is the lowest among all the Pokemon Ash has. Other lowest ones are IV.30 or above, even 4.60 or IV.70 champions, and even level 3 God Pokemon are not rare. Potential Gold, which belongs to the highest talent potential among special Pokemon, such as quasi-gods and mythical beasts. Maybe it is also a little compensation for the fact that this Scyther is not a shiny Pokemon. After all, the system's products must be fine products. He now only has a legendary Ice type in his hand. The clues of Pokemon are too far apart. Even Flash Scyther can only bring them a little closer. Now I can only say it's SOSO. The ability Bug Premonition is not bad, and it can be used in battle. When the physical strength is less than 1/3, the power of Bug-type skills will be increased to 1.5 times the original, which can be regarded as the Bug-type version of the Fiery Flourish and Torn ability. However, whether it is Scyther or Scyther, which will evolve in the future, they don't have many Bug-type skills, which makes Ash feel a little bit regretful. In fact, the Scyther ability he wants most is the Technical Master. Use skills with power less than 60 to increase the power by 50%. It can make some skills with special effects, but limited by power play a very good role. He shook his head slightly, suppressed his thoughts for the time being, and stopped thinking about Scyther's ability. Without Zhang the Butcher, can't he eat the hairy pig? There are many ways to increase the power of skills. At worst, you could do a few sword dances on the spot during the fight, increase the attack level, or increase the power of skills by carrying props. Moreover, the abilities of other trainer Pokemon are determined by nature, but not Ash's Pokemon. The Pokemon items obtained by completing tasks have the ability to change fate. Many Pokemon in Ash's team have changed or added new abilities because of these magical items. Maybe there will be a chance to assign the Technician ability to Scyther in the future, or even the Enhanced Technician ability. After all, there's a can of Scyther's exclusive genetic modification potion in his system warehouse that he got for helping Uncle Muramasa teach Shingo a lesson. After Scyther evolves into Scyther, it will be able to complete an amazing transformation similar to Pidgeot or Charizard. Attention shifts from the ability column to the skills. The first few skills can only be said to be mediocre, and only the second Fury Cutter exceeds the current level requirements of Scyther. But for its extremely high talent potential, it can't be considered amazing. The real thing to be happy about is the Sword Dance skill. Normally, Sword Dance is an advanced power-enhancing skill that only gym-level Scythers can learn. Even some Scythers with outstanding qualifications and talents need to be at the elite level to learn it. Ash's Scyther has already mastered Sword Dance while still in the novice stage. This is, of course, closely related to the senior Scythers in the tribe. But this is enough to prove its strong talent and strong self-learning ability. In the last intimacy column, the intimacy is also the normal level of wild Pokemon captured, which is the lowest level among all the Pokemon Ash has now. However, considering that the little Scyther is young and has just been captured, it is also reasonable. Many Pokemons had low intimacy when they were just captured before, and it was only gradually increased later. Ash can easily control those legendary beasts, and a mere Scyther can be easily handled. It won't take long to reach the maximum value directly. After getting Scyther, the three of them returned to the forest near Uncle Muramace's Pokémon gym at the beginning, and then headed toward Azalea Town. On the way, Ash seized every opportunity to cultivate Scyther and command it to fight all the wild Pokémon he met on the road. Pokémon Scyther level. For point 200.25, 2.5 days passed in a blink of an eye. Thanks to the large number of Pokémon encountered on the way, the level of Scyther was also very good. In just 2.5 days, Ash raised Scyther's level from the original IV.20 to 4.25, and it was not far from IV.26. Of course, in addition to the above factors, it is inseparable from Scyther's excellent golden talent and its surprisingly high efficiency in absorbing combat experience during battles. There is another factor that cannot be ignored, that is, the hidden benefits brought by Ash's system cheats. Within the potential level range, you only need enough combat experience to directly upgrade your level. There is no need to meet this or that hidden condition in addition to combat experience like other trainer Pokémon to finally complete the upgrade. Therefore, Scyther's level progressed so quickly. Scyther's Sword Dance double hit. Cha! After receiving Ash's command, Scyther moved, and the whole Pokémon began to rotate on the spot, with its sharp double sickles dancing up and down. It was the contest condition skill, Sword Dance, which he had become more and more proficient in after these few days of training. After the Sword Dance ended, Scyther, who had successfully increased his attack level, flashed and ran straight to Beedrill not far away. After knocking Beedrill to the ground with a double hit, he stood there and posed like a master. Pokémon Scyther level IV.25, LV.26. After defeating this Beedrill, Scyther's level was raised by 1 level again. At this moment, Scyther looked excitedly at Ash, who was applying medicine to the knockdown Beedrill. He was extremely grateful that he was noticed and subdued by Ash a few days ago. After following Ash for only a few days, it has improved much more efficiently than the previous months of self-training in the tribe. As expected, there is nothing wrong with what Ash said that day. With its talent and qualifications, it will only be buried if it stays in that forest and lives with its tribe companions. Its stage is destined to be the wider world outside. Following Ash is undoubtedly the best way out, and Ash has also promised it that he will bring it back to meet its tribe companions from time to time. This makes it completely free of worries, and it can follow Ash on the journey with peace of mind. Scyther's level is rising so fast. After noticing that Scyther's momentum is much stronger than a few days ago, Sunday and Serena couldn't help but secretly exclaimed in their hearts. In the past 2.5 days, not only Ash, but they also commanded their Pokémon to fight against wild Pokémon encountered during the journey. However, the speed of level increase is still much slower than Scyther. This made them secretly marvel at the talent and potential of Ash's newly captured Scyther. It is no exaggeration to say that if this Scyther is properly trained, its future achievements will definitely not be inferior to the main Pokémon of the Kanto Elite Four. Hey, did you encounter a Cyndaquil here? Just as the two girls were amazed at the speed of Scyther's level increase, a mature male voice came from the bushes not far away. The two girls turned their heads and saw a boy with dark purple hair coming out of the bushes, followed by a khaki Sandslash with claws. The purple-haired boy asked the two girls with a very arrogant attitude. Sunday and Serena frowned slightly and didn't look at him well at all. Don't say we didn't see Cyndaquil. Even if we did, do you think we would tell you with your bad attitude? Since they set out on the journey, they have met all kinds of Pokémon trainers with Ash. Most of them trainer gave them a good impression. Even when he wanted to invite them to a fight, he was polite. The purple-haired boy in front of them was very rude and uneducated, which made them feel strongly disgusted at the first time. At the same time, they couldn't help but think of Shingo, who also had purple hair, whom they met in Uncle Muramace's dojo not long ago. By the way, are all purple-haired people with bad personalities? And the darker the color, the more annoying it is. Glancing at the purple hair on the rude boy's head, which was much darker than Shingo's, Sunday Serena couldn't help but say in her heart, "Umph, it's best if you didn't notice it. I have already reserved Cyndaquil on this mountain." The purple-haired boy didn't realize that he was being disliked at all. He replied with a cold face, then turned around and left with Sandslash, walking towards a bare reddish-brown rock mountain in front of him. Sunday, Serena, and the two girls clenched their fists behind them, and their delicate eyebrows wrinkled into a character. They wished they could take out their Pokémon and teach this arrogant guy a lesson right now. Sunday, Serena, don't be angry. Isn't he looking for Cyndaquil? Then we will capture Cyndaquil here. You can also have a Pokémon battle with him and teach him a lesson. At this time, Ash on the other side had already treated Beedrill's injuries. He came to the two girls with the successfully upgraded Scyther and comforted them with a smile. Just when he was treating Beedrill's injuries, Psychic was also staring at the movement here. The system task prompt was triggered again in his mind. Trigger plot task. Capture Cyndaquil on the Rock Mountain before the purple-haired boy Koji, and Sunday and Serena will defeat Koji's Sandslash in the Pokemon battle and teach him a lesson. Task reward. Top quality charcoal. After Pokemon carries it, the power of fire skills increases by 50%. Points. 100 W. Ash, who decisively accepted the task, understood it in his heart. Obviously, this is the Rocky Mountain where Ash captured Cyndaquil in the original plot. And this purple-haired Koji is the passerby who tried to compete with him for Cyndaquil in the original plot. However, the strength of this passerby is so terrible that even the system can't stand it. The tasks issued all require Sunday and Serena to beat each other up, but the tasks are still quite good. The top-quality fire-type item charcoal, Zhao Qian's, can be carried by Cyndaquil, who is about to be captured. After hearing what Ash said, Sunday and Serena's eyes lit up and nodded involuntarily. In fact, even if Ash didn't mention this, if they ran into the purple-haired man again, they would teach him a lesson. The customary rule of the trainer world to capture Pokemon is that whoever discovers it first has the right to capture it first. But that damn purple-haired guy hasn't discovered it yet, right? You can't just select a whole rock mountain and not allow others to capture Cyndaquil on it. This mountain is not yours, and you're monopolizing it. Since the other party is so rude, and the system has also issued a task with good rewards, Ash will definitely be happy to teach the other party how to behave. Besides, Cyndaquil here is destined to be with him. Sunday, Ash, let's set off immediately without delay. We have to find Cyndaquil and capture it before that guy. Serena suggested, holding their hands. She was always gentle, but she was rarely irritated by the purple-haired man just now. Seeing that he had already run to the rock mountain, she hurriedly wanted to catch up with him. She felt uncomfortable from the bottom of her heart when she thought that such a person could capture the extremely precious Johto region fire-type Pokemon Cyndaquil. Hearing Serena's urging, Ash chuckled, pinched her little face that felt very good to the touch, and he couldn't help but rub it more every night, and pointed his finger at himself. Serena, you must have forgotten that I have Psychic. With Psychic, he was invincible. Not to mention that his psychic strength has been improved to the same level as elite psychic-type Pokemon after day-to-day training. The detection range of the perception ability is ridiculously large, enough to easily cover the entire rock mountain without any problem. Not to mention that Koji set out a long time earlier than them. Even if he was given a little more time, Ash could still easily find and subdue Cyndaquil in the rock mountain before him. As long as Cyndaquil in the original plot is still in the rock mountain. After hearing Ash's answer, Serena smiled dumbly and almost forgot that Ash also has a powerful psychic. She was anxious for a moment and actually forgot about it. To put it bluntly, if Koji's luck was worse, even if he entered the rock mountain a month in advance to start searching, he might not be able to find Cyndaquil before Ash and subdue it. Looking at Serena's delicate little face that couldn't help but blush because of embarrassment, Ash couldn't help but move his index finger. With a light cough, he suppressed all the unhealthy thoughts in his heart. Of course, only temporarily. After all, it's still broad daylight now. At least we have to wait until night. Well, by the way, let's see if we can let Sunday and Serena fight side by side more, even though we've already taken this step. But Serena is too shy, and she's always a little reluctant, not very relaxed. Ash also wants to come a few more times to try to help Sally stop Dizu. Besides, only when the two women are together, Ash, who has the Mega True Rookie system, can have a little fun. Ahem, there's no time to lose. Sunday, Serena. Let's go now. We can't let that purple-haired, pretentious guy get there first. It will be bad if he meets Cyndaquil first. As he said, Ash stretched out his arms to hug Sunday and Serena's waists, and then closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, blue light flashed. The psychic, which was originally only around 100 meters around to maintain alert, quickly expanded and easily covered the entire rock mountain from top to bottom. Scanning inch by inch, even the inside of the rock layer was not spared. The powerful psychic is enough to penetrate the thick rock wall and directly explore the depths of the mountain. After a scan, Ash successfully found Cyndaquil in a cave. If nothing goes wrong, it should be Cyndaquil. The other two belong to the purple-haired man Koji and his Pokémon Sandslash, who were moving quickly towards Cyndaquil. At this speed, Ash estimated that Koji would only need about 10 minutes at most to successfully meet Cyndaquil. Really? If he hadn't happened to be here, would this guy have really been able to subdue Cyndaquil? Something is wrong. It's really wrong. But it doesn't matter. Since he's here, it's impossible for Cyndaquil to be easily given to Koji. Calming down, Ash had an idea. Leading Sunday and Serena, they flashed and appeared in the depths of a cave in the Rocky Mountain the next moment. It was the escape skill that Psychic had mastered after reaching the advanced level, Teleport. With Ash's strength compared to the elite level Psychic, not to mention leading people to conduct such a not-too-far teleport, it would be easy for him to teleport in the entire Johto region. Little Ash, remember to tell us in advance next time you teleport. Sunday and Serena, who were not prepared, felt the feeling of stepping on the ground under their feet, shook their heads, and tried to get over the dizziness caused by the spatial disorder of the instant, movement just now, and couldn't help but pout and complain. As ordinary people without psychic and with normal physical fitness, they naturally could not teleport as easily as Ash did. The sense of dislocation brought by the space transfer made them feel a little dizzy. They had to hold Ash's arm as a support to barely stand, otherwise they would have fallen to the ground at this moment. Ash stretched out his hand to scratch his head, and a blue light flashed in his eyes. The powerful psychic emanated and gently brushed over Sunday and Serena. He helped them dispel the discomfort at the moment, and an apology flashed in his eyes. After Psychic reached a high level, he secretly tried to teleport Pokémon, but never with people. For a moment, he forgot that with the physical fitness of ordinary people, there would be obvious discomfort when teleporting. It was his own negligence that caused Sunday and Serena to suffer an unexpected disaster. This is also a lesson. Next time, when trying to teleport people, he must remember to deploy a psychic barrier. After calming down the two, Ash looked at a small figure sleeping not far away. It looks a bit like a mouse, but it has no tail. Its body is round and cute. Its head is almost spherical except for its pointed mouth, which looks very good. It has a pair of squinting eyes, and its overall color is blue. Its abdomen is cream-colored, and there are 4 small round holes on its back. This is the eruption hole of Cyndaquil. When it is attacked by Astonish, it will spit up blazing fire from here to intimidate the enemy and protect itself. Is this Cyndaquil? So cute. Serena, who came back to her senses from the dizziness, followed Ash's line of sight and fell on Cyndaquil not far away. Her eyes turned into stars. Among the 3 major Pokémon in the Johto region, the only one she doesn't have is Cyndaquil. At this moment, it seems that Cyndaquil is really good-looking. Among the Earl Dervish forms of the Johto region, it is better than the slightly ugly Totodile, and Chikorita can only be barely compared with it. And if the appearance of the final evolution is taken into account, Cyndaquil's final evolution, Infernape, is definitely much more beautiful than Totodile's final evolution, Feraligatr, and Chikorita's final evolution, Meganium. Not only Serena thinks so, even Sunday has successfully received a Cyndaquil in New Barktown with Ash's help. At this moment, he still can't help but be captured by the Cyndaquil in front of him. At this time, In Ash's psychic perception, it only takes a few minutes for the purple-haired Koji and his sand slash to reach them. He walked forward quickly and half-crouched on the ground. Ash closed the distance between himself and Cyndaquil. Then he stretched out his hand and gently flicked the forehead of the sleeping Cyndaquil. Woo! Cyndaquil, who was forced to wake up from her sweet dream, let out a dissatisfied growl. He tried to open his squinting eyes, which were still aslit even when he opened them as wide as possible, and wanted to see which bad guy disturbed his sweet dream. As a result, when he opened his eyes, he saw Ash's hateful face with a little smile. Feeling that his safety was threatened, Cyndaquil couldn't help but let out a sharp high cry. Then the drill hole on the blue back spit up blazed, and the flame was nearly a foot high. It was not much shorter than Cyndaquil's body, making the outline of the whole Pokémon a whole circle larger than before. At the same time, the whole Pokémon took a fighting stance. It looks like it will use Flamethrower on Ash if he doesn't retreat. Although Cyndaquil is small and low level, it is a Pokémon that Ash can capture in the original plot. How can its talent and potential be bad? It has already learned Flamethrower, which is a fire type and requires a high learning rate before it evolves. And it is not the kind that works sometimes and sometimes not, but the kind that can be used stably. And this is exactly why a mere Cyndaquil, can occupy such a feng shui treasure land in this rocky mountain. The living conditions of Pokémon in the wild are not good. They can survive successfully and own such a territory. No matter how cute and harmless they look, their own abilities are obviously not to be underestimated. Faced with Cyndaquil's warning, Ash smiled slightly, but didn't take it seriously. Not to mention that he has elite-level psychic, just the mega-true rookie physique he has now is not as fragile as ordinary humans. Now, as long as it is not an elite-level Pokémon, it is difficult to cause fatal damage to him. A mere Cyndaquil, even if it has mastered Flamethrower, still cannot pose a threat to him. Of course, although it is said that Ash himself can resist Cyndaquil's attack, but his clothes do not have this ability. In order to avoid becoming a naked wild man, Ash took the initiative to put a layer of psychic barrier on Cyndaquil. As Ash snapped his fingers lightly, Cyndaquil found himself wrapped in a blue energy bubble. Being the blazing flames on its back wrapped in the psychic bubble were also suppressed, leaving only a dim flame on its back, without any of the power it had just shown. In addition, it tried to use Flamethrower, but it had no effect at all. Hitting the blue bubble was basically like a drop in the ocean. Not even a ripple could splash. At this time, Cyndaquil realized that she was completely controlled by Ash, and a light of fear flashed in her narrowed eyes. This fear came entirely from the fear of unknown power and the oppression brought by rival, whose strength completely crushed her. What is going on? Ash, the trainer himself, is actually much more powerful than it. Cyndaquil's little pumpkin seed was filled with great doubts. As the Earl Dervish form of the rare Johto region fire-type Go-To, it has been living in this rocky mountain since. It has also encountered many trainers who want to subdue it, but in the end they were easily defeated by it. Unexpectedly, it fell into Ash's hands, and Ash has not yet sent out Pokémon. Just by himself, he made it obedient. Didn't they say the human trainers have no fighting power? What kind of ghost did it encounter? Just as she was thinking wildly, Cyndaquil saw that Ash's smile in front of her gradually became more and more kind. Along with Ash's smile, more and more amazing psychic waves pressed towards it. Soon, the trembling Cyndaquil fainted because she couldn't withstand the pressure of the psychic waves released by Ash. Ash decisively removed the psychic waves, then took out a blank Pokeball and gently knocked it against Cyndaquil's body. The whole Cyndaquil turned into a red light for a short time and was collected into the Pokeball. Because it had completely lost its fighting ability, the Pokeball just shook lightly twice and then became quiet, indicating that Ash successfully captured Cyndaquil. However, this kind of Pokemon that was captured without Pokemon battles may inevitably have a slightly lower intimacy. But it doesn't matter. As long as the Pokemon is in Ash's hands, it doesn't matter if Earl Dervish has a low intimacy. He has countless ways to raise it to a very high level. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The Scyther that was just captured not long ago is a good example. Let alone Scyther, Cyndaquil, and other slightly ordinary Pokemon. Even if Ash had just set out and captured the real legendary Pokemon Zapdos in Black Cloud City after a hard battle, what would it do? Under Ash's sugar-coated bullet attack, didn't it quickly obey, and the intimacy rose until it was full? Now Zapdos is 100% unconditionally obedient to Ash's orders. It's not that Ash has a violent tendency or doesn't want to use an upright Pokemon battle to capture Cyndaquil. There are many procedures for capturing Pokemon, even if the Pokemon sent by Ash could defeat Cyndaquil in one move. But if he could communicate with Cyndaquil and fight with her and release Pokemon, then Koji would have come here a long time ago. In order to avoid being interfered by this guy when he was catching her, Ash chose to take action directly. It was not that he was afraid of Koji, and there was no need to get too entangled with such a person. Besides, the system task required that after he caught Cyndaquil, Sunday, and Serena beat this guy up separately and teach him an unforgettable lesson. Ash felt cheap to do it himself, because this was a waste that the system had personally certified. What are you doing? Ash estimated the time very accurately. When he just put Cyndaquil's Pokeball back on his waist, Koji came to this cave with his Sand Slash. He happened to see this scene and shouted loudly. At this time, Koji's eyes were about to burst into fire. He got the news from some passing trainers that Cyndaquil, one of the 3 major families of Johto region fire type, lived on this rock mountain. And this was exactly the purpose of his coming here. Before going up the mountain, when he met Sunday and Serena, he specifically warned the 2 women not to snatch Cyndaquil with him. He never thought that Sunday and Serena did not take action to subdue Cyndaquil, but Ash, who was next to them, did it. This made him particularly annoyed, and he couldn't help but clench his hands and yelled at Doubting. "Are you blind? Can't you see that I'm taming Cyndaquil?" Ash waved his hand, looking nonchalant, which made Koji furious. "Didn't I warn you guys not to snatch Cyndaquil with me?" As soon as he said this, Koji found that Ash and the other 2 on the opposite side all looked at him like a fool. Sunday and Serena finally couldn't help themselves. "Are you a giant baby who hasn't been weaned yet? It's true that the rule in the trainer world is that whoever discovers first has the right to conquer. But have you discovered Cyndaquil? Not at all. Just because Cyndaquil lives on this mountain, does that mean others can't conquer it before you? What kind of rule is that? According to your logic, if I say that the entire Johto region has discovered Cyndaquil, then does that mean that other trainers in the entire 217 Johto region are not allowed to conquer Cyndaquil before me? They have to wait until I conquer Cyndaquil first before it's their turn? It's totally funny." After pouring out all the words they had been holding back, Sunday and Serena felt a little relieved. These words were so full of wisdom that they were about to pierce Koji's lungs. At this moment, it immediately entered the red temperature contest condition. Its entire face turned red, and its fingers trembled as it pointed at the 3 people. You guys." It took him a long time to finish a complete sentence. With his poor brain capacity, he couldn't think of any words to fight back. "What do you mean, you? Anyway, Cyndaquil has been captured by us. If you're not convinced, let's have a Pokemon battle." Sendai and Serena saw that this guy couldn't speak for a long time and immediately added a knife to him considerately. "Well, who of you will have a Pokemon battle with me? And let Cyndaquil's ownership be the stakes." Koji immediately proposed to use Cyndaquil's ownership as the stakes for the Pokemon battle, and once again received the roll of the eyes from Ash and the other 2. They really couldn't understand this guy's brain circuit. How could there be such a weird person in the world? Others have already captured Pokemon, and they still have to take out the so-called ownership as a stake. You don't have to take any risks, right? How confident is he that others will agree to such a challenge with unfair conditions? I'm not the fool who is always excited in the original plot. I can't wait to agree to the other party's request for a fight. After being attacked by the 3 people's white eyes again, Koji now knows that it is impossible to get Cyndaquil, who has been captured by Ash, through Pokemon battle. At this moment, he realized that Cyndaquil has really left him and he has no chance to get her. Realizing this, he was particularly troubled and just wanted to have a good Pokemon battle to vent his anger. When his eyes fell on the trump card Pokemon Sandslash who was following him, he became more confident and his expression became quite proud. Who of you three will go first? As he spoke, he clenched his fists, looking eager to try. His eyes fell on Ash again. After all, Ash was the culprit who snatched his Cyndaquil. Sunday and Serena stepped forward and stood in front of Ash. To deal with you, Ash doesn't need to take action. The two of us are enough. Seeing that Ash didn't intend to take action, but let the two Stephanies around him come to die, Koji's eyes flashed with disdain, and he was determined to teach Sunday and Serena a lesson. Breakson, Flamethrower, Golem, Earthquake. However, after a while, he was defeated by Sunday and Serena in 2 consecutive battles, and each time he lost faster than the last. Especially when fighting Sunday, he was killed instantly by a powerful earthquake attack, Sandslash, which he regarded as trump card Pokemon. His Sandslash can be described as vulnerable in front of Sunday's Golem. Pokemon Sandslash level IV.25. Pokemon Breakson level V.30. Pokemon Golem level IV.55. Koji's Sandslash has just evolved from Sandshrew, and its level is only a pitiful IV.25. And Serena's Earl Dervish Pokemon Breakson has reached level 30 after training during this period. It completely suppressed Sandslash in terms of level, not to mention that its own qualifications and talents are stronger than it. On this basis, even though it was restrained by Sandslash in terms of attribute, Serena, whose command level has greatly improved after being trained by Ash, still won the battle neatly under the command of Serena, whose own command level has greatly improved. Then when Sandslash finished healing, it was greeted by a beating from the eldest lady of the aristocratic family, Sunday. This battle was even more straightforward than the battle between Serena Breakson and it. At the beginning of the battle, Sunday commanded Golem to use Earthquake, which had a huge attack range, and directly beat Sandslash to the point where he lost his ability to fight. Golem was one of the main Pokemon that Sunday had been carrying since he left the Pokemon Academy. After more than a year of travel, although the strength span was not as amazing as the Pokemon in Ash's team, but with Sunday's unremitting training, it successfully reached the elite level and could be used as a Pokemon for Trump Card. In a battle with ordinary Pokemon of ordinary passers-by trainer, it would definitely crush everything. An earthquake attack also directly shook Koji's inner pride to pieces. At this moment, he was like a dog with a broken spine, holding Sandslash, who had lost his ability to fight twice and had wavy eyes, with a look of confusion and discomfort on his face. His expression was distorted, and he looked no different from constipation. He looked quite pitiful, but Ash and the other two, who knew what he had done before and what kind of person he was, did not have the slightest sympathy for him. As the saying goes, there must be something hateful about a pitiful person. It is normal for a guy who can say such words and do such things to be beaten up by society at this time. Ash and the other two can be said to be helping him. After all, no one knows what kind of person he will provoke next. If the Pokemon trainer of the Alliance can only teach him a lesson at most, if he encounters a member of an evil organization like Team Rocket, then Ash at this moment is probably like what a famous God King said. He has already met his death, not just 2 simple beatings. Complete the story mission. Capture Cyndaquil on the Rocky Mountain before the purple-haired boy Koji, and have Sunday and Serena defeat Koji's Sandslash in the Pokemon battle and teach him a hard lesson. Mission reward: top quality charcoal. After Pokemon carries it, the power of fire skills increases by 50%. Points: 100W. The item reward is stored in the system space and can be taken out at any time. If it is taken out, it cannot be stored again. After Sunday and Serena defeated Koji, Ash's mind also showed a prompt that the system mission was completed. At the same time, the reward of the top quality charcoal for completing the mission was also distributed to the system space and can be taken out at any time. But now is not the time. Ash plans to take it out later. At this time, Ash praised Sunday and Serena and planned to reward them in the evening. You played so beautifully. Keep it up. I'm afraid that the Silver Conference won't need me to appear at 17. Listening to the praise from their loved ones, Sunday and Serena were both very happy. After a brief moment of tenderness, Ash led the two girls past Koji, who had turned into a gray-white statue, and left the rocky mountain. This incident was just a small episode in their trip. If Koji wasn't so weird, it wouldn't even leave a trace in their memory. On the other hand, Koji's successive defeats at the hands of the two girls were undoubtedly the biggest blow he had ever suffered in his life. It was not until an hour after Ash and the other two left that Koji gradually recovered from the gray-white statue contest condition. He looked down at Sandslash, who had gradually recovered from the loss of combat ability contest condition due to the excellent vitality of Pokémon, although he had not received any treatment. However, he still had many scars on his body. He looked unwillingly at the position that originally belonged to Cyndaquil in the direction of the cave, where there were still some hairs that Cyndaquil had shed. Koji walked forward, carefully picked up the hair, and put it in his backpack for safekeeping. He put Sandslash back into the Pokeball and left the rock mountain with a lonely look. The two beatings from Sunday and Serena made him completely smelling salts. He has never been a child of destiny, nor is he the passerby trainer defeated by him before the protagonist of the era. He is just an ordinary minion. Compared with the real genius trainer, he is no different from the passerby trainer who was defeated by him, and even worse than them. After recognizing this, Koji seemed to have his soul baptized, and the rebellious look on his face began to gradually disappear. With a completely different mentality, he set out again on his journey. The first stop is naturally the Pokémon Center. He doesn't have a good enough potion to heal Sandslash's injuries. If Sandslash is left with hidden injuries, let alone catching up with geniuses like Sunday and Serena, it's hard to say whether he can stand out from the ordinary trainers and become a professional trainer. As for the collected Cyndaquil hair, it was used as a warning. Always remind him of the beating he received today, so that he would not become complacent after making a little progress on the road to becoming an excellent Pokémon trainer. At night, after a night of lovemaking, Ash stretched himself, put on his clothes, raised his hand and snapped his fingers, and disappeared directly into the tent covered by Psychic. When he reappeared, he had come to an open space not far from the camp. He reached to his waist, took out the Pokeball belonging to Cyndaquil, and released it. "Come out, Cyndaquil." Accompanied by a flash of red light, the small and cute Cyndaquil appeared in front of Ash. After coming out of the Pokeball, Cyndaquil seemed to have accepted the reality of becoming Ash's Pokémon, but the look in his eyes when he looked at Ash was a little strange and close. As a Pokémon that Ash captured without a battle, Earl Dervish's intimacy is lower than that of Pokémons that have been captured through the normal capture process. Looking at Cyndaquil, Ash's mind moved, and he began to explore his attribute panel. Pokémon, Cyndaquil. Attribute, Fire. Level, IV.22. Qualification Gold. Ability, Fierce Fire. Skills, Tackle, Leer, Smokescreen, Ember, Quick Attack, Flame Wheel, Defense Curl, Flamethrower. Carrying items, none. Cyndaquil's level is quite good. Although it has not evolved, it has reached IV.22, which is much higher than the level of a normally evolved Cyndaquil. Its talent potential has also reached the standard level of Ash's team, Gold. Above this are the legendary Pokémon and the flash of different colors, as well as the Pokémon of the changing layer. Although the Golden talent potential is only considered standard in Ash's Pokémon team, it is a rare existence in other places. Even the Elite Four trainers in other regions, including the Kanto Elite Four, have their main Pokémon at this level. A normal gym trainer may not be able to capture a Pokémon with Golden potential talent in his lifetime and successfully cultivate it to realize its potential. It can only be said that Ash's luck is too good, excluding those Pokémon captured through the system. The talent potential of other Pokémon captured in the original plot is also excellent. In the original plot, Ash wasted the talent of a Pokémon team with top-level championship talent potential, and even the gym trainer was slightly inferior. So after traveling for so many years, he failed to win a major championship, and finally realized his dream in the Alola region. If he trains Pokémon well and doesn't give up halfway, he can win the championship several years earlier. He can even challenge the Region Elite Four or even the regional champion after winning the regional championship. But this is what happened to Ash in the original story, and he can't repeat the same mistakes now. It's far from enough to realize the potential of Pokémon. He also needs to use the system cheats to greatly improve the talent potential of Pokémon and bring them to a level that they don't belong to. Only in this way can it be considered worthwhile to capture them. From a Cyndaquil attribute panel. Raging Fire ability, ordinary. When the physical strength is less than 1/3, the power of Fire-type skills increases by 1.5 times. It is considered a standard type of Fire-type Pokémon ability. Although it is also common, the effect is also useful. The eyes pass through the ability column. The skills are quite luxurious. In addition to all the skills that should be mastered at the corresponding level, it also has Flamethrower, which ordinary Cyndaquil must reach the gym level to learn. It can be said to be quite powerful. The carrying items are also empty, as usual. In fact, most wild Pokémon are unlikely to have carrying items, even the ones captured by Ash. The intimacy is very low, which is related to the way Ash captured it. But it doesn't matter. He is just about to take action. Ash thought about it and directly took out the top item, Trapped Charcoal, obtained by completing the task of teaching Koji a lesson and capturing Cyndaquil from the system space. Seeing the premium charcoal and feeling the strong fire power emanating from it, Cyndaquil's eyes, which were originally narrowed into a slit, miraculously widened. For any fire-type Pokémon, premium charcoal is a super rare item that can make them crazy, not to mention the skill amplification effect that is nearly twice as good as ordinary charcoal. The moment Cyndaquil saw the premium charcoal, he had forgotten how Ash had subdued him. Now, he just wanted to get the premium charcoal from Ash. Looking at Cyndaquil's eyes, which were widened miraculously by medicine and not narrowed like before, Ash smiled. Then he deliberately shook the premium charcoal in his hand in front of Cyndaquil's eyes. As expected, Cyndaquil really couldn't resist the captivation of premium charcoal. This kind of covet is almost instinctive and engraved deep in its genes. The two short and fat little feet unconsciously moved a little closer to Ash without it realizing it. When it realized this, its face turned slightly red. It was obviously very embarrassed for its lack of self-control. But when its eyes fell back on the top-quality charcoal in Ash's hand, it became blurred again, intoxicated by its beloved thing. After seeing that the purpose of Captivate Cyndaquil had been achieved, Ash no longer deliberately waved the top-quality charcoal in front of Cyndaquil with evil taste. Instead, he decisively put the hand holding the top-quality charcoal behind his back, squatted down, and compared himself to Cyndaquil. Cyndaquil, I want to say sorry to you here. It was wrong for me to take you in directly without a Pokémon battle during the day, but it was actually for a reason at that time. As he said that, Ash told it about Koji's desire to compete with him for Cyndaquil. He also explained to it that the capture during the day was not intentional. After explaining the reason, Ash did not give Cyndaquil time to react and directly carried the top-quality charcoal on it. Ding! Cyndaquil's intimacy has been greatly improved. Soon, under Ash's sincere offensive, Cyndaquil fell without exception. At this moment, it felt the fire-type energy in its body becoming more active after carrying the top-quality charcoal. It was very happy. The originally normal squinting eyes also curved into a crescent shape, which was enough to show the joy in its heart at this moment. Since Ash had a reason in the beginning, and now he apologized so sincerely, it would naturally accept it reluctantly. Cyndaquil thought proudly in her heart. Looking at Ash's hand in front of her, she shyly put her chubby paw on it. It seemed that she accepted Ash's apology very reluctantly, but her intimacy, which was instantly raised to nearly full value, betrayed it. Ash found it funny, but he didn't expose it and gave the little guy the face he deserved. After another round of interaction, he put the little guy back into the Pokeball and then returned to the camp tent alone. Teleport directly into the tent covered by his own psychic. The next morning, Ash got up early. Sunday. Serena, you are awake. Come and have breakfast. Ash saw Yawn and the listless Sunday, and Serena walked out of the tent and smiled and waved to them. On the other hand, The two girls didn't even raise their eyelids, but just waved reluctantly. There was no way. They were too tired yesterday, the battle was quite intense, and the sleep time was not enough, so their contest condition at this time was naturally not too good. Ash felt a little guilty. He found that his mega-true rookie physique seemed to be constantly getting stronger and improving, and he was always energetic when working at night. Breakfast is your favorite. Come over. At this time, the breakfast of the three people was ready, and he was preparing the food of Pokémon, especially Cyndaquil. After all, it is a Pokémon that has just been captured. Unlike other Pokémon, it does not have a mature nutritional ratio plan in the food machine. It still needs a certain trial stage. This is the first taste prepared for it. In the future, Ash will adjust the recipe materials according to Cyndaquil's feedback. This is also the reason why Ash cannot capture a large number of Pokémon other than the original plot. Since he adopts an elite training mode, it is impossible to invest a lot of energy in training each Pokémon. Even if Ash is not an ordinary trainer, but a real trainer training double champion level players and is both psychic and mega true rookie physique. But if he captures too many Pokémon, he will still be overwhelmed. However, if he does not invest enough energy in training these Pokémon, it will go against his original intention of becoming a Pokémon trainer. Therefore, in order to ensure quality, he can only make a little sacrifice in quantity. But it seems that the number of Pokémon captured in the original plot alone seems to be quite a lot. There was no other way, so I had to work harder. This breakfast received unanimous praise from Sunday, Serena, and Cyndaquil, who had just joined the team. Ash and his three companions continued to move toward Azalea Town. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and a shadow of a city appeared in Ash's sight not far away. The three finally arrived at Azalea Town. Ash, look over there. It should be a town. Serena pointed to a corner of the city that was in sight in front of her, good, and said to Ash excitedly, "From a map, it should be Azalea Town." Sunday took out a map from his pocket, compared it with the scenery on both sides, and said affirmatively after finding the reference. "Great, we finally arrived at Azalea Town." Serena couldn't help dancing with joy after hearing this. More than a week had passed since Ash got the flying badge. The three of them moved forward all the way and did not stop when they encountered town, but just replenished supplies and continued on their way. Now they finally arrived at Azalea Town. Since Ash wanted to challenge Azalea Town, they would definitely have to stay in this city for a few days. It was a good opportunity to have a good rest. They had been sleeping outdoors all the way, and they didn't even get a good night's sleep. Although Ash's psychic could avoid many embarrassing situations when sleeping outdoors, it was naturally not as comfortable as a hostel or hotel. I'm so tired." An hour later, the three of them finally stood on the street of Azalea Town. As the saying goes, a horse will die if it is seen from mountain. Even though they saw the outline of Azalea Town a long time ago, they still walked for a long time at the speed of the three people. Sunday stuck out his tongue and wiped away the fine beads of sweat on his forehead due to the rush of the journey. He looked up at the clear and cloudless sky and couldn't help complaining. Speaking of which, this Azalea Town is too hot. It seems that there are no clouds in the sky. Not only that, the ground is also very dry. It should have not rained for a long time. Serena, who was as careful as a hare, looked around and found that the ground was abnormally dry. Even the soil was cracked, and the small trees on the roadside were also dejected and looked lifeless. Ash, who was familiar with the plot, knew that this was an unprecedented drought in Azalea Town, and he was not surprised by this. "It looks like we are experiencing a drought. Let's not worry about this for now. Finding a place to stay is the right thing to do." "Yeah." Sunday, Serena nodded in unison. The group walked towards the center of Azalea Town. The closer they got to the center of the town, the more slowpoke elements appeared on both sides of the street. There were not only many flags with slowpoke patterns, but also many slowpokes lying there in a daze on the street. Some even blocked the door of the store without being expelled. People passing by carefully abandoned the group of slowpokes blocking there, fearing that they would be harmed or affected in other ways. It can be seen that the people of Azalea Town really like slowpoke. It is said that a long time ago, the town of Kiapi also suffered a severe drought like now. It was the god of Slowpoke who sent down the rain to alleviate the disaster. From then on, the townspeople of the entire Azalea Town had great respect for Slowpoke. In many places, Azalea Town is even called Slowpoke Town. Sunday and Serena were very surprised when they saw this scene for the first time. They couldn't help but think of Cherry Grove City, which had an unusually tolerant policy toward Quagsire. However, the Quagsire of Cherry Grove City only came to the city for the annual grand celebration, while the Slowpokes of Swampy Town lived here permanently. However, according to Ash, there is a Slowpoke well outside the town that never dries up all year round, and there are more Slowpokes living in it. In the original plot, it was here that they helped the Slowpokes defeat the Rocket Trio who wanted to capture Slowpoke. Many Slowpokes used the rain dance skill together to bring down the rain for Azalea Town. After a quick tour, the three of them came to a hotel with exquisite decoration in the center of Azalea Town to check in. Due to the long-term drought, there were not many outsiders willing to live in Swampy Town. The tourism industry here was depressed, and two of the most luxurious rooms were opened. The price was only half of what Ash and his friends had expected, which made them feel very affordable. Opening two rooms did not mean that Ash had to sleep in separate rooms from Sunday Serena. Because the other room was prepared for Sunday's Cyndaquil, Serena's Chikorita, Braixen, and other Pokémon. After putting away their luggage, the three of them traveled lightly, but they were not in a hurry to go to Azalea Town for the challenge. Walking on the streets of Azalea Town, Ash had a more important goal, that is, Mr. Orberg, who was said to be good at making Pokeballs. He also lived in Azalea Town. After all, Ash still had the task of delivering the GS ball to Mr. Orberg from Professor Oak. On the way, they caught two wild townspeople and learned from them where Mr. Orberg lived. Ash and his group walked towards the eastern suburbs of the town. As a well-known Pokeball maker, Mr. Orberg owned a huge estate in Azalea Town. The Endless Manor even connected to the back mountain, where some magical fruits that can be used to make Pokeballs were planted. "Excuse me, is anyone home?" Following the guidance of passers-by, Ash came to Mr. Orberg's house, knocked on the door, and then said loudly. The sound spread through Psychic, easily covering the large house, but the sound was not too loud, not aggressive or abrupt. Mr. Orberg, who was making Pokeballs in the yard, listened to the sound that seemed to ring in his ears, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. His workshop is a distance away from the house. The person who came was really amazing. He could actually transmit the sound. He himself didn't know when he met such an amazing person. No matter, you can see who it is by looking. After quickly completing the process at hand, Mr. Orberg changed himself into a set of casual clothes and then walked quickly to the door. At the same time, he had many guesses about the identity of the outsider in his heart. Which distinguished guest is visiting? It really makes my humble home feel honored. The voice came before the person arrived. Ash and the other two who were still waiting at the door first heard a hearty laugh coming from the door. Then they saw the door open and a sturdy old man walked out. The old man had a head full of silver-white hair, a bald forehead, a firm and serious face, and looked serious. The eyes were also slightly majestic square face, and hooked nose looked extremely sharp. In general, he was a spirited and majestic old man. But at this time, the old man's face was full of smiles, which made his sharp temperament weaken a lot. When he opened the door and saw Ash and the other two, Mr. Orberg's eyes flashed with surprise. The three Ash were not old, not to mention Sunday and Serena, who had the body shape of pure lowly girls. Although Ash was tall and even comparable to an adult, if you look at his face alone, he was still a little immature. It looks like he has only been on the road for 2 or 3 years, but his body has developed more advanced. He doesn't remember having such a friend. Could it be the younger generation of those old friends? However, the special ability Ash showed just now surprised him. He wondered which old friend had trained such an excellent younger generation. Mr. Orberg looked at Ash and the other two, wondering in his heart. "Hello, Mr. Orberg. Sorry for interrupting me. Let me introduce myself. I am Ash from Pallet Town. I am here to escort something to Mr. Orberg on behalf of Professor Oak. This is Serena from Kalos, and this is Sunday from Kanto region. They are my companions on the trip. Ash saw Mr. Orberg's puzzled expression and immediately explained. At the same time, he took off his backpack, unzipped it, and took out the Pokémon Pokédex as his ID. He opened the Pokédex and clicked on the Earl Dervish page. The video recorded by Professor Oak before issuing the Pokédex to introduce Ash's personal information played on the screen. Hearing the familiar voice from the Pokémon Pokédex and the familiar old friend in the image, Mr. Orberg's eyes flashed with a hint of realization. So you are the Ash. Professor Oak once mentioned you to me, saying that you are the most outstanding rookie trainer in Pallet Town in the past 100 years. You won the court's conference champion within 1 year of your debut. It's true that a hero emerges young. Ash is a mega genius who has made Pallet Town famous again in the Kanto region in the past 2 years. Professor Oak often uses him as a topic of conversation and brags to his old friends. Obviously, Mr. Orberg is probably also a victim of Professor Oak's bragging. Hearing Mr. Orberg's words full of praise for Ash and his undisguised admiration, Sunday and Serena both proudly puffed up their chests, feeling proud. It was as if Mr. Orberg was praising them. Although both of them are still young and have not fully grown up, they can only be said to be young lotuses with their tipped corners. Compared with their good sisters, Kanto, elite Lorelei, or mature beauties like Sabrina, their scale is far inferior, but their youthful beauty also has a unique flavor. Ash shook his head and replied modestly, Professor Oak is exaggerating a bit. I was able to achieve such an achievement, and luck also played a big role. It was just luck. Well, young people don't need to be too modest. Everyone knows whether it was luck or not. The thing you escorted here, Professor Oak also mentioned it to me. What kind of Pope ball is it? GS ball, Ash added, and then took out a GS ball with a gold and silver color and a mysterious GS engraved on it from his backpack. Oh yes, it's the GS ball. Professor Oak said that it can't be transported by a teleportation machine and can only be transported manually. Thank you for sending it all the way. Mr. Orberg took the GS ball, looked at it carefully, and wanted to explore the mystery in it. At the same time, he said to Ash and the other two, It's not hard. We were originally going to challenge the Silver Conference held in the Johto region, and this trip was just a side trip. Besides, there happens to be a bug-type gym in Azalea Town. Ash shook his head. Ding! Mission completed. GS ball has been delivered to Mr. Orberg. Mission reward. Secret of GS ball, 1 million points. When Mr. Orberg got the GS ball, Ash also received a prompt in his mind that the system mission was completed. A smile appeared on Ash's face after he got the mission reward. A mission like this is really good, just delivering the GS ball, and the reward is in hand. And after getting the secret of the GS ball, there will be more generous rewards waiting for him. Next time when I return to Pallet Town, I must hang around Professor Oak to see if I can get more easy missions like GS ball from him. Now Ash only needs to wait until Mr. Orberg can't study the secret of the GS ball, and then he can get more rewards. Anyway, you three have made this trip. Come in and sit down. Sorry to bother you, Mr. Orberg said to Ash and the other two with a smile, and then made way for him and made a gesture of invitation. Ash and the other two nodded and followed Mr. Orberg to his mansion. The yard is large. After all, it contains a workshop that can make Pope balls, but the decoration is a little rough. It fits the stereotype of Mr. Orberg, a traditional craftsman. After inviting Ash and the other two into the house, pouring them tea and bringing them some snacks, Mr. Orberg called his granddaughter, who looked only 5 or 6 years old, to accompany him. Then he apologized to Ash and the other two, saying that he could not entertain them in person, and then he could not wait to hold the GS ball and come to the Pope Ball workshop in the yard. He couldn't wait to solve the secret hidden in the GS ball that stumped Professor Nei Mu and Professor Oak. If Mr. Orberg's enthusiasm for Pokeball is the same as Professor Oak's love for Pokemon, then the GS ball is basically equivalent to the mythical beast race. It is understandable that Mr. Orberg is so excited. Ash, Sunday, Do you think Mr. Orberg can solve the secret of the Pokeball? After Mr. Orberg left, there were knocking sounds in the yard. Obviously, Mr. Orberg has already started studying the Pokeball. Hearing the ping-pong sounds, Serena couldn't control her curiosity and thirst for knowledge, and couldn't help asking Ash and the others. I think it's a bit unlikely. After all, even Professor Ichiki and Professor Oak can't do anything with the Pokeball. Although Mr. Orberg is an expert in making Pokeballs, he is still far behind the two professors in scientific research. Sunday guessed seriously. As the eldest daughter of an ancient family in Kanto, it would be fine if it was Professor Ichiki, but she knew how powerful Professor Oak was. Since Professor Oak was so angry about the Pokeball, she was naturally pessimistic about Mr. Orberg being able to solve the secret of the Pokeball. Nonsense, my grandpa is an expert in Pokeballs. No matter what kind of Pokeballs, there is no secret in his eyes. The one called GB Ball is definitely not a problem. Hearing that Sunday was not optimistic about her grandfather, Mr. Orberg's granddaughter pouted and retorted. In her eyes, her grandfather, who often had people visiting him and was extremely respectful, and who could make all kinds of Pokeballs with round orange fruits, was undoubtedly a leader in the field of Pokeball production. There is absolutely no problem related to Pokeballs in this world that could stump her grandfather. I'm just telling the truth. Anyway, I don't think it's very good. Sunday stuck out his tongue. She was always gentle and lovely in front of Ash, but her real character was very straightforward. At this moment, it was naturally impossible for her to easily change her opinion because of Mr. Orberg's granddaughter's 2 words of rebuttal. In her eyes, Professor Oak was a person with stronger research ability, and Mr. Orberg's specialty was mainly in making Pokeballs. Oomph. You are so short-sighted. Brother Ash, what do you think? Seeing that Sunday still didn't change his words, Mr. Orberg's granddaughter curled her lips and then cast her expectant eyes on Ash, who had not spoken yet, wanting to get the expected answer from him. Ahem. Well, I think Mr. Orberg, as a master of Pokeball production technology, naturally has a very deep understanding of Pokeball, and there should be a certain possibility that he can solve the secret of the GS ball. Unable to withstand the pleading eyes of the lowly girl, Ash coughed dryly and said perfunctorily. At the same time, while little Stephanie was not paying attention, he winked at Sunday and even Serena. Of course, Ash, who was familiar with the plot, knew that Mr. Orberg had no way to solve the mystery of the GS ball in the end. 650. He was still waiting for Mr. Orberg to take over the GS ball again after his research failed. Then he would use one of the rewards for completing the GS ball escort mission to reveal the secrets hidden in the GS ball and use it to complete another mission. But even though this was the case, it was not good to say that Mr. Orberg was not good in front of someone else's granddaughter. What's more, it hadn't happened yet. When Mr. Orberg himself admitted that he couldn't solve the secret of the GS ball, this matter would have nothing to do with them. Sunday and Serena, who received Ash's eye signal, knew clearly that Ash's group was just trying to make Mr. Orberg's granddaughter happy. In fact, he himself didn't think highly of Mr. Orberg. Brother Ash, still has vision, unlike some people who don't know how powerful my grandfather is. After hearing Ash's affirmative attitude, Mr. Orberg's granddaughter raised her head proudly and then gave Sunday a taunting look. Obviously, this someone in the words refers to Sunday. Sunday quietly rolled his eyes, not wanting to argue too much with the little brat in front of him. Some things are enough to be clear in his heart. Anyway, even Ash doesn't think highly of Mr. Orberg, and Mr. Orberg himself may not be able to research anything in the end. So before that, let Mr. Orberg's granddaughter be happy for a while. Sorry, the difficulty of the GS ball is far beyond my expectations. One afternoon is obviously not enough. I have kept you guys waiting for a long time. Why don't you stay for dinner and celebrate here? I may not need 2 days or so. As the sky gradually darkened, the crackling sound in my ears gradually stopped. Mr. Orberg walked in from the door, wiped the sweat beads on his forehead with his hand, and apologized to Ash and the others. In fact, the difficulty of the GS ball is far beyond what he said. After an afternoon of research, he was still stuck at the first step of getting started how to open the S-ball. After all, from the outside, the GS ball is not much different from other Pokeballs except for the slightly special color. At least based on his many years of experience in making Pokeballs, there is not much difference. Then the only way to solve the puzzle of the GS ball is its internal structure. But if you want to check the internal structure, at least you have to open the DS ball first, right? However, he tried many methods, whether it was chopping with a knife, smashing with an axe, burning with fire, thunder shock. The GS ball showed no signs of being open from beginning to end. This made him very frustrated. He thought that he could successfully solve the secret of the GS ball in an afternoon. Now it seems that it may not be possible in 2 days, let alone an afternoon. No need, Mr. Orberg. We have already checked in at the hotel in town. Let's go there to rest tonight. We can go to Challenge Xuan Kangyun Gym tomorrow. Mr. Orberg, you could just focus on studying GS ball. You don't need to entertain us. Ash shook his head and said to Mr. Orberg. After failing to persuade him to stay, Mr. Orberg had to give up. He agreed with Ash and the other two to come to his place in a few days and then sent Ash and the other two away. Ash and his group left Mr. Orberg's courtyard and came to the hotel where they had checked in early. As for why he was alone today and Sunday and Serena didn't follow him, I can only say that those who understand will understand. Unfortunately, when Ash arrived at the door of the Azalea Gym, he found that the gym door was closed. Ash went forward to knock on the door, but no one answered. Psychic scanned the entire gym, and the gym was empty. Only some bug-type Pokemon, such as Caterpie and Metapod, lived in the big tree in the backyard. Hello, old man. Where's the gym leader of Azalea Gym? Ash caught a wild passerby grandfather passing by the Azalea Gym and asked him, You mean the gym leader Bugsy? Because of the continuous drought in the past few months, there are few trainers coming to challenge. The gym has been closed for several days. I heard that he is looking for a way to change the drought situation in Azalea Town recently. You should be able to find him at Officer Jenny's place. The old man is obviously an Azalea expert, and he solved Ash's doubts in an instant. Ash nodded and said, Okay, thank you, old man. After saying goodbye to the old man, Ash set off for the police station in Azalea Town. After a while, Ash arrived at the police station not too far from the Azalea Gym. Sure enough, he found a missing Azalea Gym Master Bugsy here. Bugsy was discussing with Officer Jenny how to solve the drought problem in Azalea Town. After all, due to the drought, many trainers who planned to collect Azalea Gym badges changed their routes, resulting in no challengers for a long time. This kind of thing is extremely unacceptable to any ambitious gym master. Not to mention that Bugsy is also committed to promoting bug-type Pokemon through battles with challengers, so he is naturally anxious. Unfortunately, Officer Jenny didn't have a good solution. She was even a little overwhelmed. Due to the drought, the villages and farms under Azalea Town had a water crisis. Some people almost fought over a little tap water, and the public security in Azalea Town plummeted. Azalea Town now has only 2 options. One is to hope that the Slowpokes, who have a high status in Azalea Town, will make the heavens rain. The second is naturally for Bugsy to ask for help from the Alliance, and ask the Alliance to send a trainer with a powerful water-type Pokemon to use the Rain Dance skill. Ash, who learned about this from the conversation between Officer Jenny and Bugsy, immediately patted his chest and agreed directly. He has quite a few powerful water-type Pokemon in his hands, including Flash Milotic, Blastoise, Kingler, Suicune, etc. To be honest, he has captured more powerful water-type Pokemon than many trainers who specialize in water-type Pokemon. Not to mention that he also holds several powerful titles related to water-type Pokemon. 17. No one is more suitable than him to solve the drought crisis in Azalea Town. Ash, is everything you said true? Are you sure you can solve the drought crisis in Azalea Town? Bugsy and Officer Jenny were extremely surprised when they heard the news and looked at Ash in disbelief. From the information in the conversation, it is obvious that Ash came to the gym leader to challenge the gym. In other words, Ash is a traveling trainer for the Silver Conference held in Johto region this year. Trainers like this are usually young and have limited strength. If it is a small-scale rain dance skill, they can do it, but it is obviously a drop in the bucket to alleviate the drought in the entire Azalea Town. If it is really that simple, they would have already found a trainer with water-type Pokemon and learned the rain dance skill in Azalea Town to solve the problem. There is no loss anyway. You two might as well give it a try. Ash smiled and looked at Officer Jenny and Bugsy Gym Leader and said. Seeing Ash's confident look, Bugsy and Officer Jenny also gained some confidence. The two followed Ash with some expectation to the large playground behind the police station for training Growlithe. Then, Ash reached for his waist and took out 3 luxury balls. Come out, Milotic, Dragonair, Dragonite. With 3 flashes of red light, the Flash Milotic with beautiful postures and the Dragonair mother and son that Ash had captured in the wild area appeared in front of the two. However, the mother of Dragonair is still Dragonair, but the son has evolved into Dragonite and has champion-level strength. These old guys who were captured in the Kanto region have not been able to play in Ash's games for a long time. After all, after coming to the Johto region, Ash mainly makes a living by training the newly captured Pokemon in the city region. In the battles against the gym and the usual battles, they're often sent out to increase practical experience. But the training of the Pokemon captured in the Kanto region has not been relaxed. Seeing the appearance of Flash Milotic, Dragonair, and Dragonite, both Officer Jenny and Bugsy were stunned. This Milotic is actually a Pokemon with a different color from Flash, and it is much larger than the ordinary Milotic. And Dragonair and Dragonite are also very famous in their Johto region. Is Ash really just a Pokemon trainer who has been traveling for less than a few years? This is because Ash is low-key. If it were a king-level male protagonist, he would definitely send out the incarnation of the North Wind, Suicune. Suicune's aura in the Johto region is probably not comparable to that of the 3 Pokemon in front of him. You 3, use your full strength to perform Rain Dance. Seeing Bugsy and Officer Jenny looking at him, Ash gave orders to the 3 Pokemon without hesitation. It would be good if it rained earlier, so that the Azalea Gym battle could proceed smoothly and he could get the gym badge earlier. The next moment, the 3 Pokemon performed Rain Dance at the same time. Accompanied by 3 gentle hums, the originally cloudless soaring in the sky suddenly became cloudy. And as the dark clouds became heavier layer by layer, the whole Azalea Town became gloomy. For a while, the townspeople of Azalea Town who suffered from drought all showed joy on their faces, and many people quickly rushed into the house to take out pots and pans to prepare to collect more water for use. Everyone looked at the dark clouds covering the Azalea Town sky eagerly, and at the same time, they were a little worried. What if it was just a false alarm and it wasn't really raining? The result did not disappoint them. After just a moment, soaring in the sky began to drizzle. Soon, the rain began to get heavier and heavier, and in a blink of an eye, it turned into a downpour. The whole Azalea Town was trapped in a heavy rain curtain. The dry land outside the town was moistened, and the townspeople who used pots and pans to collect water also ran back and forth excitedly. Until all the containers in the house were filled, they ran to the open space with joy, opened their arms, looked up to the sky, and welcomed the hard-earned rain. Some children even took off their clothes and took a bath in the open air. The whole town was immersed in a sea of happiness. Come back, Milotic, Dragonite, Dragonair. After using Rain Dance, Ash put all 3 Pokemon back into the Pokeball. Among the 3 Pokemon, except Milotic, Dragonair, and Dragonite are both masters of Rain Dance. Especially Dragonite, who is at the champion level. Their Rain Dance skills are enough to make the rain fall for several hours. Enough to greatly replenish the local scarce groundwater resources, so that even if Azalea Town still has no rain in the next 1 or 2 months, it can guarantee basic water supply. And Ash plans to let the 3 Pokemon perform a rain dance of this scale when leaving Azalea Town, so that everything will be fine. It is impossible that such a drought will continue for several months. 9:33 if this is the case. As long as Officer Jenny and Bugsy can report to the Alliance in time, the Alliance will definitely send someone to deal with it. Anyway, Ash feels that he has done his best. He can't just be the Water Dragon King here all the time. Thank you so much, Ash, and your Pokemon. In the police station office, Officer Jenny and Gym Master Bugsy looked at Ash sitting on the sofa with gratitude. After the heavy rain, the three returned to the office. Although Officer Jenny and Bugsy didn't mind chatting in the rain, they even wanted to enjoy the long-lost rain. But they couldn't let Ash, who had just helped them a lot and was the benefactor of the entire Azalea town, get wet in the rain with them. They hurriedly invited Ash in and treated him to all kinds of delicious food and drinks. Ash took a sip of tea, and Solation waved his hand, indicating that the two didn't need to take it to heart, and then asked Deng to challenge the skin inspection gym. Officer Jenny and Bugsy were both stunned, but soon figured out why Ash came here. Bugsy also agreed to Ash's request very readily, and agreed to go to the Azalea gym together after the rain stopped to complete Ash's gym challenge. Officer Jenny, who was surprised that the 3 rare Pokémon sent by Ash this time were more curious about Ash, volunteered to act as the referee for the battle between the two. Although Bugsy's Azalea gym has professional referees, he is also happy for Officer Jenny to join him. 3 hours later, the dark clouds dispersed, the heavy rain stopped completely, and the sun shone on the ground again. The 3 people in the police station also got up from the office and left, heading for the Azalea gym. The battle rules are 3v3. The 2 sides are Ash from Kanto Region Pallet Town and Bugsy, the gym owner of Azalea Gym in Azalea Town. If all 3 Pokemon of either side lose their combat ability, they will be considered defeated, and the gym trainer will release the Pokemon first. The challenger can change Pokemon in the middle of the battle, but the gym trainer cannot. On the battlefield in the backyard of the Azalea Gym, Officer Jenny, in uniform, held a small flag and announced the battle rules in a serious manner. Ash and the gym owner Bugsy were stationed in the command areas on both sides of the battlefield. To be honest, among the many gyms that Ash challenged, the battlefield and facilities of the Azalea Gym were relatively poor, not much better than many private gyms. Could it be that bug-type Pokemon trainers are generally poor? Even Bugsy, a gym trainer, is no exception. After all, it is well known that the young bug catchers are poor unless they have an extraordinary love for a tribute Pokemon. Anyone with good family resources and money in hand would not specialize in bug-type Pokemon. After all, although bug-type Pokemon are easy to cultivate, evolve quickly, and have decent combat power, they have extremely fatal flaws. That is, the proportion of high-quality bug-type Pokemon emerging from a large number is really low, and most bug-type Pokemon do not have a long lifespan. Many trainers have finally cultivated their Pokemon to a higher combat power level, but soon face the embarrassing situation of their end of life. Over time, few people specialize in bug-type Pokemon, and there are few top trainers specializing in bug-type. Most bug catchers only use bug-type Pokemon that can be cultivated quickly as a transition in the early stage, and when the conditions are slightly better, they will specialize in other attributes. Well, since not many people challenge the Azalea Gym, the gym subsidy issued by the Alliance is not generous, and most of the gym subsidy issued by the Alliance is used by me to hire people to find high-quality bug-type Pokemon, so there's not much money to repair the gym. So, it is a bit simple. I hope Ash doesn't mind. Bugsy, who was about to release Pokemon, blushed when he saw Ash's gaze, and Ash explained. In fact, not only Ash, but also many trainers who came to challenge before were a little surprised after seeing the facilities of the Azalea Gym. Some people even doubted the authenticity of the Azalea Gym. After all, the wild gyms outside that are a little more upscale look much more upscale than the Azalea Gym in front of them. But who makes the probability of high-quality Pokemon individuals appearing in the bug-type Pokemon population too low? If Bugsy relies on himself, it is difficult to capture enough Pokemon that can be cultivated into the main force or the second team. He can only spend money to ask someone to find them. As a result, most of the gym funds issued by the Alliance were spent by him throughout the year. As a result, the budget for gym construction and infrastructure construction was naturally reduced, which was also a helpless move. Of course, although it was broken, it did not affect the fact that the Azalea Gym was an officially recognized Pokemon gym. The Hive badge obtained by defeating the Azalea Gym could also be used to certify the qualification for the Johto Region Silver Conference. Facing Bugsy's explanation, Ash nodded, indicating that he already knew, and then urged Bugsy to release his Pokémon. Anyway, get the badge first. Come out, Insia. With the flashing red light, a bug-type Pokémon Pinsir, which Ash was very familiar with, appeared in the battlefield. Pokémon Pinsir, level AV.32. Looking at Pinsir with a pair of huge horns in the battlefield, Ash's eyes flickered slightly, and his eyes were quite unexpected. In the original plot, Bugsy used Spinarak, Metapod, and Scyther. Besides Scyther, the levels of the other Pokémon were not high, and Ash's recently captured Cyndaquil was not difficult to deal with. Unexpectedly, Spinarak had been replaced by Pinsir of level 4.32. Perhaps it was because he had seen Ash's powerful Pokémon lineup, Milotic, Dragonair, Dragonite, etc., at the rain dance in the police station before, and knew that his strength was far from being comparable to those ordinary trainers who had challenged the gym before, so he used other main Pokémon. Ash's thoughts flashed, and he soon guessed the truth. He breathed a sigh of relief. In the case that he could only use Pokémon captured in the Johto region, facing Bugsy who might be at full power, this gym challenge was a little difficult. However, this was what he wanted to see. After releasing Pinsir, Bugsy stared at Ash, standing on the opposite command platform with burning eyes, looking forward to what kind of Pokémon Ash would release. In fact, if he hadn't seen Ash's amazing momentum in the backyard of the police station, he would not have been able to send out an amazing Pokémon lineup that a trainer who has traveled for several years could have sent out. Facing ordinary gym challengers, he would only send out Spinarak, which he had just captured not long ago. After all, as an official gym leader of the Alliance, in addition to protecting the town and fighting criminals, one of the most important tasks he undertakes is to coach the challenger, who has paid, when he challenges the gym. Of course, he cannot use Pokémon that is too much higher in level than the challenger, and most of the time, the Pokémon he uses must be lower than the challenger. Even so, with his rich command of Pokémon in battle, few trainers can defeat him. Most trainers who get Hive badges are those who have performed well in battle command, or those who have made significant progress in the second challenge after failing the first challenge. In general, Bugsy has always been positive about the distribution of Hive badges. Of course, Ash is definitely not an ordinary challenger who needs him to give him a gym badge. What he is looking forward to now is what kind of Pokémon Ash will choose to send a deal with Pinsir he sent out. Get ready for battle, Scyther. Looking at the aggressive Pinsir in the field, Ash's eyes flashed, and he reached for his waist and took out a luxury ball. After pressing the button, the finger-sized Pokeball immediately became something that could only be held in one hand. Then a red light flashed, and a figure with a green body, a tall body, elbow blades, and thin wings on his back appeared in the battlefield, standing opposite Pinsir, with an aura that was no less than Pinsir's. It was Scyther, who was captured by Ash not long ago and was known as a natural Zerg warrior. Pokémon Scyther, level IV.34. Yes, after being captured by Ash, after a long time of leveling up, plus some primary rare candy fed by Ash, Scyther's level has already made a huge leap, reaching the elite level of IV.34. Now it seems that Ash's previous action of feeding Scyther some primary rare candy was extremely correct. Otherwise, Scyther would never reach the elite level of IV.34. With a leading level, Ash only needs to give a little command to win the battle. Scyther? Ash, do you like bug-type Pokemon too? Bugsy's eyes lit up when he saw the Scyther sent by Ash, and he said he had met a soulmate, and his voice became a little excited. 360 no matter who it is, as long as they love bug-type Pokemon, they are his good friends. Looking at Bugsy's expectant eyes, Ash nodded slightly. Indeed, in addition to Scyther, I have also captured some bug-type Pokemon with outstanding potential. But unlike you, Bugsy, I am not a trainer specializing in bug-type, and I have also captured many Pokemon of other attributes. I see. Ash, can you have a civil war with me for middle attribute Pokemon? Please. Bugsy was excited to get a positive answer from Ash, and then made a gesture of please to Ash. Although Ash is not a trainer specializing in bug-type Pokemon, judging from the Scyther that Ash has trained. Obviously, Ash is quite experienced in training bug-type Pokemon. This made Bugsy excited, and he immediately invited Ash to a Huxia Pokemon Civil War. At their level of strength, it is difficult to make progress and improvement if they just study behind closed doors. More battles and exchanges with trainers of the same or higher level are needed to effectively improve their level. It's just that it's easy to find other powerful trainers, and at most you can ask other gym leaders of your colleagues, but it's hard to find a rival with more bug-type Pokemon. Now that he sees Ashu meets the requirements, how can he not be excited? Ding! The task is triggered. Accept the request of Bugsy Gym Leader to have a bug-type civil war with him and get the Hive Badge Factory. Task reward: 1,000,000 points, top quality metal coat. The power of steel-type skills of Pokemon carrying this item is increased by 50%. Originally, Ash was still hesitating whether to agree to his request. As a result, he suddenly received a system task requiring him to use 3 main bug-type Pokemon to defeat Bugsy and get the gym badge. He also gave him the reward he needed at this stage, and Ash nodded and agreed without hesitation. Isn't it just using bug-type Pokemon to fight you? Outside the field, Officer Jenny, who volunteered to act as a referee, saw that Ash and Bugsy were going to have a bug-type Pokemon Civil War, and the melon-eating attribute was also directly maxed out, and she couldn't help but get excited. At the same time, she was secretly guessing who would be the final winner of this battle. If there were no restrictions on bug-type, she would definitely choose Ash. After all, when they were in the backyard of the police station, Milotic, Dragonair, and the Dragonite whose strength was far beyond her imagination. In her opinion, the Dragonite in particular gave her a more intimidating feeling than the Johto region elite for Pokemon. Although Bugsy is also a gym leader, his strength can only be said to be average among all gym leaders, not even the top, and there is a big gap from the Elite Four. But if he fights against Ash with all attributes, he probably won't have a chance of winning, unless Ash underestimates the enemy and sends out Pokemon that is obviously weaker than Bugsy. If it is a civil war between bug-type Pokemon, then there will be a little suspense. After all, Bugsy specializes in bug-type, has a thorough understanding of bug-type Pokemon, and the level of the Pokemon he has cultivated is not weak. Ash, on the other hand, is distracted by bug-type Pokemon. It is hard to say whether the bug-type Pokemon in his hand can be ranked among the top Pokemon in his hand. The level is not necessarily very high, and it should not reach the level of the 3 Rain Dance Pokemon just now, especially Dragonite. At best, it is about the same level as Bugsy. In this way, the gap between the two sides and the level of Pokemon is not so obvious, and the competition is the level of the trainers on the spot command. Ash, who is a higher level trainer, faces Bugsy, who knows more about bug-type Pokemon. She can't say who will win or lose, but there is no doubt that this will be an extremely exciting battle. Officer Jenny thought so in her heart, and stared at the battlefield at the same time for fear of missing any key moment of a big battle. Pinsir used focus energy. During the confrontation, Bugsy took the lead in commanding Pinsir to use the focus energy skill. After using it, he can get the effect of full concentration, and it will be easier to hit the enemy's vital points in the next attack. Under the circumstance of not knowing Ash and Scyther's abilities and command habits, is a relatively conventional move. Many trainers like to use the first-hand firepower to suppress the opponent and take the lead, which is actually a very stupid behavior. Only those who are just starting out will take the above approach. In many cases, the real masters fight only in a moment. Before that, it is necessary to make various tactical arrangements and psychological games to find the opponent's weaknesses and flaws in order to defeat the enemy with one move. Smart. Seeing Bugsy's approach, Ash also nodded slightly, as if he was standing from the perspective of an examiner in terms of mentality, rather than the identity of a challenger. However, with his command level of a champion-level trainer, he is qualified to speak to an ordinary gym owner from such an identity position. And not only the gym leader, but even if the Elite Four of Johto region stood opposite, Ash would have the same mentality. After all, although he is still a little immature in terms of age, he is a real champion in terms of vision and strength, and even some of his Pokemon are far stronger than the champion level. And Bugsy is only at the middle level among gym trainers. Let's use sword dance, Scyther. Ash, who had wanted to fight quickly, changed his mind after seeing Bugsy's conventional fighting style. Cha! In the battlefield, Scyther, who received the trainer's command, shouted excitedly. Then the body quickly rotated with its feet as the center of the circle, and its sickle-like arms also danced with it, as if performing some special dance. After a while, Scyther stopped, and its momentum also reached a higher level. Sword Dance, after using it, the Pokemon's attack level +2 is a very powerful buff-type skill. In theory, 3 Sword Dances can directly increase the Pokemon's attack increase to the maximum. What? This Scyther even learned Sword Dance. On the opposite command platform, Bugsy saw this scene and whispered in amazement. The fact that Scyther could Sword Dance was beyond his expectation. Normally, Sword Dance was a powerful skill that could only be learned by many Scythers who had gone a long way in the gym level. And from the perspective of the level and momentum, Ash's Scyther was at most similar to his Pinsir, and at most was just a Pokemon that had just entered the elite level. It actually mastered such a powerful skill as Sword Dance so long in advance. Obviously, if Ash didn't have a special training method, then the talent level of that Scyther was far beyond that of normal individuals of the same species. That's why it learned Sword Dance, a powerful amplification skill, so long in advance. And from a Scyther's obviously darker color than that of ordinary individuals of the same species, and the sharp sickle blades on both arms, it was obvious that the answer was the latter. Based on his observation ability, he roughly judged that if Ash's Scyther was well-trained, it could at least become a trump card Pokemon at the gym leader level, or even a team Pokemon at the elite level. Facing the Scyther with such extraordinary potential, Bugsy, who aspires to become a Bug-type Pokémon Master, is extremely envious. His eyes towards Ash Scyther also become extremely eager, and his appearance is very much like a pervert who sees a top beauty. In fact, Bugsy's eyesight for Bug-type Pokemon is quite good, but his guess is a little conservative. Ash's Scyther has the appearance of a champion, and even with the help of his golden finger in the future, it is expected to become a normal beast race that surpasses the champion level. Suppressing his envy and covet for Scyther, Bugsy decided to take out 100% contest condition to face this battle. Since he already knew that it was impossible to become the trainer of this Scyther with extraordinary potential, then it would be nice to be able to fight with it. Pinsir, rush over and vice grip it. Bugsy, who was originally thinking about slowly looking for the flaws of Ash and Scyther, immediately gave up this idea and changed tactics after seeing Scyther use Sword Dance. After all, his Pinsir doesn't have a powerful buff skill like Sword Dance. The longer the time drags on, the greater the enhancement of Ash's Scyther using Sword Dance, and the more disadvantageous the battle situation is for him and Daiden. In this case, only a quick attack can be used. Otherwise, after Ash's Scyther continues to use Sword Dance to fully increase his attack level, only one attack from Solation may directly make his Pinsir lose his combat ability. As the saying goes, the first to strike is the strongest, and the last to strike will suffer. Scyther double team, Sword Dance Encore. Facing the fierce attack of Bugsy Pinsir, Ash is already prepared. His command level is much higher than Bugsy, and Scyther's level talent is also stronger than Pinsir. The only thing he lacks is rich practical experience. In summary, the overall comprehensive strength gap between the two Pokemon on the field is still not obvious. In this case, Ash dare not be careless, because there is still a possibility of capsizing in the ditch. He immediately directed Scyther to use Double Team to confuse and dodge the attack, and then use Sword Dance to strengthen his attack power level. Anyway, the situation was in his and Scyther's hands. The longer the time was delayed, the better it would be for him and Scyther. Bugsy must be the one who was anxious, not him. Pinsir, who was approaching Scyther at a rapid speed, saw that the original target had suddenly become 8. Each of them looked exactly the same, and they were all dancing a special dance, and he was a little confused. Which one was the real one? At this moment, Pinsir looked at Bugsy for help, hoping to get help from the trainer. Bugsy also couldn't tell which one was the real one. And because Scyther was proficient in using double team, the number of double teams was better than that of ordinary Pokemon. The more there are, the lower the chance of him guessing right. But now he has no better way. He can't just watch Scyther continue to increase his attack level with Sword Dance, who made Pinsir fail to learn a large-scale AoE skill. Since the attack can't cover all 8 Scythers, he can only try one by one. Now he can only hope that he is lucky enough to attack the real Scyther from the beginning. After receiving the instructions from the trainer, Pinsir aimed at one of the Scythers that it thought was the most like the real body and hit it hard. As expected, the clone was crushed by it directly. The first one was Double Team. Scyther, it's our turn to attack. Agility, and then use the slash attack. At this time, Ash had also issued an attack order. In the field, the remaining 5 Scythers that were broken into pieces instantly moved at an astonishing speed, rushing from all directions towards Dashin, who had just broken the Scyther double team and was standing there without quickly attacking the next target or distanced himself from Scyther. Pinsir, get out of the way. Bugsy's pupils shrank sharply when he saw this scene, and he shouted in a hurry. You know, Scyther at this time has experienced 2 Sword Dance enhancements, and his attack power has already undergone a qualitative change. If he is hit by Scyther's attack power, even for Pinsir, who has thick skin and flesh, it will be very uncomfortable, and he may even be hit directly and seriously injured. The current situation is that the enemy is strong and it is weak. If it is seriously injured, the outcome of this battle will be uncertain. Everything depends on whether Pinsir can avoid the next round of fierce attacks from Scyther. Pinsir, who received Bugsy's command, began to try to avoid Scyther's attacks. However, the real Scyther was hidden in 4 fake bodies, so he couldn't tell which side's attack was real. Moreover, Scyther, which was already faster than it, was even faster than the slightly clumsy Pinsir after adding agility. He barely avoided the first 2 fake body attacks, but was hit by the subsequent Scyther's real body attack. He was directly hit and flew over, plowing a deep mark on the ground, as if he was seriously injured. Scyther 303, don't give the opponent a chance to react. Keep rushing over and use slash skills. Ash's orders continued to be issued. For Pinsir, who had already been severely injured, this was tantamount to the final judgment. In the end, he fell under Scyther's knife arm attack, becoming the background board of Flying Mantis's first victory in the gym battle since following Ash. Pinsir has lost his ability to fight. The winner of this battle is the challenger Ash from Kanto Pallet Town. Please ask the gym leader Bugsy to change the fighting Pokemon. Off the field, the referee officer Jenny waved and announced. She was a little surprised by this result. She didn't expect Ash's bug-type Pokemon to be so powerful. Come back, Pinsir. Bugsy looked back with a complicated expression. Pinsir's eyes were already wavy, and he obviously felt a little guilty. If he hadn't been so reckless and wanted to win the battle quickly, Pinsir's first-hand advantage would not have been lost, and the first-hand advantage would have become the second-hand advantage, and he would have been fooled by Scyther, who used double team later and easily won the battle. However, Bugsy knew very well that even if he didn't win the battle quickly and dragged it on, the small Scyther with Sword Dance would win in the end. Sword Dance increases the attack power level, agility increases the speed, and Scyther's own speed is much faster than Pinsir. In fact, the outcome of this battle was determined after he commanded Pinsir to use focus energy. But who could have thought that Scyther, who only had elite-level strength, could cross levels and master the Sword Dance skill that only gym-level Scyther could learn? It can only be said that time and fate, in this battle, he made Ash a little worse in terms of strength and luck. But what Bugsy didn't know was that Ash's Scyther didn't master the Sword Dance skill at level IV.35. Instead, it mastered the Sword Dance skill when Ash had just captured it, when its level was much lower than now. If Bugsy knew this, he would understand that its defeat was not far from injustice. Champion potential, Scyther who mastered Sword Dance in advance. The level is higher than the combination of rival and champion-level trainer Ash against the combination of Didayan and Oddang. You can guess which side will win this battle with your toes. Cha! After winning the first battle, Scyther seemed very excited, waving his pair of blade arms, holding his head high, like a warrior welcoming an inspection. "Thank you for your hard work, Scyther. You did a great job. Come back." For Scyther, who performed perfectly in the first gym battle, Ash did not hesitate to praise him. After praising Scyther, he took out the Pokeball and took Scyther back. The first Pokemon Bugsy sent out was Pinsir, who was level 4.32. Obviously, the next two Pokemon to be sent out must be higher than Pinsir. No matter what the consideration was, Ash did not intend to let Scyther continue to fight. The next battle would have to give other Pokemon more time to play. And the two guys who came out were not like Scyther, who was just starting out. They were quite strong. Did he take it back? Bugsy was a little disappointed when he saw Ash take Scyther back. He wanted to fight with this Scyther, who had extraordinary potential and made him envious. But he did not expect Ash to take it back into the Pokeball so quickly. Suppressing the feeling of loss in his heart, Bugsy took out his second Pokeball. "Come out Tenshin." Pokemon, Beedrill level, IV.45. In the field, a Beedrill that many bug-catching boys are very familiar with appeared. It is the evolution of Weedle, the most common bug-type Pokemon in Kanto region. Unlike the Beedrills of normal bug-catching boys with low levels and weak strength, Bugsy's Beedrill is the main Pokemon of his second team, and its level has reached IV.45. Among the Beedrills, whose potential is generally low, it is already a rare one in a million. It can be seen that Bugsy's status as a gym leader is also obtained entirely by strength. Beedrill? It's decided to be you. Come out Heracross. Seeing Beedrill in the field, Ash reached out and pushed his non-existent glasses. Then he took out the Pokeball belonging to Heracross and released Heracross from the Pokemon home through the Pokeball. Hera. Pokemon, Heracross level, IV.40. After Heracross came out of the Pokeball, it screamed excitedly, and when it looked at Beedrill, the whole Pokemon immediately became full of fighting spirit. During the period after being captured by Ash, its personality has changed even more. From the one who only loved tree sap and didn't like fighting before, it has transformed into a true insect warrior. It often challenges other partners in the team, and it also strikes hard against others. After defeating Shingo Sizer in Uncle Muramace's Pokemon Gym, it is even more high-spirited. Danger. 2.4. Another bug-type Pokemon with great potential and talent. After seeing the Heracross released by Ash, Bugsy couldn't help but be alert. Judging from the level of the Heracross sent by Ash, according to his observation, it should be inferior to Beedrill, but it gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. As an excellent trainer who has experienced many battles, Bugsy trusts his intuition very much. Perhaps Ash's Heracross is not a simple character. That's right. Judging from Scyther's performance just now and the extremely terrifying Pokemon in the backyard of the police station, Ash has extremely high requirements for the Pokemon he captures. Heracross was able to be captured by Ash and spent time to cultivate it to this level. Compared with the same Pokemon, it must have many outstanding features that he is not aware of. Ash's Heracross not only looks better, but also has a harder shell. However, what makes Bugsy feel a little relieved is that Beedrill is an air unit after all, while Heracross is only a ground unit. Although it can fly when it is forced, it is much inferior to Beedrill. In terms of flexibility, his Beedrill is going to crush Heracross. In general, he has the initiative in this battle. Attack or counterattack, the dominant power is basically in his hands. This is much better than the situation of Pinsir fighting Scyther in the last game, and the identities of both sides have completely switched. More importantly, Beedrill not only has the advantage in the air, but also has a much higher level than Heracross. The advantage is obviously on his side when the dragon rides on the face. Anyway, Bugsy thinks that he will definitely be able to take the opportunity to win back in the second battle. Heracross 17. Next is the final horn attack. 2.5 minutes later, Ash gave the order with a cold face. In the battlefield, Heracross, which carried the exclusive amplification item and turned into an attacking spear, gave a fatal blow to Beedrill, who had been dodging its attacks before and was in a mess and exhausted. Bang! Beedrill, whose stamina was too much and whose dodging ability was far inferior to the beginning, was hit hard by the giant horn on the top of Heracross's head. The whole Pokémon flew out immediately and hit the trunk of a big tree outside the field, deeply embedded in it. The eyes had turned into ripples, as if it had lost its ability to fight. Beedrill has lost its ability to fight. The challenger Ash from Pallet Town won this battle. Next, please ask the gym to change the Pokémon. Outside the field, Officer Jenny, who acted as a referee, announced the result of the battle. At the same time, the delicate hands and leather gloves could not help but cover their mouths, and the beautiful eyes were wide open. Obviously, Bugsy, who knew Bug-type Pokémon better, was very surprised to lose to Ash twice in a row when the levels of Bug-type Civil War were almost the same. In her imagination, Ash and Bugsy should be evenly matched, but the fact was completely beyond her expectations. In front of Ash, Bugsy was like a baby learning to speak with no ability to resist at all, and Ash was basically played around by him. Especially in this battle, Bugsy's Beedrill obviously had the upper hand in terms of level and flexibility, but the situation was firmly controlled by Ash from the beginning. This made Bugsy's Beedrill always exhausted, and was finally defeated by Ash's Heracross. In addition, she also noticed that Ash's Heracross seemed to be very different from ordinary Heracross. For some reason, basically every attack was much stronger than ordinary Heracross. The last attack was far beyond the limit of the power that a normal Pokémon of Heracross's level could exert. How did Heracross, or Ash who cultivated it, do this? At this moment, Officer Jenny was extremely curious, but she didn't think of asking Ash. Not to mention that Ash had just saved Azalea Town and solved the drought that had troubled them for months. The method of each trainer to cultivate Pokémon to become stronger was a secret among secrets. Even friends and relatives would not ask rashly to avoid hurting the relationship, not to mention that she and Ash were just casual acquaintances. Officer Jenny felt like a cat's claws were scratching her heart. Even if she wanted to know the answer, she could only temporarily suppress the desire to explore. Listening to Officer Jenny announce the result of this battle, looking at the main Pokémon Beedrill pin that had been beaten and embedded in the tree trunk not far away and lost its combat ability, the whole person's eyes were full of disbelief. Obviously, he, like Officer Jenny, could not accept the fact that he was completely suppressed by Ash in the battle for the time being. Why is it that he is always in the upper hand according to the data on paper, but he is completely manipulated by Ash? This kind of pressure is something he did not feel when he challenged the elite for advice. This is a kind of fear that is completely dominated by rival. Is Ash a Pokémon trainer who is far less powerful than the elite level? Otherwise, it is impossible to suppress him so thoroughly in this battle, leaving him powerless. This thought suddenly appeared in Bugsy's mind and soon became ingrained. In the backyard of the police station, the Dragonite that Ash showed as an elite-level trainer trump card Pokémon seemed to have confirmed his conjecture. But if his conjecture is true, then this Dragonite is very likely not Ash's real main force, and it may even be a Pokémon of the Earth team. There must be a more powerful existence above that Dragonite. However, what Bugsy didn't expect was that Ash didn't change the Pokémon this time. Instead, he showed the Mage bracelet on his left wrist. The Mage evolution stone belonging to Heracross on it lit up with a brilliant evolution light, echoing the Heracross in the field. Then, in Bugsy's shocked eyes, Mega Heracross appeared in full posture. The sharp horn and the bulging muscles of the arms gave people a sense of explosive absolute power. Although Heracross was captured by Ash not too long ago, Ash didn't fall behind in its training at all. It was basically trained according to the scale of the main Pokémon. Of course, it was also very competitive and relied on perseverance to change its character in the original plot that regarded tree sap as more important than anything else. Back to the topic, when Bugsy saw Heracross Mage evolve and felt its whole body exuding a much stronger aura than his trump card Pokémon Scyther, his heart was chilled. Ash didn't even send out a third Pokémon, but only let Heracross evolve Mage. When a level was almost a big realm away from his trump card, Pokemon Scyther, Scyther's aura was at a disadvantage. The problem of level difference seemed to be directly smoothed out or even surpassed by Mage Evolution. Pokemon's hard power was not as good as Ash's, and his combat level as a trainer was also severely crushed by Ash, so Bugsy really couldn't find any chance of winning. Heracross, the last pin missile, sent it away. As expected, before he could fight Mega Heracross for a few rounds, Bugsy Scyther was severely crushed by Ash's Mega Heracross and lost his combat ability. Scyther has lost his ability to fight. The winner of this battle is Ash, the challenger from Pallet Town. Since all three of Bugsy's Pokemon have lost their ability to fight, the final winner of the gym challenge is Ash. Outside the field, Officer Jenny didn't care about being surprised and quickly announced the result of the battle. Then he looked at the Mega Heracross standing in the field, smiling and flattering Ash. I didn't expect that the strength of Heracross would become so strong after Mega Evolution, worthy of being a trainer suspected to be above elite level. But such a powerful trainer actually has to collect badges to participate in the Silver Conference held in Johto region this year. This is obviously extremely bad news for other players. However, it is a great thing for the audience like them. With Ash, the big shark, mixed into the fish pond, the highlights and viewing value of this year's Silver Conference will definitely be much stronger than in previous years. Well, I hope that by then it will be alliance selected to maintain order at the venue, so that you can feast your eyes. If you're not selected, then just take a leave and go to watch, and see Miss Ping happily prepare for the holiday life in a few months before deciding. Come back, Scyther. With a lonely look, he put the Scyther who had lost his fighting ability back into the Pokeball, and rubbed his cheeks hard with his hands, recovering from the failed contest condition. Although he lost the Bug-type Pokemon Civil War this time, he was completely defeated. Not even his underwear was left. But it was also an extremely precious experience for him to be able to fight with a powerful champion-level trainer like Ash. You know, the entire Johto region has not yet had a champion-level trainer, and the position of the region champion can be said to be vacant all year round. Although the championship position of the neighboring Kanto region is also vacant all year round, their situation is not the same as that of the Johto region. The four elites in the Kanto region are mainly too strong, and each of them has a champion level. No one can defeat the other three to be promoted. The regional champions, with checks and balances, will keep the regional champion position vacant. As for their Johto region, because of their lack of strength, it is better to leave this position vacant rather than to promote a trainer with only elite strength as the regional champion to avoid being laughed at by trainers from other regions. Bugsy has a hunch that if he can digest all the insights he gained from the battle with Ash today, he will definitely not be stopped from being promoted to elite level in the future. What will stop him from becoming an elite trainer at that time is Pokemon. After all, there are too few bug-type Pokemon with elite talent potential, and it is extremely difficult to cultivate them, so he does not have much confidence. It seems that in the future, the funds given by the Alliance will have to be allocated a little more to find high potential, especially young bug-type Pokemon that are suspected to have master potential. Poor Bugsy thought so in his heart, and it can be expected that in the next many years, the facilities of the Azalea Gym will be as simple as today, or even more simple. Suppressing his thoughts, Bugsy took out a badge that looked a bit like a 7-spotted ladybug from his pocket and handed it to Ash. Ash, this is proof of defeating me. The Hive badge. Please be sure to accept it. When giving the Hive badge, Agon felt a little sigh in his heart. In the past, every time he gave badges to challengers, he always played the role of examiner and senior. But today, when facing Ash, the situation of both parties was completely reversed, which made him feel inexplicably absurd. By the way, Ash, such a strong trainer, actually has to participate in this year's Silver Conference. For some reason, Agon began to sympathize with all the trainers participating in the Silver Conference this year. With Ash, a guy with abnormal strength, their best result may only be to compete for the runner-up. With Ash's strength, if he can't win the championship, that would be a real joke. Thank you. Ash nodded, bit off the hive badge handed over by Bugsy, and put it in the badge box. Ding! Mission completed. Accept the request of Bugsy Gym Leader to fight Bug-type Civil War with him and obtain Hive Badge Valley. Mission reward: 1 million points, top quality metal coat. The power of Steel-type skills of Pokémon carrying this item is increased by 50%. The item has been stored in the system space and can be taken out at any time. The moment Ash took the Hive Badge from Bugsy, the system prompt of mission completion sounded in his mind. The corresponding reward items were also distributed to the system space. Ash once got the top quality metal coat, but it was only used to evolve the giant onyx captured by Myachishin. Now that he has challenged the gym and got the top quality metal coat reward, Ash's mouth slightly raised, and Scyther's future path has become clearer. Back at the hotel, Ash took Serena and Sunday, who had already washed up and had breakfast, to the Pokémon Center in the center of Azalea Town. Please, Nurse Joy. Ash handed the Pokeballs of the Pokémon, Heracross and Scyther, who had just fought, to Nurse Joy. Although the battle was not fierce, and even the 3 Pokémon were not injured, it was not necessary to eliminate fatigue for a while. Don't worry, your Pokémon will be able to recover soon. Nurse Joy smiled and took the 3 Pokeballs on the tray, and then called out her exclusive assistant, Chansey. Watch her bounce and push the cart to deliver the Pokeballs to a treatment room. Let's wait there for a while. After Heracross and the others recover, there's one more thing to do. Ash pointed to the lounge, not far away, and said to Serena and the others. Although there is a Pokémon home, Ash still sends Pokémon to the Pokémon Center from time to time for treatment or to relieve fatigue. After all, Serena and Sunday's Pokémon also need to go to the Pokémon Center from time to time. If he doesn't go to the Pokémon Center on a regular basis, which is several times the frequency of their battles, it will inevitably arouse suspicion. What else do you want to do? Ash. 7:30, Serena asked Ash with a puzzled look on her face. It should be related to communication evolution. Sunday, who is slightly closer to Ash in strength and has a deeper understanding of Ash's Pokémon lineup, guessed. Ash nodded. Indeed. Remember the Scyther I captured some time ago? I just got a metal coat, which is just right for evolving Scyther here. I'll need your help when we do the communication exchange later. Yeah, no problem. The 2 girls nodded. Since communication evolution requires exchanging Pokémon, normal trainer will only do this with the people closest to him. If you just find someone and the other party suddenly turns against you after exchanging Pokémon, it will be difficult to deal with. Although there is still a good chance to get the Pokémon back if you report it to Officer Jenny, it is always a troublesome matter, and sometimes you can't get the Pokémon back if you can't explain it clearly. After all, you have to prove that you exchanged Pokémon with the other party for communication evolution, not because you regretted the normal exchange and wanted to get your Pokémon back. The Pokémon that needs to carry props for communication evolution is easy to say. You can prove this by carrying props, and those that don't need to carry props to evolve it is difficult to clear the relationship between Pokémon. Ash is willing to let them serve as the cooperative party for communication exchange evolution, which obviously shows that he trusts them very much. Young man, your Pokémon have all recovered, and you can come and take them. After sitting for a while, the door of the lounge was open from the outside, and Nurse Joy said to Ash with a smile, "Yes, these Nurse Joy." Ash nodded, took all 3 Pokeballs, and put Heracross and Scyther back on his waist. Then the 3 of them came to the communication machine in the lobby of the Pokémon Center. Come outside. After releasing Scyther, he took out the top quality metal coat and let Scyther carry it, and then put it back into the Pokeball. Standing at the other end of the machine, he put the Pokeball in his hand into the card slot and looked at Sunday and Serena. Sunday took a half step back with a humble spirit and gave this opportunity to Serena. After all, they were good sisters who had fought against guns together. In addition, they were about the same age and could talk about anything when they were together. The 2 sisters rarely got jealous of Ash's affairs. Serena took out her Pokeball with Chikorita and placed it in the card slot at the other end of the communication machine. At the same time, she was a little curious and stared at the whole machine. This was the first time she had witnessed the exchange and evolution of communication Pokémon since her journey. The first experience made her feel quite novel. After the two Pokeballs were placed in place, Ash pressed the button and started the machine. A strong and powerful attraction burst out from the hole above the card slot, sucking the Pokeball into the machine, and the same happened on Serena's side. After a while, the Pokeball reappeared in the card slot, but it was not Ash's original one, but Serena's one with Chikorita. Ash and Serena looked at each other, did not move the Pokeball in the card slot, but started the machine again. In an instant, the Pokeballs of both parties returned to their respective owners, and the communication exchange evolution was completed. Ash took the Scyther Pokeball out of the slot, pressed the button, a red light flashed, and a figure appeared in the hall. The moment the figure appeared, a violent white light suddenly burst out, almost illuminating the entire hall. It attracted the attention of many trainers in the hall. The short-lived Pokemon evolution process was a visual feast for most people. Looking at Ash and his three companions in front of the communication machine, they quickly combined with the Scyther that was shrouded by the violent white evolution light. Soon, these trainers all reacted to what was going on. Envious eyes were cast on Ash, who was holding a Pokeball and was a Scyther trainer at a glance, especially when they found that the cute and lovely Sunday and Serena were standing on Ash's left and right sides in an intimate manner. The jealous eyes almost turned into reality. Pokemon has evolved, and it is a rare and extremely powerful Pokemon like Scyther. In their eyes, Ash, who is hugged by two cute girlfriends, is a complete winner in life. Looking at Ash, and then looking at the trainers who are traveling with only their left and right hands, they can't wait to find a place to hide. Ignoring the envious eyes from others, Ash, like Sunday, stared at Scyther, who was shrouded in the dazzling evolution light. Although it has been more than a year since the trip, Ash is no longer the young boy he was before and has seen Pokemon evolve many times, but no matter which time, it can't change Ash's excitement. After a moment, the light of evolution faded, and a Pokemon with a similar body shape to the original one, but with a completely changed color from emerald green to red, appeared in front of Ash. It was Scyther, who evolved through communication with the best metal coat. Apart from the change in color, the biggest change in Scyther after evolution was its arms, which changed from the original sickle to a pair of large pincers. The sturdy large pincers revealed a metallic luster, and they looked full of martial virtue. In fact, although Scyther and Scyther have the same species strength, both of which are 500 points, the attribute song of Scyther after evolution changed from the original song plus flying type to steel type. The simple attribute change brought amazing improvements to Scyther. The original Scyther had 5 weaknesses: flying, rock, fire, ice, and electricity, and only had 4 attack surfaces: fighting, ground, insects, and grass. Although the species strength of the evolved Scyther has not been improved, it only has 1 weakness, the fire type, and the attack range has been increased to 9. They are normal, poison, bug type, steel, grass, psychic, ice, dragon, and fairy. It must be said that it is worthy of being the father of the steel type. From the aspect of attribute restraint, the benefits of Scyther evolving Scyther are simply too obvious. Moreover, Scyther species strength did not increase compared to Scyther, but it did gain the possibility of mega evolution, and the upper limit is much higher than that of Scyther. It's really good. Of course, the key is the Image Evolution Stone, which was originally difficult to find even in the Kalos region. Ash has obtained a lot of them through missions. Scyther's Mage Evolution Stone is also among them. Wow! Scyther stood in the hall, a pair of strong and powerful claws kept opening and closing, as if adapting to the newly evolved body. At the same time, he looked at Ash, his trainer, with gratitude. Everything seemed like a dream. Remember that it was just captured by Ash from the tribe not long ago, and it was just an ordinary Scyther. And now, not only has its level been greatly improved, but it has also successfully evolved into a Scyther with Ash's help. This is something it would never be able to do if it stayed in the wild. After all, if Scyther wants to evolve into a Scyther, in addition to carrying metal coat, it also needs to assist human equipment to communicate and evolve. How could there be such conditions in the wild? Sure enough, What Ash said when he captured it was right. Compared to staying in the tribe and being a frog in the well, traveling with Ash can achieve higher growth and fully exert its talent potential. At this moment, Sizer was extremely grateful to be captured by Ash. Ding! Sizer's intimacy has been greatly improved. So far, Sizer's intimacy with him has been directly maxed out. This made Ash, who received the prompt message in time, show a hint of joy in the corner of his eyes. At present, Sizer's intimacy has also been maxed out, which is considered to be a relief for Ash. You must know that Cyndaquil, who joined the team later than Sizer, had a close intimacy when he was captured. Earlier than Sizer, the predecessor. Of course, this is also inseparable from Ash's generous investment in capturing Cyndaquil. A piece of top-quality charcoal was thrown down, which Pokémon would really not be tempted. You must know that even the newly arrived Johto Region Suicune, who was captured by Ash in Region, couldn't resist the Captivate of Mystic Water, which is also a top-grade item like the top-grade charcoal. Even the legendary beasts are like this, not to mention the ordinary 3-level Pokémon. Come back first, Sizer. Sunday, Serena, let's go. Ash put Sizer, who had adapted to his new body after evolution, back into the Pokeball and called Sunday and Serena to leave the Pokémon Center, mainly because he couldn't stand the jealous but cannibalistic eyes of other trainers. There's no way. Excellent people always seem so out of place. Ash, who suddenly had a narcissistic attack, thought so in his heart, leaving the Pokémon Center because there is still some time before the date agreed with Mr. Orberg. During this period, Ash and the other two have to continue living in Azalea Town, considering that Sunday and Serena have been following Ash all the way to challenge the Azalea Gym. Ash decided not to spend too much energy on cultivating Pokémon during this period. Just supervise them to complete the corresponding training plan every day, and no longer take them to find wild Pokémon or trainers for battle. The save time is just right for spending time with two girlfriends. Sunday and Serena, who learned of Ash's decision, immediately became excited and ran to go shopping, holding Ash's arms on the left and right. 0. They haven't had a good time shopping for a long time, not to mention that they can go shopping with Ash, which makes them full of fighting power. In this way, Ash worked like a cow and a horse during the day, carrying bags for his two girlfriends, and worked like a cow and a horse at night. As for how he worked at night, I can only say that those who know, and it is inconvenient to talk about it in detail. Happy days are always short, and in a blink of an eye, it came to the day that he had agreed with Mr. Orberg. On this day, Ash and his 3 companions got up early, and the morning exercise program that they loved was also canceled. After having breakfast in the hotel lobby, they went straight to Mr. Orberg's house. After knocking on the door, Mr. Orberg's granddaughter came to open the door. She led the 3 to the living room and brought a dozen teas and fruits. Then she ran to find her grandfather, Mr. Orberg. A moment later, Mr. Orberg, whose shirt was soaked, walked in with a GS ball and looked embarrassed. During this period, he tried various methods, but failed to open the GS ball, let alone dig out the secrets hidden behind the GS ball. This made Mr. Orberg, who had previously told Ash and the other 2 to come and get the ball, particularly embarrassed. He handed the GS ball to Ash and then spoke. "I'm sorry, Ash. I haven't been able to research any useful clues about the GS ball. I've kept you waiting and wasted your time to come to me. How about this? Why don't you stay a little longer, and I'll help you make a few Pokeballs to show my apology," Mr. Orberg said with a guilty face. His daughter, beside him, also drooped her head like an eggplant that had been hit. She still remembered that 2 days ago, she swore to Sunday and Serena that Grandpa would definitely be able to crack the secret of the GS ball. Unexpectedly, the time for slapping her face came. "It's okay, Mr. Orberg. The difficulty of cracking the GS ball is very high. Even Professor Ukamu and Professor Oak have not made any progress in their research. Mr. Orberg, you don't have to blame yourself too much. As for the Pokeball, I won't bother you, Mr. Orberg." Ash shook his head, indicating that Mr. Orberg didn't need to care too much, and then politely declined Mr. Orberg's suggestion to help make the Pokeball. But Mr. Orberg insisted on doing so, threatening that he would never let Ash and the other two make a wasted trip. Helplessly, the three could only follow Mr. Orberg's instructions, put forward their own needs, and ask Mr. Orberg to help handmake the Pokeball King. Ash asked for 3 super heavy balls, because many of the Pokemon he captured were large, and they might come in handy in the future. As expected, Sunday also asked for a few luxury balls. For her, the most important thing is that Pokemon live comfortably. And Serena unexpectedly asked for 3 feather balls, preparing for the capture of flying-type Pokemon in the future. In fact, if there were no concept of Ultra Beasts yet, Ash would have asked Mr. Orberg to help him make a few Ultra Balls in preparation for the capture of other Ultra Beasts besides Kartana in the future. After all, Ultra Beasts are also famous for being handsome and strong. It's just that it's not the right time yet, so Ash can only temporarily suppress this idea in his heart. Ash, Sunday, 797 Serena, your Pokeballs have been made. As a Pokeball maker with sufficient materials at home, Mr. Orberg is still very fast in making Pokeballs. Ash and the other two had not been sitting for too long when Mr. Orberg came to them with a tray containing a Pokeball. So beautiful! Serena was immediately attracted by the blue and white feather ball with a feather pattern. After thanking Mr. Orberg, she couldn't wait to take it in her hands and play with it, looking like she couldn't let it go. The same was true for Sunday. Her luxury ball was even more beautiful than the flying feather ball. Appearance has no effect on boys, but for Rebecca's Stephanie daughters, the lethality is simply too amazing. Seeing that Sunday and Serena liked the Pokeball they made very much, Mr. Orberg couldn't help but smile. Thank you, Mr. Orberg. Ash also took the black and heavy ball and thanked Mr. Orberg. The super heavy ball was heavy after it was received, several times heavier than the normal Pokeball. For a normal trainer, it is impossible to fling it remotely. But Ash has the physique of a mega rookie, so the effect is not affected at all. The 3 people who received the Pokeball left after thanking Mr. Orberg. The purpose of the Azalea Town trip has been achieved, and Ash is ready to leave Azalea Town. Of course, before leaving, Ash did not forget to send his rainy day team to do a rain dance. It can be expected that for a long time to come, Painted Skin Town will not be affected by the drought. As for things further away, Ash can't and doesn't want to care. He is not a nanny and has a lot of things to do. At night, he continued to work like a cow and a horse. After knocking down Sunday and Serena, Ash cut open the psychic barrier outside the tent, found an open space near the camping site, and took out the mysterious GS ball with the word GS printed on it. Get the secret reward of the GS ball, Ash muttered in his heart. After completing the task of delivering the GS ball to Mr. Orberg, Ash obtained the secret of the GS ball and a huge amount of points. However, the GS ball was in Mr. Orberg's hands at that time, so Ash did not receive the reward. Now that Mr. Orberg has studied it fruitlessly, the GS ball is back in his hands again. It just so happens that he also received the new task reward this time. The secret of the GS ball is being transmitted. As a system prompt message flashed by, Ash only felt that an obscure message was quickly drilling into his mind. After a while, Ash, who had sorted out the message, had a flash of understanding in his eyes. So that's why Professor Oak, Professor Ichiki, and Mr. Orberg all failed to research any valuable clues. According to the information provided by the system, the GS Ball is a special Pokeball created by a Wave Guide warrior in ancient times to store Lucario. Because in ancient times, humans still called Pokemon magic beasts, and most of them still used restraint devices to control Pokemon. It was rare to use Pokeballs at that time. The GS Ball in front of him was processed with special materials and fruits specially made for Pokeballs, and then encrypted by Waveguide, so that it can only be hit with a specific Waveguide force. There is no other way. The special metal used to make the GS Ball has excellent defensive properties. If you want to break it by superpower, you need a real first-level God-level warrior with a level of at least 4.90 or above. No wonder Professor Ichiki, Professor Oak, and Mr. Orberg tried their best, but failed to open the shell. It turns out that this GS Ball was originally meant to be opened by a specific trainer with powerful waveguide power. After digesting the information, Ash's eyes flashed with blue light, and he used Psychic to activate the powerful waveguide power in his body to reach out and convert his own wave into a special frequency in the information to hit the G dollar ball. The inside of the GS ball is the same, as other Pokeball has no flaws. Its biggest function is to adjust the wave power that affects the Pokemon collected in it, so that it can be in the same frequency with the wave power of the owner of the GS ball. In this way, the waves of both parties can be completely integrated in the battle, similar to the Bond evolution of Ash's version of Greninja, and can obtain power several times greater than before the fusion. This discovery made Ash very excited. His Psychic has now been improved to an above-average level, but the huge wave power in his body has never been used. Just like 2.5 wants to open the GS ball at this moment, it also needs to use powerful Psychic to guide the wave power. And the existence of this GS ball is like the ancient wave hero teaching him how to use the wave power without the blessing of Psychic. Especially when he can capture a Lucario in the future, he will be able to learn the power of the Thick with Lucario. While learning the power of the wave, he can also help Lucario improve his combat strength. Thinking of this, Ash couldn't help but get a little excited, and it took him a while to calm down. He closed the GS ball and hung it back on his waist. Now the secret of the GS ball has been cracked, and the corresponding task can be completed. But that has to wait until he sends out the paper. The next morning, after breakfast, the group headed toward the next gym, Goldenrod City. 2.5 days later, Ash and the other two came to a forest, and suddenly there was a rustling sound in the bushes ahead. Apparently, something was hidden in there. Sunday and Serena immediately became alert, clinging to Ash's arm, looking nervously in the direction of the bushes. The rustling sound made them think of snake Pokemon. However, under the gaze of the three, a duck head poked out of the bushes, followed by the whole body. It was a gray-brown Farfetch that walked on 2 feet and held an onion stick on one wing. A Pokemon with its own seasoning and delicious meat. Because it was once captured in large numbers, its number is now extremely rare. Fortunately, the Alliance has now introduced a corresponding policy prohibiting the consumption of any Pokemon, which has made the number of wild populations of onion ducks gradually return to normal levels. It's Farfetch'd, a very rare Pokemon. Sunday and Serena couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when they saw that the Pokemon hiding in the bushes was not a snake Pokemon, but just a Farfetch'd, and said in surprise. Ash nodded, because Farfetch'd is indeed very rare, and its number in the wild is said to be even rarer than the 3 starter Pokemon. However, although it is rare, Farfetch'd is not a strong Pokemon at all. Its species strength is only 377 points, which is quite poor. Except for its 90 points of attack species strength, which is still acceptable, the rest is only about 50 or 60 points, which is very weak. As a flying Pokemon, it relies heavily on speed, and its species strength is only 60 points, which is completely unable to bring into play the advantage of flying Pokemon's flexibility and speed. Moreover, its attack is extremely dependent on the onion stick that comes with its own food, which is similar to the fact that Gala comes with its own bone stick. Once the onion stick is taken away, it will be at the mercy of others. Therefore, few people usually choose Farfetch'd as the main combat Pokemon to cultivate. In the original story, Ash also seems to have captured one. Could it be that the fool is me? Suddenly, Ash's face froze, but soon returned to normal. What does it have to do with me, Ash, if the fool captured some Farfetch'd? Even if he himself could capture Farfetch'd in the future, he would use the props provided by the system's cheat code to strengthen Farfetch'd and make it out of the category of Farfetch'd. What does the ordinary Farfetch'd garbage have to do with my gold finger modified Farfetch'd? Farfetch'd, why are you here? At this moment, another boy came out from the bushes. It seems that he should be the trainer of Farfetch'd. The boy has a regular appearance, dark skin, knickerbockers on the lower body, a short coat on the upper body, and medium-length black hair tied in a short ponytail. Looks very energetic. Hey, sorry, Farfetch'd didn't cause any trouble to you. I'm really sorry. At this time, the boy also found Ash and the other two standing in front of him, and hurriedly said to Ash and the other two, No, we just happened to pass by here. Ash shook his head and said to the boy, No, that's good. You should be the trainers passing by. I wonder if I can ask you for a favor. The boy scratched his head and asked embarrassedly. During the conversation, Ash and the other two learned that the boy's name was Shangren, an apprentice charcoal burner, and his partner was Farfetch'd. Shangren brought Farfetch'd came to this forest to train Farfetch'd to master the special move of Ye Xuan, so that Farfetch'd can split wood of uniform size for burning charcoal. However, for some reason, after training for a long time, there was no sign of Farfetch'd mastering this skill. This also made him and Farfetch'd very distressed. Now seeing Ash and the other three passing by, he wanted to ask them for help. In his opinion, compared to him who only used breeder Pokémon as a job to assist the work, professional trainers like Ash must have a better way. Ding! Triggering task. Help Shangren's Farfetch'd successfully master the special move of Ye Xuan. Task completion reward: 100 W points, potential potion, gold. Just after Shangren made a request to Ash, a system-triggered prompt appeared in Ash's mind, which made him raise his eyebrows and flash a happy look in his eyes. Gold potential potion, that's a good thing. It's different from ordinary potential potions. Like Mikey, this thing can directly upgrade Pokémon with ordinary potential to the level of top-quality qualifications. This thing is very useful at any time. For example, in his Pokémon home, because of the two Volcaronas, all Pokémon tribes began to give birth to offspring. Among them, some Pokémon who have learned a lot of skills and have strong comprehensive abilities in all aspects, but only have red talents or lower talents. This golden potential potion is tantamount to changing their fate for them. It can really help them step into the ranks of powerful elite slaves. To take this task, it must be completed successfully. Ash decisively took the task and then touched his chin slightly. I remember that in the original plot, Farfetch'd was captured by Team Rocket, and 017 learned the one-word slash at the critical moment of the rescue, combined with Shangren's description of practicing for several years without any results. Ash guessed that Farfetch'd might have already met the hard conditions for releasing the one-word slash, but it just lacked a helper to force it a little. Immediately, his eyes flashed blue, and a psychic quietly unfolded, covering Farfetch'd, who was tilting his head and holding the onion stick. In his mind, he built a real illusion of being in distress. With his current master-level psychic comparable to that of a divine beast, it was easy for him to do this. Ga. At this time, Farfetch'd had fallen into the illusion that Ash had carefully prepared for him. As for the content of the illusion, it was quite evil. In the illusion, Farfetch'd was chased by a group of people holding knives and forks and iron pots, and he had nowhere to escape. That posture made people want to scald it, pluck its hair, and put in the pot. For Farfetch'd, it was definitely a cruel scene that was 3 times more terrifying than hell. So much so that his body in reality began to twitch unconsciously, and he let out a painful wail like Kennen crying blood, which made people feel sad when they heard it. Wangji Fanji. Farfetch'd, what happened to you? Are you okay? Don't scare me. Shangren found Farfetch'd's abnormality and was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. Not to mention that Farfetch'd was an indispensable assistant for his work. Just the fact that he had been with Farfetch'd day and night for several years since he subdued him made it impossible for him to sit back and watch Farfetch'd suffer at a critical moment. Shangren, don't worry. I'm helping Farfetch'd try to master the one-word slash. Now it has fallen into a deep illusion. At a critical moment, Ash pulled away Shangren, who was about to wake up Farfetch'd, and explained to him patiently. Illusion, is this really reliable? While concerned, Shangren no longer cared about how Ash was able to make Farfetch'd fall into an illusion, and only thought about whether this would work, whether it would cause serious damage to Farfetch'd's body. Of course, from what I've seen, with Farfetch'd's level, he should have already met the conditions to use the one-word slash. But he hasn't been able to use it yet. There must be some key reasons. He only needs a little stimulation to successfully use it. Ash looked confident. Just a little bit of excitement, right? It's really a little bit. Ga. Just when Ash and Shangren were explaining and chatting, Farfetch'd and the illusion had been forced into a desperate situation. The strong desire to survive made the onion stick duck unconsciously release the minister slash to defend itself. Outside, the wing of Farfetch'd holding the onion stick suddenly flapped at this moment. A sharp white light slashed out, cutting a sturdy tongue tree not far away in half. One word slash. Finally let it learn it. Xiangrun, who saw this scene, couldn't help but widen his eyes. Really, Ash really didn't lie to him. His Farfetch'd really succeeded in mastering the one-word slash. The goal was achieved, and Ash pointed with one finger, allowing Farfetch'd, who was immersed in the illusion, to get out directly. Ga. When he opened his eyes again, he found that the group of bad guys who were crazy about plucking its feathers and cooking it had all disappeared. Farfetch'd still had some lingering fear and patted his chest with his wings. Before it could come to its senses, it was hugged from behind by the excited Xiangrun. Farfetch'd, you are really great. You finally mastered the one-word slash. In the future, we can also burn perfect charcoal. Xiangrun said to Farfetch'd happily. Quack! At this time, Farfetch'd had just come back to his senses from the nightmare, and the man and the duck were also immersed in the ocean of joy. After the joy, Xiangrun took Farfetch'd to thank Ash, and invited Ash to visit his apprentice's charcoal-burning workshop and prepared to personally burn a batch of charcoal for Ash as a thank-you gift. However, Ash politely refused, mainly because it was not convenient for him to bring this thing when traveling. Just like Mr. Orberg at that time, he still couldn't beat Xiangrun in the end, and left him an address in Pallet Town, asking him to mail a batch of the burned charcoal to their home in Pallet Town. Mom Delia likes to cook, so I'll definitely need it in the future. And the high-quality charcoal, made of Polonia wood, is very suitable for barbecue. After the Silver Conference in Johto region is over and I return to Pallet Town, I might call my good friends over for a barbecue party or something. Ding! Mission completed. Help Xiangrun's Farfetch'd successfully master the trick of Ye Xuan. Task reward: 1,000,000 points, potential potion, gold. Points balance: 1434W. Say goodbye to Xiangrun and Farfetch'd, who was hiding behind Xiangrun with a weird look and looked like a bullied young wife. Ash and his 3 companions then headed towards Goldenrod City, and the prompt message of the system mission completion also sounded in Ash's mind at the right time. Along with the prompt message, there was also the golden potential potion distributed to the system heir. That night, Ash used it on the 2 female Volcaronas obtained by Professor Oak in the Pokémon home through the exchange of fossil Pokémon with Unova Alliance. Raise its talent to the highest level of gold. And who knows, the talent of the little Volcarona born in the future may also reach its level. Ash, there is a town ahead. Shall we go in to replenish our daily necessities? In the blink of an eye, 3 days have passed since we said goodbye to Xiangrun and Farfetch'd. In the morning of this day, Ash and the other 2 continued to head towards Goldenrod City and encountered 10 large towns on the way. Sunday, who had not replenished and rested for several days, immediately proposed, and Serena also cast an expectant look at Ash. Although Ash's psychic can solve many inconveniences when camping in the wild, the accommodation conditions are still quite different from those in the town. Looking at the 2 women with expectant faces, Ash nodded. In fact, even if Sunday did not propose, Ash also planned to temporarily settle in the town ahead. The town is called Leaf Town. In the original plot, a Pokemon exchange conference was held here. Right here, the Rocket Trio exchanged their Lickitung with a boy by chance and got Wobbuffet. That is, the fruit god Xuan with the 10th level skill in the later plot. The Xiaohao Wobbuffet left a very deep impression on Ash in his previous life. His one-handed return punch can kill everything in a second, just like Pikachu's best actor and Jigglypuff's ability to ignore a certain level of hypnosis, which are similar to the existence of bugs in the plot. Ash naturally wanted to capture such a powerful Pokemon. Moreover, in this life, since Ash himself is an extremely powerful psychic, it is impossible for the Rocket Trio to follow him all the time as in the original plot. Even a Rocket Trio has not come to trouble Ash and the other 2 for a long time. It can only be said that even the Rocket Team leader, who has the invincible mega cockroach spirit, understands the huge gap between himself and Ash. SH had just thought of intercepting the Pokeball when the system voice sounded in his mind. Ding! Intercept and capture Wobbuffet that belonged to Jesse in the original plot. Task reward: System Special Master Ball, Wave Power, Entry Level. Damn, the Master Ball and Wave Power as the task rewards are still very good. The Master Ball is definitely not to be mentioned, and the System Special Master Ball has a true 100% capture probability. Normal Pokeballs cannot withstand the terrifying power of the beasts and will be damaged in a short time. Only Master Balls can truly and perfectly carry the powerful power of the beasts. And the introduction of Wave Power is even more attractive. You must know that unlike Psychic, Psychic is completely from scratch for Ash, and it takes a long time to cultivate spiritual power. Even if he has the physique of a mega rookie, it is still time-consuming and laborious to cultivate spiritual power. The power of Wave is completely different. In the original plot, Ash himself has the potential to become a wave hero, and his body contains extremely huge wave power. It is no exaggeration to say that for the power of Wave, Ash himself is a huge treasure trove waiting for him to dig. After completing the task of intercepting Wobbuffet, he will truly awaken and control the power of Wave, and then become familiar with it. At that time, it is not impossible for Ash to rely on the power of Wave combined with Psychic to collide head-on with elite-level Pokémon with his human body. There is even a great possibility of victory. This achievement is undoubtedly amazing for humans. Back to the topic. For these two amazing rewards, Wobbuffet Ash must win. With a clear goal and unanimous opinion, the three walk towards the looming Leaf Town at the end of their sight. As the saying goes, a dead horse will die if you run to the mountain. After walking for an hour, the three people really set foot in Leaf Town. At this time, the Pokemon Exchange Conference that Ash had been thinking about had not started yet. The three people who would not get lost were traveling much faster than the three stupid people in the original plot. By asking someone for information, Ash learned that the Exchange Conference would not start until the day after tomorrow. Although he was a little anxious and wanted to master the power of Wave Guidance as soon as possible, he could only stay in Leaf Town patiently for a while. Although Sunday and Serena were somewhat puzzled about Ash's decision to participate in the Pokemon Exchange Conference in 2 days, they did not ask much. After all, Ash's mystery was not a little bit, and they believed that Ash must have his reasons for doing so. What made them more curious was what kind of Pokemon could make Ash wait here for 2 days to participate in the Exchange Conference. You know, none of the Pokemon in Ash's hand were simple goods. At the worst, they could be cultivated as trump card Pokemon of Elite Trainer. The Pokemon that Ash is so concerned about must be different from normal. Could be some unknown legendary Pokemon? Sunday and Serena couldn't help guessing. However, strictly speaking, they were only half right. Wobbuffet is not a rare Pokemon. On the contrary, it is quite common. But what does the mediocrity of Wobbuffet have to do with me, the god of fruit? In a sense, God is even more strange than normal legendary Pokemon. Especially its bug-level return punch trick makes Ash very jealous. Not to mention that after catching Wobbuffet, he can get a series of rewards from system tasks. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 2 days, Bab, in addition to accompanying Sunday and Serena, Ash would often go to the wild through Psychic Teleport to seek high-level and strong Pokemon races to fight. The main purpose is to train Cyndaquil, who was recently captured, Kartana, who has no time to train, and Sizer, who has just evolved. In addition to these three, there are also Chrysanthemum and Crocodile, which are the three main Pokemon in Johto region, along with Cyndaquil. Their levels are among the lowest among all of Ash's Pokemon, and Ash needs to spend more time and energy to train them. In addition to leveling up with Pokemon, Ash also carefully selected Abra, who has little potential and has reached the quasi-elite talent potential, to exchange for Wobbuffet. It's not that Ash is reluctant to choose a higher potential talent, but because Abra and Brave are usually difficult to find, and the difficulty of catching them is also unusually high. If Ash himself was not a powerful psychic, it would be difficult to capture even a quasi-elite Abra, in such a limited time. For an ordinary trainer, without months of careful planning, it would be a pipe dream to catch an Abra with quasi-elite potential, who is extremely sensitive to the surrounding plants and trees and good at using teleport to escape from the battlefield. Moreover, Abra with quasi-elite talent potential is extremely rare, and even the talent potential of the main Pokémon of the gym trainer may not be so luxurious. And it is much better than the big Pokémon that Jesse used for exchange in the plot. In the original plot, the Lickitung that Jesse exchanged for the Wobbuffet boy performed really normal, just like Ekans and Wee Zing, an ordinary Pokémon. According to Ash's estimation, it is probably an elite potential, supporting the gym-level talent. It was just a little bit worse than the quasi-elite Abra that Ash had specially captured and prepared to exchange with Wobbuffet. Early in the morning, thinking about Wobbuffet, Ash pulled the sleepy Sunday and Serena out of bed and came from the hotel to the venue of the Pokémon Exchange Conference, the central square of Leaf Town. At this time, the central square had been decorated with refresh. Although the Pokémon Exchange Conference had not officially started and still needed to wait for several hours, the square was already crowded with people, and many people's faces were filled with anticipation and nervousness. In the northeast corner of the entire square was the most lively. The Tauros battle competition was being held there, and the final winner would receive a championship ribbon and the reputation of the King of Tauros. It attracted many trainers with Tauros to participate. In addition to the trainers of Tauros, there were more people who were watching the fun. Ding! Trigger the mission. Command Tauros to participate in the Tauros battle competition and win the championship. Task completion reward. Tauros exclusive strengthening liquid. Point reward. 100W. Just then, the familiar mission trigger prompt sounded in Ash's mind. Excited to make a lot of extra money again, Ash kept Psychic covering the square to ensure that he could know the arrival of Wobbuffet Boy at the first time and ran towards the east-north corner. Ash and the other two walked into the lively arena dash. Below, two trainers were commanding various Tauros to wrestle crazily and attack each other. Come on, come on! The audience cheered and shouted enthusiastically, and the atmosphere infected Serena and Sunday beside Ash. Serena looked at Ash with a slightly excited expression. Ash, this is the first time I have seen such an exciting bullfighting battle. Yeah, it's really interesting. Ash nodded in agreement. Below, a Tauros trainer named Light has already won his 10th consecutive victory, and the audience is cheering for him. Light has finally won 10 consecutive games. If there is no challenger, then the champion belongs to Light. Please wait a moment. Just then, a voice interrupted the commentator's speech. Everyone looked towards the audience where Ash was, wanting to see who was so desperate that they dared to challenge Light's Tauros who had won 10 consecutive games. However, in the questioning eyes of everyone, Ash activated Psychic Teleport and appeared on the scene. Ignoring the shocked expressions of the audience, he reached out to the Pokeball belonging to Tauros on his waist. I'm a trainer from Kanto Pallet Town named Ash, and I am here to challenge your Tauros. After saying that, Ash threw the Pokeball directly. A flash of light appeared, and Tauros appeared on the battlefield. Light's Tauros, LV40, Purple Qualification. The talent qualification and Pokemon level are already very impressive among ordinary passersby trainers, but it's a pity that he is facing Ash. Although he has been using free-range contest condition since he captured the Tauros leader in the wild wilderness area, Song Tauros' talent is still quite good. When living in the Pokemon home, he did not waste time and raised the Pokemon level from IV.45 to IV.50. It is only a step away from truly breaking through to the elite level. Looking at the Tauros of Ash in the field, which is obviously a circle larger than Light's Tauros, the audience who had previously firmly supported Light, thinking that he would definitely win the championship, was also shaken. Oh my god, this Tauros is too strong. It looks very impressive. It looks very high level. Light glanced at Ash's Tauros, waved his hand with a slightly solemn expression, and ordered, Tauros, use takedown. Then, let's use takedown Tauros. Almost without any order, the two Pokemon rushed to the center of the field and started a fierce wrestling. making a dull sound when their horns collided. Bang! However, the cheers from the audience did not last long. Ash's Tauros began to exert force with his legs, and suddenly knocked the unprepared Light Tauros to the ground, easily winning the final victory in the Tauros battle. Ah, it's so exciting. Light's 10-game winning streak was broken so easily by Ash. It's really unbelievable. So, is there anyone who wants to challenge Ash next? If not, then the final winner will be Ash. The commentary sounded, and the field was completely silent. The trainers with Tauros were basically scared. What a joke. Light's Tauros, who had won 10 consecutive victories with the unstoppable contest condition, was defeated. What would happen if their Tauros was replaced? You know, Ash's Tauros defeated the former effortlessly. Okay, since no one wants to continue the challenge, then I declare that the final champion of this Tauros bullfighting competition is Ash from Kanto Pallet Town. Seeking flowers? The commentator shouted loudly. The audience was also shouting Ash's name. Ash took back the Tauros leader and waved to the audience with a smile. At the same time, the system upgrade sound slowly sounded from his mind. Ding! Mission completed. Command Tauros to participate in the Tauros battle competition and win the championship. Task completion reward. Tauros exclusive strengthening liquid points reward. 100W. The props have been stored in the system space and can be taken out at any time. Once taken out, they cannot be put back. Listening to the system prompt, Ash's mouth curled up a little. Compared to the dispensable rewards given by entertainment competitions, what he cares most about is the rewards given by system tasks. After the game, Ash took Sunday and Serena and ran quickly to the Pokémon exchange venue outside the stadium. In his psychic perception, the young trainer with Wobbuffet has arrived at the venue and is planning to start thinking of ways to exchange Pokémon with other trainers. Look at my Quagsire. This sticky feeling is great, isn't it? My Sentret. It can jump around with its tail. Walking on the street, looking at the neatly arranged Pokémon exchange machines on both sides, surrounded by trainers, Ash smiled and introduced Tadai and Serena beside him. Pokémon exchange meetings are like gatherings dedicated to promoting their own Pokémon. Everyone will find the Pokémon they want to exchange here to exchange or communicate evolution. As he said, a boy next to him reached a Pokémon exchange with a short-haired beauty. I exchanged Maro with Stephanie to get Lediba. It can be said that it was a fairly evenly matched exchange. Both Pokémon belong to the kind of Pokémon species that are common in the streets and can be seen everywhere in the forest and by the lake. However, considering that the two people are about the same age as Ash, it is quite common for them not to have rare Pokémon in their hands. After all, there are basically no trainers like Ash who can achieve such achievements at this age. What's more, these two are just ordinary passers-by. I just saw your battle. Mr. Ash, your Tauros is really amazing. Swap it with my Onyx. Look at me. Swap it with my Machoke. After Psychic Lock on Wobbuffet, Ash, who wanted to pull Sunday and Serena over, was surrounded by enthusiastic passers-by trainers. Because he easily won the previous Tauros duel, which left a deep impression on the audience. So at this moment, Ash became the object of everyone's crowd as soon as he appeared at the exchange conference. Originally, no one would think that a Pokémon trainer of Ash's strength needed to go to the Pokémon exchange conference to get the Pokémon he wanted, but Ash showed up with his two girlfriends. It can only be said that Ash still lacks the basic understanding of becoming a well-known trainer. Ordinary passers-by trainers naturally don't want to miss the opportunity to exchange for powerful Tauros. And when Ash and his friends were surrounded, a boy with short dark green hair and a Wobbuffet appeared at the Pokémon exchange venue. He looked at Ash, who was surrounded by everyone, with envy. This is Ash, the Pokémon trainer who just won the Tauros battle. If I can exchange Pokémon with him, it must be a great fortune for me. Muttering to himself, the boy glanced at the Wobbuffet beside him and sighed. Shaking his head, giving up this unrealistic idea, the boy planned to find other trainers to exchange Pokémon. His requirements were not high, as long as he could exchange for a Pokémon with a decent level in talent and attack ability. During this period, he was fed up with Wobbuffet, who could only passively defend throughout the whole process, which did not conform to his radical offensive command concept at all. At this moment, a hedgehog-headed trainer with Scyther walked behind him. Sorry, please wait a moment. Your Scyther is so handsome. How about exchanging it with my Wobbuffet? The Wobbuffet boy turned around and called the hedgehog-headed man with a quick reaction. With this Wobbuffet, looking at the Wobbuffet next to the boy, the hedgehog-headed man's face was full of disdain and indifference. Forget it. A mere Wobbuffet wants to exchange my Scyther. It's really wishful thinking. After saying that, the hedgehog-headed man turned and left. Is there really no one who wants to exchange you? The boy didn't seem to have much opinion on the hedgehog-headed man's cold words, because he had experienced this kind of treatment in previous Pokemon exchange conferences. Wobbuffet, which can only defend and belongs to the common Pokemon race, is difficult to be welcomed by mainstream trainers even if it has high talent and qualifications. Song Wobbuffet, has never been able to exchange late celebrations. So, next, the Wobbuffet boy found several passers-by. In the end, they were all rejected without exception, but everyone's attitude was much better than the hedgehog-headed man before. After exchanging for a while, no one came to ask him about the Pokemon exchange. The boy walked to the grass in the park with Wobbuffet dejectedly and sat down on the grass under a tree. With his back against the tree, the boy looked at Wobbuffet, who was confused with a sad face. Are you so unwelcome? But I think you're pretty good. Sona, just when the morale of the man and the pet was low, and they didn't even plan to continue the Pokemon exchange. Declaring that Tauros would never exchange, Ash, who was surrounded by everyone, brought Sunday and Serena to the boy and Wobbuffet. Hey, I think your Wobbuffet is pretty good. I wonder if you're interested in exchanging Pokemon with me? Ash smiled at the Wobbuffet boy, who looked up at him with surprise on his face and stretched out his hand and said, Hello, it's our first meeting. My name is Ash, from Pallet Town. These two are my girlfriends and travel companions, Sunday and Serena. Hello, my name is Ade, and this is my partner Wobbuffet. Ade stood up and shook Ash's trembling hand. Am I dreaming? The champion of the Tauros battle, Ash, actually came to me to exchange Pokemon? From what he said, could it be that he has set his eyes on my Wobbuffet? If so, wouldn't I have a chance to own that powerful Tauros? After thinking through a lot of questions, Ade was so excited. Is this the Wobbuffet that Ash wants to exchange? It doesn't look special. Beside Ash, Sunday and Serena also focused their attention on the Wobbuffet next to Ade. Looking at Ade's ordinary Wobbuffet, the two girls became more and more confused. In their opinion, a Pokemon that Ash has set his eyes on must be absolutely powerful and special. However, no matter how they look at it, they can't see what's so special about the Wobbuffet in front of them. Pokemon, Wobbuffet, level, IV.35, qualification, purple. Scanned Wobbuffet's information. On the surface, the God attribute may not even be included in Ash's third Pokemon lineup. However, Ash was not in a hurry. In his opinion, Wobbuffet, a very special Pokemon similar to Jigglypuff, naturally had to be defined after it was captured and its detailed data panel was seen. Ade, how about exchanging Pokemon with me? Please, are you exchanging Tauros? Ade looked at Ash and asked carefully, his face full of expectations. Ash shook his head. I don't plan to exchange Tauros, but the Pokemon I plan to exchange with you is a relatively rare psychic Pokemon with quasi-elite qualifications. What do you think? When seeing Ash shaking his head, Ade was still a little disappointed, but when he heard what Ash said, he was immediately overjoyed. Little Mr. Ash, are you serious? Super rare psychic-type Pokemon. Are you really willing to exchange this Pokemon for my Wobbuffet? Ade stared at Ash, afraid that he would suddenly say that he was just teasing him. Yes. Yeah, great, let's exchange now. After getting Ash's affirmative answer, Ade jumped 3 feet high with joy, attracted many strange looks from passers-by and trainers around. Ash and the other two took Ade to the Pokemon exchange machine. You two just need to put the 2 Pokemon you want to exchange on the placement tables on both sides of the machine. The staff standing in front of the Pokemon exchange machine said to Ash and the others with a smile. Then, Mr. Ash, I will exchange Wobbuffet with you. Ade threw out the Pokeball and released Wobbuffet. According to convention, when exchanging Pokemon, Both trainers need to summon the Pokémon for the other trainer to check. After both parties confirm each other, they can exchange. So, Ade looked at Ash expectantly. From the Tauros that Ash sent out at Tauros Dashiong just now, the Psychic-type Pokémon that Ash is using to exchange with him must not be too bad. Well, the Pokémon I am using to exchange is Abra. Ash reached out from his waist and took out a Pokeball and threw it out. Red and yellow flashed, and a yellow, fox-like Abra with eyes stepped on appeared in front of the two. Wow, is it Abra? Looking at the Abra floating in the air as a cis psychic, Ade's eyes were full of surprise, and his tone was quite excited. This is Abra, and the final evolution Alakazam is also a powerful existence among the psychic Pokemon race. Judging from the rarity of Pokemon alone, Abra is definitely better than his Wobbuffet. Although I don't know why Ash is willing to make such a deal, he undoubtedly made a lot of money in this exchange. Well, I spent a lot of effort to subdue this Abra. You have to train it well in the future, Ash said with a smile. He could have found a wild Pokemon with not too high talent and qualifications, as long as the appearance and level were acceptable, just like Jesse's ordinary Lickitung in the original plot. However, knowing the outstanding talent of Ade's Wobbuffet, Ash naturally felt embarrassed to fool him casually. Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Ash. Just like that, with both parties feeling that they had taken advantage of each other, the transaction was completed. Wobbuffet, we will be partners from now on. Ash picked up the exchange Pokeball and released Wobbuffet from it. So, Wobbuffet is still a little unfamiliar with Ash, its new owner, but with its carefree personality, it should be able to adapt quickly. After all, when it follows Jesse, it is basically the role in the team responsible for making fun of others. Thinking of this, Ash can't wait to call up the system interface to check Wobbuffet's panel attributes. Pokemon Wobbuffet. Attribute, Psychic. Level, IV.35. Qualification, Purple. Ability, Telepathy. Hidden ability, Mirror Coat. Skills, Counter, Mirror Coat, Safeguard, Destiny Bond, Splash, Charm, Encore, Amnesia. Carrying items, none. Wobbuffet's level, qualifications, and skills are all standard Wobbuffet configurations. Nothing much to say. Telepathy ability. Read the attacks of our Pokemon and dodge their moves. The role of this ability is mainly reflected in doubles battles. If used properly, it is still very powerful. Mirror Coat ability. Unconditionally reflect the enemy Pokemon's first 3 skill attacks without damage, and rebound to cause 150% of the original attack damage. The level difference between the two Pokemons must not exceed B level. This is the real heavyweight ability. When Ash first saw Wobbuffet's attribute panel, he even doubted whether he had made a mistake. It is almost as amazing as Jigglypuff's sing talent. After exchanging for Wobbuffet, Ash no longer wanted to stay in this town. With Sunday and Serena, he continued to head to the city where the next gym was located. During the day's journey, Ash basically focused on Wobbuffet, who had just been captured. It must be said that Mirror Coat's talent is really abnormal. No wonder in the original plot, Wobbuffet was able to successfully resist even the skills of a level 1 god. On this day, Ash also tried to let all Pokemon with a level of IV.65 or below in his hand-pushed refinement fight against Wobbuffet. After the experiment, Ash also completely mastered the use of Wobbuffet's Mirror Coat ability. For now, its judgment of no damage in the first 3 attacks is calculated at the beginning of a battle, targeting the opponent's Pokemon. This means that if 2 Pokemon attack Wobbuffet at the same time, only 1 damage will be added to each. The full-strength attack of the champion-level Pokemon not only failed to cause effective damage to Wobbuffet, but also caused him to suffer a lot of counter-injury because of the counterpunch trick. With such a terrifying defense, if Wobbuffet continues to level up at this level, he may be able to withstand 3 full-strength attacks from the opponent even when facing a level 1 god in the future, as long as the level difference with a level 1 god is about 30 levels. However, for Wobbuffet, who has no offensive ability, how to level up and gain experience points to increase the level is also a problem. Fortunately, Ash still has the Gold Finger. I just hope that the upcoming System Store Refresh products will give more rare candy that can help Pokemon level up. Continue to move forward in the forest. Ash, who thinks he knows enough about Wobbuffet's hidden ability, is planning to take what 843 ran Wang to find a few passers-by trainers to try his hand. The three walked across a bridge and met the red-haired beauty trainer in the open space in the opposite forest. Hello, I'm Ash, a trainer from Kanto Pallet Town, and my girlfriends are Zedai and Serena. Excuse me, can you have a Pokemon battle with me? The red-haired beauty glanced at Ash and the other two and said, Oh, trainer from Kanto, my name is Meichi. Do you have any Fire-type Pokemon? Fire-type? Yes, I do, but just when Ash was about to tell the red-haired beauty that he was going to use Wobbuffet to fight her, she interrupted him and said, Okay, it's enough to have it, and I'm just planning to find a qualified rival for my Skarmory. Meichi confidently took out the Pokeball and sent out the main calendar Pokemon Skarmory. Pokemon Skarmory level IV.38. This Skarmory is at a very low level and really doesn't arouse Ash's desire to fight. He thought for a while and looked at Meichi and said, How about this if your Skarmory loses to my Fire-type Pokemon? I will assign 10 Song Pokemon to fight with my Gearin again. That's it? No problem, I agree. Meichi frowned slightly and agreed without thinking. Although she agreed to Ash's conditions, Meichi didn't think he was qualified to force out her second Pokemon. In her opinion, Ash was no different from the ordinary trainers she had met during her travels. Skarmory, who thought he could defeat her by attribute restraint. In that case, send out your Pokemon quickly. Ash curled his lips after glancing at Meichi's Skarmory. For the battle against Wobbuffet, I can only trouble you for a while. Charizard. Roar. With a deafening roar, the wild and domineering Charizard appeared in front of Meichi. What? This is impossible. This Pokemon is not Charizard at all. Meichi's eyes widened, staring at the Charizard in front of her in disbelief, and she kept muttering. What a joke. As a trainer who has been traveling for nearly 7 years, it's not like she hasn't seen Charizard before. Although Ash's Pokemon looks similar to Charizard, there are actually some differences. My Charizard had a little adventure, so the appearance has changed a little, that's all. Ash explained and continued. Then Miss Meichi, can we start the battle? Well, okay, the battle begins. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from Charizard, Meichi's eyes looking at Ash also changed. Skarmory, fly up and use the attack. Charizard, flamethrower. Charizard opened his mouth and a shocking column of fire swept towards Skarmory in the air. Looking at Skarmory, who was completely engulfed by the blazing flames in the air in an instant, Meichi's pupils shrank violently. As expected, Charizard killed Skarmory in one shot. Beside Ash, looking at Meichi, whose expression fell into the sluggish contest condition, Sunday and Sally also cast sympathetic eyes at her. You should just challenge Ash's Wobbuffet honestly. Why did you have to fight against a Fire-type Pokemon? Not to mention that your Skarmory is restrained by attribute. Even if there is no attribute restraint, Ash's Charizard can easily deal with you. Ms. Meichi, it's your turn to cooperate with me in the battle. Yeah, I got it. Ms. Meichi came back to her senses and nodded subconsciously. She cooperated with Ash to practice her Wobbuffet. Unlike the previous match with Charizard, Wobbuffet's appearance was ordinary, and its level was not very high. Get ready for battle, Lyron. Pokemon, Lyron, level 0.34. 2 consecutive Pokemon are Steel-type. It seems that Meichi is also a trainer specializing in Steel-type. Ms. Meichi, please attack. Then I won't be polite, Lyron. Use Iron Head. As Meichi issued the attack order, Lyron roared and rushed straight towards Wobbuffet. Use the counter-punch trick, Wobbuffet. So, with a light snort, Wobbuffet's body glowed red. Bang! Accompanied by a muffled sound, Lyron, who hit Wobbuffet, seemed to hit a wall. The strong stress of the earth directly blasted Lyron away. The return punch trick can return the opponent's physical skill damage twice to the opponent, plus Wobbuffet's mirror coat ability. Lyron flew backwards and hit a tree heavily, fell to the ground and fainted. What? At this time, Meichi couldn't hold it anymore, her mouth open wide. What a joke. She could understand the power of Charizard with a terrifying aura. Wobbuffet, who looked like a comedian, had such exaggerated combat ability. Well done, Wobbuffet. Take it. It's a reward for you. Nodding with satisfaction, Ash threw an energy cube to Wobbuffet. Chill. Wobbuffet smiled particularly happily. Ash was also very moved when he saw Meichi taking back the seriously injured and unconscious Lyron. It must be said that fortunately Wobbuffet had no active combat ability, which prevented Ade from discovering the terrifying talent of the fruit god. These days, he also communicated with Wobbuffet through Psychic. Since it was captured by Ade, it has not participated in any battles. Ade seemed to not trust that it could win the Pokémon battle. If it weren't for the fact that Wobbuffet was a Psychic-type Pokémon, he probably wouldn't have captured it. Now it's a bargain for Ash. Satisfiedly taking back Wobbuffet, he chatted with Meichi for a while. After learning that she planned to participate in this year's Silver Conference, Ash also expressed the hope to meet her again at the Johto Region Silver Conference. However, what attracted Meichi's eye rolls? What a joke. Even if I want to participate in the Silver Conference, I don't want to fight with a perverted trainer like you. Just based on the shock Charizard and Wobbuffet brought to her, it can only be said that it is extremely unlucky for anyone in the Silver Conference to meet Ash in the early stage. Ash and the other two continued to go deeper into the forest. At this time, the path covered by dense trees looked very gloomy. It should be here. In the original plot, the flash Noctowl of the thing seemed to be captured in this forest. Thinking in his heart, a blue light flashed in Ash's eyes, and he tried to cover this forest with the power of Wave Guide, Get Li Zhao. After all, it has not been long since he mastered the power of Wave Guide, and now he regards it as improving the proficiency of power. The next moment, the actions of all nearby creatures clearly appeared in Ash's mind. So clear, it turns out that the power of Wave Guide is much more useful than Psychic in terms of exploration. Soon, Ash locked on a human breath. Found it, Sunday, Sally. Let's go over quickly. After locking on the target, Ash took Sunday and Serena's hands and used Teleport to teleport directly. The three of them appeared in front of a bush half a person's height. Atom. Sure. Sunday hadn't adjusted to the surroundings yet, and was about to speak when Ash covered her mouth. Following the direction of Ash's finger, the two girls looked at the exquisite bird Pokémon Xiaoying hanging on the treetop. Then, that can't be a bird Pokémon's nest box. Serena pointed to the small wooden house on the treetop and asked in a low voice. It does look like a bird nest box, but it's too big for a Pidgey's home and too small for a Pidgey's home. What kind of bird's nest box is this? Sunday asked. Ash was about to speak when he heard a low cry. A Noctowl landed in front of the nest box. Seeing this, Ash simply raised his hand and waved a psychic barrier to isolate the sound transmission from the outside world, so as not to be discovered by the Noctowl on the tree. Usually owls appear at night, but this forest is dark and the sun is usually difficult to cover. The Noctowl living here has become accustomed to coming out during the day. Ash, do you want to capture this Noctowl? Serena Sunday looked at Ash and asked. Noctowl is not rare in the Johto region, and the owl in front of them doesn't look special. However, after the Wobbuffet exchange incident, they have 100% trust in Ash's vision. No, let's wait and see. Ash shook his head and was not in a hurry. Through the power of Wave Guide, he detected Aki, who was hiding and camouflaged under the tree. That is, the man who wanted to subdue Flash's heterochromatic owl in the original plot. 220. It was seen that the ordinary Noctowl landed on the branch for less than a minute, and was driven away by the branches waved by the man in the disguise of the 10-cornered bark. Asterisk, comma, asterisk. It seems that someone has the same goal as us. Ash said to Sunday and Serena, who were full of surprise. The three of them waited patiently in the bushes. During this time, 3 or 4 bird Pokémon, Pidgey, Hoot Hoot flew by one after another, and then finally waited for the Flash Noctowl, which was different in color from the ordinary Noctowl. Ordinary owls are dark brown, while this Noctowl is light yellow, and it will occasionally move its head 90 degrees. After confirming that it was the Flash Noctowl, The man replaced the branch in his hand with berry bait and handed it to the flash Noctowl. However, the Noctowl first carefully tried twice, then let out a loud cry, flapped its wings, and knocked away the bait handed over by the man. The sudden change caused the man's feet to slip, and he was about to fall to the ground. Fortunately, he reacted quickly enough to grab the treetop where he was standing before. Seeing this, the Noctowl immediately jumped onto the branch and kept pecking at the man's hand holding the branch. Bang! The man fell to the ground with his buttocks, uttering a series of painful cries. Hoot hoot! Noctowl, who returned to the treetops, turned his head and looked at the embarrassed man below with disdain. Uncle, what are you doing? Don't call me Uncle. My name is Aki. Uncle Aki, were you just at the Mimic Branch? Ash and the other two asked after they walked out of the bushes. Aki pouted and replied, I was trying to catch the rare owl with different colors, but unfortunately, I failed again. Noctowl, it just so happens that I also need a bird to improve. Okay, I want to subdue it. You want to catch that owl too? Looking at Ash, Aki pouted and smiled. His tone was quite playful. That was impossible. The Noctowl with different colors is different from the ordinary ones nearby, and its brain is very flexible. However, the size of this owl looks more Arnold than the normal Noctowl. Looking at the treetops Noctowl and the ordinary owl that was just driven away by the man, Sunday said, No, it is indeed not as big as others, but its IQ is very high. It is too difficult to catch it with ordinary methods. Really? Then I am more interested. Ash walked to the bottom of the treetop where Noctowl was and looked up at the different colored Noctowl who was standing on the treetop confidently and observing, and even unwilling to leave. Hello, Owl. I am very interested in you. Become my Pokémon partner. As he said, Ash took out Pikachu's Pokeball from his pocket. Pikachu, leave it to you. Hoot hoot. However, just as Ash threw the Pokeball belonging to Pikachu, the different colored Noctowl on the treetop had psychic blue light in his eyes. Psychic wrapped the Pokeball, isolating it from the outside world, so that Pikachu was not released. Immediately afterwards, Flash different colored Noctowl locked his eyes on the bottom. Ash's eyes emitted circles of hypnotic waves. Amazing, using confusion to control Pikachu's psychic while being able to use the hypnosis skill at the same time. This should be your special ability as a Flash Pokémon. Ash's eyes flashed with surprise, and he covered himself with psychic at the same time, isolating Noctowl's hypnosis. This is... Aki, who saw this scene nearby, was stunned. Before, he was like Ash now, being mercilessly played by the hypnosis of the owl. 10 times he was even controlled by it to run to the passerby trainer and dance. After waking up, he wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. It was too embarrassing. However, at this time, Ash was completely unaffected by Noctowl's hypnosis. Not only Aki, but after hypnosis failed, the smart Noctowl immediately realized that something was wrong. The psychic fluctuations suddenly released by the human in front of him gave it an amazing sense of oppression, and it was very likely that he was not rival. Thinking of this, the heterochromatic Noctowl quickly flapped its wings and wanted to get away. Ash, where are you running? Come and fight my Pikachu. As he said that, Ash raised his right hand and used psychic to restrain the Noctowl, which was about to take off and flee. With his other hand, he gently waved to break the confusion that the owl had applied to his Pokeball. Pikachu. The Pokeball opened, and Pikachu jumped out. Seeing this, Ash removed the psychic that was applied to the owl and shouted to Pikachu, Thunderbolt. The Noctowl, which had just been untied and had not yet taken action, immediately encountered the thunder shock attack of the champion-level Pikachu. With a scream, the owl, who was unable to dodge, was hit by Pikachu's Thunderbolt and fell directly to the ground and became unconscious. Ash threw out the Pokeball and successfully captured it. Pokémon Noctowl Flash Color. Attribute Flying Normal. Level IV.25. Qualification Gold. Ability Tinted Glasses. Hidden ability Multitasking. Skills Pecking, Sky Attack, Confusion, Echoed Voice, Reflect, Airblade, Extrasensory, Takedown, Hypnosis. Carrying items, none. After checking the owl's attributes through the system, Ash's expression became visibly excited. The talent of this Noctowl far exceeded his expectations. Gold qualification, and the skills are even more gifted. He has learned Sky Attack, which ordinary Noctowl needs to learn through skill machines. Hypnosis, which can only be learned when one's own strength reaches the level of the gym, has also been learned in advance. In addition, Noctowl's two abilities. The first ability, Color Glasses, is a rare ability of Noctowl. It can use moves with poor effects at normal power, which also makes it a master of counter-attribute combat. The second ability is Two-Tasking, which Noctowl has also demonstrated to Ash and others in the previous battle. It allows Noctowl to use two skills at the same time during the battle, which is a perfect two-tasking. Although this ability cannot directly improve the combat attribute of the owl, it is far better than those abilities that can increase strength in Ash's opinion. Perfect two-tasking also means that Noctowl can freely use combination moves that are extremely difficult for Pokémon. Usually, combination moves often appear in doubles battles, and the power of skills is increased by combining two moves with good compatibility, achieving the effect of 1 + 1 greater than 1. For Noctowl, who has the ability of two-tasking, Ash can think of many feasible combination move plans at this time. For example, Sky Attack, covered by Confusion, or the Absolute Defense and Blood Recovery operation of Reflect plus Roost. It can only be said that the second ability of Owl requires a high level of command from the trainer. If commanded properly, the combat power of Owl will be extremely amazing. In this way, this Noctowl does not really fit the fighting style of the hot-blooded idiot in the original plot. No matter how hard the idiot thinks, he probably can't master Noctowl's ability of multitasking. What's more, in the original plot, he didn't know that his Noctowl had such an ability from beginning to end. Although Aki was a little unwilling to accept Ash's success in catching Owl, he had nothing to say. After all, in the Pokemon world, only when Pokemon is put into your Pokeball can it be considered a real catch. Noctowl was the Pokemon he had been looking for a long time, and Ash also gave him the opportunity to capture it first. Unfortunately, he was not strong enough, so he could not meet Noctowl. It was a pity that he was not strong enough, so he was played a trick by it. After saying goodbye to Aki, Ash and his party continued their journey. It was another 3 days of sleeping in the open air. Finally, on the morning of the 4th day, Ash and his party saw the coastal city of Goldenrod City in front of them from the hillside. During these 3 days, he focused on training Pokemon on Chikorita, Cyndaquil, Owl, and Kartana. At present, the level of these 4 guys is the lowest among all his Pokemon. Through the power of Wave Guidance, Ash can more clearly detect all the Pokemon tribes around him, as well as the strength of the Pokemon in the tribe. On the way, he encountered the Psychic Pokemon Village where the powerful wild Ursaring and Girafarig were located. In addition to the training of the powerful wild Pokemon tribes around him, after 3 days of fierce fighting, the 4 Pokemon strength has made great progress. First, Chikorita, which was upgraded from LV28 to 4.32 and evolved into Bayleaf. As the lowest level Pokemon with the longest battle time, Cyndaquil was upgraded from IV.22 to IV.30 and evolved into Kalava. Kartana, the most aggressive leveling Pokemon among the 4 Pokemon, plus Beast Boost, an ability that can temporarily improve the ability after defeating a Pokemon. This makes Kartana the biggest killer in Pokemon race group battles. As wild Pokemon fall one by one, its breath power is also increased to an extremely terrifying level. So even though Kartana does not participate in every battle, its level increase is higher than other Pokemon. It directly increased from IV.22 to IV.35. This amazing efficiency shocked Ash. It can only be said that its attack ability is too outstanding when fighting wild Pokemon. When Pokemon groups fight in groups, they have strong harvesting abilities, so they naturally get the most experience points. Owl made the least progress, from level IV.30 to level IV.33. Of course, the main reason is that Ash spent most of his time with Owl during these 3 days directing and experimenting with various combination moves. 0. Just as Ash had guessed after he had just captured Owl and saw his hidden ability. Basically, all kinds of skills can work wonders under Noctowl's 1.2 task combination, and their power is greatly increased. Although Owl is only level IV.34 now, it can still defeat Pokemon of gym-level strength in real battles, relying on its ever-changing combination moves. It's Goldenrod City. Wow, the air of the city I haven't seen for a long time. It's really nice. Walking on the busy streets, Sunday and Serena were also very excited. Although Ash is here, life in the wild is not boring. But compared with the colorful city scenery, there is still a real gap. Ash, let's go to the Goldenrod Gym first. After you challenge a gym, you have to accompany us to go shopping and play. To this day, the two girls have developed a habit. Even if they like to go shopping, they will put Ash's challenge to the gym first. After he gets the gym badge, they can let go in Goldenrod City and play openly. Okay, let's go. Although he knew that the Goldenrod gym leader was also on vacation at the moment, Ash nodded and took the two girls to the gym. On the way, he grabbed an old man who was passing by and quickly found the location of the Goldenrod gym. 9. Holiday? Hey, why is that? Is the gym leader of Goldenrod City also on vacation? Looking at the Goldenrod gym with a holiday sign hanging high, Sunday and Serena's high enthusiasm was immediately extinguished by a bucket of cold water. The sooner Ash gets the Goldenrod gym badge, the more time he will have to accompany them to play in this seaside city suitable for tourism. In that case, let's go to the department store first. Go shopping and change your mood, Ash said with a smile, who was not surprised by this. When they heard that they were going to the department store, Sunday and Serena beside, Ash immediately cheered up again. Goldenrod City is quite modern, with tall buildings everywhere. After Ash and the other two came to the department store, Ash immediately activated Psychic to start looking for Whitney, the gym leader of Goldenrod City. In the original 460 plot, Whitney, who was out shopping on vacation, got lost with her Clefairy in the department store, and then something was teleported to touch her Clefairy. At this time, there were many people in the department store, and the wave guides were extremely complicated. It was difficult for Ash to locate Whitney with his current wave guide power level, but fortunately, he quickly found the lost Clefairy. The three came to the corner of the back door of the department store, and as soon as they walked out, they saw a Clefairy who seemed a little overwhelmed because she was lost. Ash, is it? It can help us challenge the Goldenrod gym. After saying that, Ash stepped forward and used Psychic to communicate with a somewhat panicked Clefairy. Things were basically the same as he thought. It lost its trainer while shopping and was a little anxious at the moment. Clefairy, don't worry. We will help you find your owner. Ash tried to comfort him. Feeling Ash's telepathy, the lie on Clefairy's face turned into curiosity about Ash. Telepathy, this is a very powerful skill that only psychic Pokemon can use. Why can a human boy in front of him also master it? Hey, Clefairy, so you are here. It really took me a while to find you. Just then, a beautiful girl with pink double ponytails walked up to Ash and the others and hugged Clefairy affectionately. Clefairy was obviously very happy to see his owner. So you are this Clefairy's master. That's great. It saves us the trouble of searching, Ash said to the pink-haired girl in front of him. Thank you so much. There were too many people when we were shopping just now, and I got lost by mistake. My name is Whitney. How about you guys? I'm Ash, a trainer from Pallet Town, and I'm currently traveling for the Johto Region Alliance Silver Conference. This is Sunday and Serena, my girlfriend and travel partner. When hearing Ash introduce his girlfriend, Whitney's expression was somewhat strange. To have two such beautiful girlfriends, Ash must be an exceptionally good Pokemon trainer. Thinking of this, Whitney smiled and asked, since you are a trainer who aims to challenge the Johto Region Alliance, then your goal in coming to Goldenrod City must be the gym badge. Yes, it's a pity that when we just went to the Goldenrod gym, we found that the gym master was also on vacation. Ash replied with pretended regret. However, Whitney also reported her identity as a gym trainer. It's not a pity. Now we could go directly to the Goldenrod gym to fight. I'm the gym trainer of the Goldenrod Gym, Whitney. Eh. Hearing this, Sunday and Sally looked at each other in surprise. It turns out that Ash was not joking when he said that Clefairy could help them challenge the Goldenrod Gym. I didn't expect that the girl in front of them was the gym leader. In this way, Ash and the other two followed Whitney to the Goldenrod Gym for the second time. On the way, Whitney also called the referee of the gym battle. Ding! Trigger the task when the battle with the Goldenrod Gym leader Whitney in a 1-on-3 situation, and sending the second Pokémon will be considered a mission failure. Task reward: 1 million points, top-grade metal coat, carrying Pokémon Steel-type skills to increase the power by 50%. 1 against 3, this mission is quite interesting. It seemed that he hoped that he would defeat Whitney with a crushing momentum and get the Goldenrod City Gym badge. He was determined to get the top-quality metal coat, so Whitney could only be beaten up by him. Thinking of this, Ash decisively accepted the task issued by the system. The two of them came to the two sides of the battlefield, waiting for the referee to announce the battle rules. At the same time, Sunday and Serena sat in the empty spectator seats. So now, Ash from Pallet Town will fight against Whitney, the gym trainer of Goldenrod Gym. The Pokémon battle with the gym badge, as the stakes will begin now. Both sides can use 3 Pokémon. I won't let you down, Ash. Whitney smiled slightly, took out a Pokeball from her waist, and threw it directly. Go, Nidorina! A white light flashed, and Nidorina, with a light blue body, appeared in front of Whitney. Pokémon, Nidorina, level 4.42. As Whitney said, the strength of her first Pokémon in the battle reached the gym level. This Nidorina is definitely the main Pokémon of the first lineup of gym trainers. An all-out battle is just what I want. Raising an eyebrow, Ash reached for the Master Ball at his waist and threw it high into the air. Come out for some fresh air, Suicune. In the shocked eyes of everyone present, Suicune, shaped like a unicorn with white ribbons dancing in the wind, appeared on the field. What? Is this the incarnation of the North Wind, Suicune? Whitney and the referee next to him showed extremely surprised expressions. How is this possible? Ash looked like he had only been traveling for 2 or 3 years. He had just come to the Johto region this year, but he had even subdued the 10th main beast in their region's myths and legends, water. Hey, did Ash choose to let Suicune fight this time? In the spectator seats, Sunday and Serena were also very surprised. But what surprised them was not Suicune, but the fact that usually this kind of gym battle would send a recently cultivated Pokémon to fight to improve practical experience. With Suicune's level, they really couldn't imagine how much benefit this gym battle would bring to it. Why send Suicune? In fact, considering the special nature of Suicune to the people of the Johto Region Alliance, Ash usually doesn't have a chance to use it when fighting against others. Since he captured Suicune, Ash has not been able to command it to fight a battle, and this gym battle is actually a good choice. In the past gym battles, the system issued all kinds of strange tasks. This time the task is not as complicated as before. You only need to crush with absolute strength. If you want to defeat Whitney's 3 main Pokémon, Ash thinks that many of the main Pokémon can do it. But among this group of first-tier Pokémon, Suicune is the only one that has not cooperated with Ash in a Pokémon battle. This time, I'll just use Whitney as a whetstone. Whitney, gym leader, can we start the battle? Of course, the battle officially begins. After recovering from her shock, gym leader Whitney waved her hand solemnly and shouted, Nidorina, use Poison Barb attack. Nidorina opened her mouth and shot a purple poison barb at Suicune. Suicune Ice Beam. With an ethereal and melodious low hum, 17 Suicune used Ice Beam. The ice blue zigzag beam easily defeated Poison Barb and directly hit Nidorina, who was unable to react. The next moment, Nidorina turned into an ice sculpture standing in the field. Nidorina, are you okay? Whitney's expression became more and more solemn. This is the incarnation of the North Wind, Suicune. It's really terrible that an ice beam can have such power. Nidorina, break free. Suicune, help it, use extrasensory. Hearing this, Suicune's eyes lit up red, and the powerful extrasensory controlled Night Arena, who had turned into an ice sculpture, to float in the air and then fell heavily to the ground. Night Arena lost her combat ability without any suspense. Night Arena lost her combat ability. The referee who realized it later looked at Night Arena, who had lost her combat ability, and was stunned for a moment before waving his hand and shouting, "Next, please ask the gym leader, Miss Whitney, to send out her second Pokémon." Okay, then it's your turn next, Miltank. Taking back Night Arena, who had lost her combat ability, Whitney sent out her second Pokémon, Miltank. Pokémon, Miltank level, IV.45. It's still gym level strength, but this Miltank is slightly higher than the previous Night Arena. It doesn't look like Whitney's real trump card Pokémon either. Miltank, use Rollout. Whitney waved her hand with a gloomy face and launched a preemptive attack. This battle with Ash was completely different from the previous battles where she stood at a higher position and fought against challengers as a teacher. In front of Ash, she was the challenger. Miltank rolled out at high speed, and the smoke and dust hit the Suicune on the opposite side. Use Hydro Pump Attack. Ash issued the attack order slowly. Miltank was originally a relatively ordinary normal Pokémon, and its combat power was completely in its tonnage. The difference in level with her own Suicune was not a little bit, not to mention the superiority of the legendary beast race over ordinary Pokémon. Facing the aggressive Miltank, Suicune opened its mouth and spit out a huge and thick water column that hit it hard. Bang! With a muffled sound, Miltank, whose rollout contest condition was forcibly terminated, flew backwards and fell heavily on the field. This is too strong, Suicune. In the audience, Sunday and Serena, who had also seen Suicune fight for the first time, opened their mouths wide, their faces full of surprise. It really deserves the name of the mythical beast race. On the opposite side, Miltank, who was severely injured by Suicune Hydro Pump, stood up again with difficulty. Miltank, hold on. Use the collision color move. Suicune, extrasensory to get rid of it. As soon as Miltank rushed to Suicune, he immediately felt a strong and heavy pressure, and his whole body became sluggish until he could not move at all, as if he was stuck in a quagmire. The next moment, a strong impact forced directly threw Miltank out and fell out of the venue. Big Miltank loses the ability to fight. Suicune wins. Please ask Gym Trainer Whitney to send out his third Pokémon. The referee was completely numb at this time. The fighting power of both sides was completely different. In front of Ash's Suicune, Whitney's main Pokémon couldn't even threaten the opponent at close range. It was a battle of 10 sides. Since Whitney took over the Goldenrod gym, this was the first time she saw her being beaten so badly as a referee. She had no power to fight back. Come back, Miltank, you've tried your best. Taking back Miltank, Xiaoxi swallowed hard at the sight of Suicune, who hadn't moved a step since the beginning of the battle. Facing the legendary beast Suicune, she was really a little desperate. After hesitating for a moment, Whitney sent out her last trump card Pokémon, Clefable, whose level reached the elite level. Although she didn't expect Clefable to defeat Suicune, Whitney still hoped that she wouldn't lose too badly. At least she had to show her style as a gym trainer. However, even the Elite 633 Clefable couldn't make an effective move against Suicune, whose strength level was far above it. Struggle was defeated by Suicune in a few moves. Clefable lost the ability to fight. Suicune won. The winner of this gym battle is Trainer Ash from Kanto Region Pallet Town. 2 minutes later, the referee raised his hand to announce the result. On the other side, Whitney, who had taken back Clefable, walked to Ash with a complicated expression and handed him the gym badge. With a monster like you this year, the Silver Conference should be very interesting. At this time, Whitney recalled that she had just been abused and had no power to fight back, and she was secretly worried about the young trainers who would participate in the Silver Conference this year. If anyone met Ash at the Silver Conference, and he happened to send Suicune, he would definitely beat the other party to lose his dream. After all, even a trainer like her who had experienced many battles and had a tough heart was a little doubtful about life at this moment. She had no room to play in this gym battle from the beginning. Ash also did not have too many exciting and complicated commands, but only Suikun's absolute strength crushed him. However, a good fighter is not always famous for his achievements. Ash's level as a trainer is beyond doubt, as he was able to subdue such a powerful Suikun. Ding! Mission completed. When the battle against Goldenrod Gym Leader Whitney in a 1-on-3 situation, sending out the second Pokemon will be considered a mission failure. Mission reward: 1 million points, top quality metal coat. Carrying Pokemon Steel-type skills increases power by 50%. As the system prompt sounded in Ash's mind, he also got the third badge of the Johto region. At night, Ash, who accompanied the two girls to the street for an afternoon during the day, also severely punished the two girls at night. Until the two fell asleep, Ash put on his coat and quietly walked out of the hotel suite and came to the back mountain of Goldenrod City through psychic teleportation. Come out, Sizer and Kartana. Ash threw out the Pokeball and released Kartana and Sizer. After the two Pokemon came out, they looked around and immediately became excited after reacting. Isn't this the time of night that Pokemon seniors in Pokemon Home mentioned to get power boost? It is said that the owner usually likes to boost their strength at night. The Pokemon that are called usually get a more obvious power boost and even complete the long-awaited racial transformation. Sizer and Kartana looked at Ash eagerly. It seems that you have all the psychological expectations, so I won't keep you in suspense. This is for you, Kartana. As he said, Ash took out the top-grade metal coat that he had just obtained from the system space and gave it to Kartana. While Kartana and the top-grade metal coat merged, Sizer next to it also cast a Mr. Backlit look at it. From the top-grade metal coat that Ash took out, it felt the powerful steel-type skills contained in it, and its intuition told it that this amplification secret treasure would greatly benefit it. At this time, it was also more looking forward to the props that Ash prepared for it. Don't worry, there's one for you, Sizer. As if he noticed Sizer's expectant look, Ash smiled and took out the Gene Potion. This is a Gene Evolution Potion exclusively for Sizer, which can help Sizer complete a transformation similar to Charizard. Drink this, and you'll gain more Power Plus. Chamo. Ash poured the light, golden liquid into Sizer's mouth. The next moment, Sizer's body was lit up with a brilliant silver light, and an extremely strong aura emanated from it. Then countless silver threads were wrapped into a cocoon and completely wrapped Sizer, just like Charizard at the beginning. Ash knew that Sizer's transformation had finally begun. Ash looked expectantly at the cocoon in front of him, which was made of silver threads. As time passed, the aura in the cocoon continued to grow stronger. In the blink of an eye, 5 minutes passed. Under the moonlight, accompanied by a click sound, cracks began to appear on the surface of the silver energy cocoon. The silver cocoon was shaking, and the cracks on its surface were increasing until they were completely broken. Here it comes, Sizer's evolution. Ash looked forward to the Sizer in front of him, which was shining with a faint golden light and in a new posture. Sizer's red armor, including the pair of giant claws, was densely covered with light golden conversion, and the two pairs of translucent wings on its back also turned light golden. Sizer at this time gave people a strong divine aura. Ash called up the system interface without thinking and checked the attribute panel of the transform Sizer. Pokemon, Scyther, level, IV.40. Attribute, Bug plus Flying. Potential, Gold. Ability, Bug Premonition. Hidden ability, Sacred Sword. Skills, Leer Quick Attack, Fury Cutter, False Swipe, Wing Attack, Double Team, Double Hit, Slash, Sword Dance, Alloy Claw, Iron Defense, Iron Head, X-Scissor, Flash Cannon, etc. Carrying items, none. This time, the effect of the genetic potion on Sizer's evolution is even better than Ash imagined. First of all, Sizer's level is directly increased from IV.34 to IV.40. Just one step away from entering the gym level. In terms of skills, he also learned many powerful steel-type skills such as Alloy Claw, Iron Head, Iron Defense Flash Cannon. However, what surprised Ash the most was the highlight of the genetic transformation, That is, Sizer's newly added hidden ability. Sacred Sword. In battle, after Sizer hits the enemy with contact skills 5 times in a row, Sizer can activate the power of Sacred Sword. Sacred Sword attack will gain 200% of the power of the previous 5 contact skills. Note, the power of Sacred Sword can be used multiple times in a battle, but the number of contact skill hits must be added again each time it is used. If Charizard transformation is to accumulate buffs to increase its overall strength, then Sizer is stacking the number of hits of skills and then releasing a powerful attack. 5 stacking skills. If the increase of Sword Dance for Sizer is counted, the damage that the sword can eventually cause may become very terrifying. In Ash's opinion, this skill is no less than those exclusive skills of the top-level gods, and even better. Although the power of skills, such as Precipice Blades and Dragon Point, is very high, it still relies more on the unparalleled strength of Groudon and Rayquaza. If we only talk about the amplification power of Sacred Sword after it is fully stacked, it is definitely a terrifying exclusive skill that surpasses most Pokémon in the world. Looking at Sizer, who was still a little confused observing his own changes, Ash's eyes were full of excitement and joy. Damn, it can't wait to try the terrifying power of Sizer after it fully stacks Sacred Sword. According to the amplification power given by the system, even if it does not use Sword Dance to amplify its own strength, the sword skill of the Claw Mantis after it is fully charged is estimated to be enough to kill the non-main level elite in seconds. And the most important point is that although Sacred Sword is a release skill, it is actually a hidden ability of Sizer. This also means that the Sacred Sword that is dropped is not an attribute attack, but a power skill that directly calculates damage. A big move that ignores all attributes 100%. It's scary to think about it. After the transformation is completed, Sizer happily reports the good news to Ash. After playing with the 2 Pokémon for a while, Ash also put them all back into the Pokeball. Recently, he has more and more new partners who are expected to join his first-tier Pokémon lineup. Similarly, the pressure of training has become greater. Alas, the system store is about to be refreshed. I hope that this time it can refresh the training props or sell more rare candy. Sighed, and the little eyes lit up with psychic blue light. Disappeared directly on the spot. After getting the badge of Goldenrod Gym, Ash stayed with Sunday and Serena in Goldenrod City for a few more days. Go shopping. And of course, he did not forget to help coach them on how to train their own Pokémon. With Ash's current champion level command and training level, even Sunday, a well-known trainer, has benefited a lot. After playing enough, Ash and the other 2 set off again, continuing to travel with the Akrutique Gym in Akrutique City as their goal. After 2 days of traveling, the 3 came to the ruins of Ulf, where many ancient Pokémon fossils have been found. What Pokémon bone is that? Serena pointed to a fossil being excavated on the left and asked. It's the fossil of Aerodactyl. However, before Ash spoke, a very old man's voice came from behind him. Professor Oak? Why are you in Johto region? Aerodactyl's tail tip is pointed like that. Hee Ash, and you 2 haven't seen each other for a long time. Ash, Sunday, and Serena were all surprised to see Professor Oak. Actually, it's like this. My 140th student said that he had an amazing discovery here and hoped that I must come here. So I had to put down my research and come here. As a leader in the Pokemon research community, Professor Oak can be said to have students all over the world, and his students are spread across various regions. As he said that, Professor Oak brought Ash and the other 2 who were confused to the laboratory of his student Foster. Professor, this is a research theory that may shock the entire Pokemon world after all. These children you brought. Don't be so polite. Let them expand their knowledge of Pokemon, which is also the only way to become a Pokémon Master. Professor Oak still attaches great importance to Ash. After all, this is the future champion trainer of their Pallet Town, and he will naturally be considered for any benefits. With Professor Oak's assurance, Foster could only nod helplessly. Since you're a professor's friends, well, I'll make an exception. Thank you. Hearing this, Ash just felt a little funny. If it weren't for the experience in Deshagu, your secrets might really be amazing enough. but this time I'm afraid you'll disappoint Professor Oak. Ding! Help Foster complete the Ancient Pokémon Research Project. Task Reward. Select an ancient Pokémon and increase its level by +5. Oh my god, this task is really good. It's rare to be able to select a Pokémon to increase its level. Ash decisively took the task, and it was not difficult for him to assist Foster in studying fossil Pokémon. After all, before the fossil resurrection machine in the Sinnoh region was developed, he had captured the most types and numbers of ancient Pokémon. The living ancient Pokémon is right in front of him. Wouldn't it be easy to study? Next, Foster invited Professor Oak and Ash to visit his laboratory. Before going to his greenhouse, Foster also mentioned that his research topic is ancient Pokémon. On the way, Ash was also thinking about which ancient Pokémon he should let Foster see later. Everyone, I will take you back to the world 2 million years ago. As Foster opened a door with a red warning sign, a forest surrounded by verdant turf and trees appeared in front of Ash and the other two. Roar! In the air, a loud roar attracted everyone's attention. It turned out to be an Aerodactyl model hanging in the air by wire. What is that? Sunday asked curiously. This is the BHFF, Aerodactyl, made according to the latest information of ancient Pokémon and the most advanced electronic animation technology. It's a robot, it's pretty good, but it's a little different from the real Aerodactyl. Staring at the Aerodactyl in the air, Sunday and Serena came to a conclusion. The Aerodactyl made by Foster is still a little less domineering than Ash's Aerodactyl. However, the two girls don't know that Ash's Aerodactyl is actually the mage evolution form of primal reversion. Now, Foster is also confused. He just smiled awkwardly. You two should have never seen Aerodactyl. In fact, this is the true posture of Aerodactyl. The shape of Aerodactyl was restored by their team through the complete Aerodactyl bone fossils dug out from the ruins and combined with advanced technology. I think these two little Stephanies must have seen the modified version of Aerodactyl in a low-end tabloid somewhere. No, we are. Ahem. Serena was stopped by Ash's cough before she finished speaking. In fact, even Professor Oak didn't know much about Aerodactyl. Moreover, since Ash had the Pokémon home, all the ancient Pokémon that were previously fostered by Professor Oak were also taken back. For this reason, Professor Oak had called him more than once, asking to borrow a few ancient Pokémon for research from time to time. Foster didn't pay much attention to what the two girls said, but continued to introduce the greenhouse environment he had created to simulate the ancient times. There was even a scene of simulating the eruption of a volcano, but because of the limited space, this so-called volcano eruption looked a bit crude. Next, it was time for Foster to reveal his proudest research. I saw that in the sand in front of me, several Omanite came out of their shells and greeted everyone with a smile. This time, it was not like the Aerodactyl model simulated before, but a real ancient Pokémon. Is this a real Omanite? Professor Oak looked at the Omanite in front of him with some surprise, but his tone was still quite calm. Although he was surprised that Foster could find ancient Pokémon that had long been extinct, because of Ash, he had also repeatedly studied the living Omanite. But considering Ash's request, he never published the corresponding research paper. Seeing Professor Oak so calm, Juju was surprised and admired his teacher even more. He is worthy of being a leader in the Pokémon research community. Seeing the ancient extinct Pokémon appear in front of him, he could still be so calm. This kind of composure is far beyond his reach. Yes, we also discovered this group of Omanite by chance. Foster squatted down and touched the shells of two Omanite. He then put forward some of his own views on the study of ancient Pokémon. These words were mainly said to Professor Oak. When the two discussed a deeper topic, Foster suddenly found that Professor Oak seemed to know much more about ancient Pokémon than he thought. He was stunned when he came to this conclusion. This is impossible. He who has studied the real ancient Pokémon Omanite seems to have less insights in the field of ancient Pokémon than Professor Oak, who can only talk about it on paper. Just when Foster began to doubt his life, Tianku and Bo Wong also looked at Ash. Ash, you are here today. Is it okay for me to talk to Foster about the ancient Pokémon? Yes, Professor. Just go ahead. Ash smiled and nodded. In fact, In addition to Professor Oak, the Unova Alliance, which exchanged Volcarona with him for fossil Pokémon, also has ancient Pokémon in its hands, and even a fossil manufacturing machine will be released in 2 years. As long as it is not widely disclosed, there is no problem. Besides, he himself will occasionally use Aerodactyl to fight Pokémon gyms, and it will be exposed sooner or later. Foster, it's like this. Not only Omanite, Omastar, Kabuto, but also Kabutops are still alive in the world. What? Professor, what do you mean? Yes, I have studied these ancient Pokémon, and the boy in front of you is the one who captured them. Professor Oak pointed at Ash and explained. Hearing this, Foster immediately cast a strange look at Ash. No wonder Professor Oak's understanding of ancient Pokémon is even deeper than that of him who has studied the living Omanite in depth. It turns out that he has studied several ancient Pokémon, including Omanite. This time, Foster's intention to show off in front of the teacher was completely extinguished. He turned to be 100,000 wise and humbly asked for advice. For now, their team still has many confusions and difficulties in the research of ancient Pokémon. Foster hopes to get answers from the teacher. As a scholar with a great reputation in the Pokémon world, Professor Oak naturally shared his insights generously, and Foster was originally his student. This time he specially invited him to study Omanite. Although the significance of this trip was not too great, Professor Oak was still very touched that his disciple remembered him when something happened. The master and his apprentice were talking very attentively, while Sunday and Serena, who were bored, were playing with the 2 Omanites on the sand. When talking about ancient Pokémon, the impression of the family is usually that they are carnivorous and extremely aggressive. In fact, Omanite is an omnivorous Pokémon, and even in ancient times, it was the weak party being hunted. When it first floated in the sea, it mainly fed on plankton. When attacked, it would hide in its hard shell, but Caracosta could use its powerful jaws to crunch its shell and easily eat it whole. At the same time, according to the tooth-marked Omanite fossils found before, it can be found that it was also the food of Archaeops. As for the totem Aerodactyl and soaring in the sky, there is no need to say more. As an existence at the top of the predator pyramid in ancient times, basically most of them are the prey of Aerodactyl. Hey, speaking of Aerodactyl, Professor Oak and Foster, who are still exchanging knowledge, have mentioned it more than once. As a representative Pokémon of ancient times, Foster and Professor Oak have tried to study it in various ways, such as the Aerodactyl model restored by electronic animation. However, compared with the real Aerodactyl that existed tens of thousands of years ago, the error is still too large. Alas, if I can study Aerodactyl once in my lifetime, my ancient Pokémon project will be complete. Okay, Foster. Aerodactyl is a very rare Pokémon even in ancient times, and it is not so easy to see. Please give me flowers? Just when Foster and Professor Oak were sighing, Ash on the side said, If you just want to study Aerodactyl, there is no way. When Foster and Professor Oak were sighing for not being able to see Aerodactyl, Ash knew it was his turn to take action. Since he captured Aerodactyl, the number of times he sent it to fight is really rare. It is mainly related to its reputation as an ancient totem. Every time it is sent out to fight, there will be chaos. However, if it is Foster and Professor Oak who have seen the living ancient slaves and have already accepted that there may be many mysterious places around the world where ancient Pokémon may live, it should not be a big problem. 0. Ash, what do you mean? Brother Ash, could it be that? Before Foster finished speaking, Ash took out the Pokeball containing Aerodactyl from his waist. Come out, Aerodactyl! Roar! With a loud roar, the domineering primal Aerodactyl appeared in front of Foster and Professor Oak. Ash, I didn't expect that you have even captured Aerodactyl. You kid, why don't you send it to the laboratory for me to study? Looking up at the Aerodactyl in the air, Professor Oak immediately complained about Ash. This kid has not sent a Pokemon to the great laboratory since he didn't need me to help him take care of Pokemon. The days when he could bring him some surprises from time to time are gone forever. This is Aerodactyl. But why does this Aerodactyl look different from the excavated fossil? Foster looked at primal Aerodactyl and asked in confusion. Hearing this, Professor Oak also looked at Ash. Based on his rich experience, he is 100% sure that this Pokémon is Aerodactyl. The slightly different appearance may be because Ash's Aerodactyl has undergone some genetic mutations. This is the ancient form of Aerodactyl. As time, climate, and environment change, it has become what it is now. Ash looked at Professor Oak and Foster, who nodded thoughtfully after listening to his words, without blushing or beating his heart. Pokémon are indeed incredible creatures. I wonder how many secrets this world has that we don't know about. Professor Oak was also very emotional at this time. Aerodactyl's morphological changes touched his blind spot in knowledge. Next, Zhu and Professor Oak also proposed to study the fossil dragon. Facing the captivate of the ancient soaring in the sky totem, no Pokémon professor in the world today could refuse. While Professor Oak wanted to study Aerodactyl, he was also thinking about how 257 could make Ash move all his Pokémon back to the laboratory to live. Only in this way, he would have a chance to study until Ash captured those rare and powerful Pokémon. Aerodactyl, cooperate with Mr. Foster and Professor Oak. You two, let's do the research as soon as possible before we leave here and continue our journey. Hearing Ash's words, Foster and Professor Oak looked at each other and saw the eager light in each other's eyes. Okay, Foster, what are you waiting for? Let's take action too. Yes, teacher. After saying that, he waved to the staff not far away. After a while, various precision instruments were pushed into the greenhouse, simulating the ancient environment. They were also very excited and curious when they saw the real ancient totem Aerodactyl. As Foster's research assistants, they didn't expect that they would be able to see a living Aerodactyl one day. In the next few hours, Professor Oak and Foster worked together to conduct in-depth research on Aerodactyl. Learn about this soaring in the sky totem from ancient times from all aspects of it. Ding, mission completed. Help Foster complete the ancient Pokémon research project. Task reward. Select an ancient Pokémon to increase its level by +5. Please choose an ancient Pokémon. Ash, thank you so much this time. Let us really understand the habits of Aerodactyl. Along with Foster and Professor Oak's grateful words, the prompt sound of the mission completion sounded in Ash's mind. Choose Aerodactyl. Here, Ash chose without hesitation Aerodactyl. He had no other choice. Omanite, Kabuto, and their evolved Pokémon. Ash did not train them as play Pokémon. As soon as the voice fell, Aerodactyl, who had just returned to Ash and complained, began to rise steadily. Ding, Aerodactyl upgraded from LV66 to 4.71. It completed a leap from champion level to 3 god level in one go. Aerodactyl, who felt the change in power, immediately cast a shocked look at Ash. It had heard Ash's main Pokémon mention this situation more than once. It was clear that this sudden level increase was a gift that Ash's Pokémon could get after meeting certain conditions. Well, you don't have to feel wronged for such a benefit. I didn't feel wronged anyway. In front of Foster and Professor Oak, Ash communicated with Aerodactyl through Psychic. Foster and Professor Oak said they benefited a lot from the research on Aerodactyl, and the teacher and students still have a lot of professional knowledge to exchange. Ash and the other two also said goodbye to them and continued their journey. The three left the ruins and continued their journey with the Krutik City as their goal. Boom! Walking in the forest, suddenly a thunderous sound came, and everyone was startled by the sound. What's going on? Is it going to rain? Hearing this sound, Sunday spoke subconsciously, but when he looked up, it was a clear sky without any rain. Huh? What's going on over there? Serena listened to the direction where the sound came from, and then looked into the distance. I saw a strange black cloud gathering rapidly above, soaring in the sky in the distance. The black cloud looked unusual, mixed with a purple halo, giving people an extremely unusual feeling. Black cloud? It looks really strange. Sunday and Serena both showed puzzled expressions on their faces. The forest near Goldenrod City is still close to it. If it is going to rain, it must be the same in Goldenrod City, but Goldenrod City still looks very calm. Ah, my naughty boy, where are you going? Magnemite, what's wrong with you? Are you attracted by something? At this time, there were suddenly a lot of voices around. Many passers-by and trainers' Pokémon did not listen to trainers' instructions and ran in the same direction. And the direction they rushed to was where the black clouds gathered. Pika. At this time, the Pokeball hanging on Ash's waist automatically popped open, and Pikachu also jumped out of it. Pikachu! Ash shouted at him, and Pikachu, who was about to run over, stopped, turned around, and looked at Ash, then shook his head immediately. Pika! Pikachu shook his head and looked at Ash with a strange look. Looking at Pikachu's abnormal behavior, Ash frowned slightly and stared at the direction where the dark clouds gathered. What happened over there? Is there something attracting you? Not only Pikachu, the situation of other Pokémon around seems to be similar. The key is that Ash was surprised to find that for some reason, his psychic could not extend over there at all. Hearing Ash's question, Pikachu nodded decisively. Although it was not attracted to it immediately like other Pokémon, it was obviously very concerned about that direction. But other Pokémon seemed to be fine. Sunday spoke at this time. After seeing Pikachu's abnormality, she also released her Golem and Kalava, but there was no reaction. It should only affect electric Pokémon. Ash also spoke at the same time when he saw this. Looking at other trainers, their electric Pokémon were also affected, while other Pokémon did not seem to be affected much. Let's go and have a look. Ash called out to Pikachu and gestured with his hand. Pikachu jumped onto Ash's hand and returned to Ash's shoulder. Ash ran towards the dark cloud without hesitation. Hey, Ash, wait for us. The two girls couldn't sit still after seeing the situation. Sunday took back his Pokémon and then followed Ash with Serena. Following the direction of the dark cloud, Ash and the others came to a forest outside the city and found that many Pokémon were seriously affected, basically electric-type Pokémon. It was obvious that not only the trainer's Pokémon, but also the wild Pokémon were seriously affected. Psychic and wave power can't extend out. What's going on? Ash frowned as he looked at the situation around him. Ash couldn't figure out the situation, and the two girls could only touch their heads. The three continued to run forward, passing through the forest and coming to a mountain. They saw that many Pokémon gathered here. All Pokémon were electric Pokémon. At this time, they gathered in the center. 17 in the middle of them. There was a strange device. In a diamond-shaped frame, several circuit lines connected a purple crystal in the middle. At this time, the purple crystal emitted a strange light, forming a ball-shaped protective shield around the entire device. Pikachu. Pikachu looked at the device and pointed at it. Ash asked, "Is this the device that led you here?" Pikachu. Pikachu nodded when he heard it. Ash took another look, but the thing seemed to attract Pokémon, but did not directly control their minds. What puzzled him was that the thing could not shield his psychic and wave guide. Or will the psychic and wave power near this area be blocked? In front, the Pokémon that were attracted were just confused and didn't know what it was, but they were not controlled. Ah, look over there. At this time, Sunday and Serena, who followed behind, also noticed something else and saw a huge figure climbing down the mountain. The mechanical arms scattered around looked like spiders normal, but they looked like humanoid robots. Two figures were on the huge robot. One person was manipulating the robot, and the other was holding the robot. When they were climbing down the mountain, one of them jumped off the robot, and everyone looked at the two of them. Hey, what should the logo be? It's Team Rocket. The robot and the two people's clothes were printed with a bright red icon. Ash was naturally very familiar with this pattern, which was the logo of Team Rocket. Damn Team Rocket, what are they planning? Sunday's face tightened when she saw Team Rocket. When she saw these guys, her first reaction was that it was not good. After all, when she was in Kanto, her family had cooperated with Pokémon Alliance to deal with Team Rocket. That device should be theirs. Could it be that they want to use this device to capture Pokémon? Looking at the situation in front of him, according to his previous nature, there was only this possibility. What a joke, using this method to capture Pokémon. We must not let them succeed. Ash has always hated this method of capturing Pokémon. High-tech capture, control Pokémon are actually much worse than the ball-like Superman like Go-Go. Just as the few people were talking, the robot's spider-like tentacles began to move, frantically grabbing the surrounding Pokémon. Several Pokémon were immediately captured by the robot arm, and the surrounding Pokémon also ran away in a panic. Although they didn't care about the device, there seemed to be a strange magnetic field that made them unable to stay away at all. Thunder Raichu. Among all the electric-type Pokémon, a Raichu watched the surrounding Pokémon being captured one after another and instantly released a strong current from his body to attack the robot. Maybe it's not as powerful as a Pokémon, but the current intensity released by this wild gym-level Raichu is definitely relatively high. Just as the lightning shot towards the robot, suddenly the current seemed to be attracted by something. The two people who controlled the robot sneered, and the next moment, Raichu Thundershock seemed to be pulled by some mysterious power. Swoosh! The current suddenly turned, and the three people beside the jungle couldn't help showing surprised expressions when they saw this scene. I saw Raichu's Thundershock turned and shot directly towards the strange device, and the current was instantly absorbed by the crystal on the device. Raichu was slightly stunned when he saw this, and gritted his teeth and continued to release the powerful Thundershock. However, no matter how much electricity it released, the energy was continuously absorbed by the crystal. What the hell is that thing? Looking at the power of the device, the three people couldn't help showing surprised expressions. Oh no! Ash frowned unconsciously when he saw this scene. What happened? The two women were about to ask when they heard the sound, but suddenly, boom! The deafening roar scared everyone, and looking forward, they saw that the crystal of the device had a lightning scattered in all directions, and it burst directly towards the surroundings. Zzz, bang 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 bang. Lightning continued to bombard the surroundings, and the Pokémon that failed to escape were instantly hit by the electricity released by the crystal. Explosions continued, and the Pokémon screamed miserably. Only a very small number of Pokémon with immunity or electrical absorption abilities managed to escape. Although they were all electric-type Pokémon, Thundershock was also divided into many different levels. When the electricity was strong enough, Pokémon that exceeded the load limit of some electricity could not withstand even electric-type moves. A bunch of brainless things just saved me a lot of effort. Seeing this scene, the two people who controlled the robot sneered and said, "That thing can actually bounce back electricity. No, Ash, we have to help those Pokémon." Sunday and Serena clenched their fists when they saw this scene. They are all trainers who really love Pokémon. How can they bear such a scene?
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.